Happy Friday. Dia de los Muertos. Day of the Dead. Today is the Day of the Children, the Angelitos. And tomorrow is the adults. I don't know why they divided up that way. Defuntos is tomorrow. Anyway, welcome. I'm gonna do another. I'll keep the stream going as long as y'all want. I did what, almost 11 hours yesterday. We had a good time, so let's do that again today. The panel link should be pinned. It's just going to be open panel. I don't have any topics today. I am going to check the news and look at tweets. Also, I tried to upload a short. I went and I dropped my ballot off in the mailbox today. So today I technically voted by mail, and I filmed it and I uploaded it, and it showed up as a video, but it didn't show up as a short, and I'm kind of irritated. I don't know how to make it a short. So if anybody can help me with that, I could always re-upload it, I guess. Um, I went to the shorts tab and it said like make a short, upload video, and I hit that and I answered all his questions, and it looked like it went through as a short, but it just showed up as a video. Um, hey Daniel Barry, how you doing? Okay, let me see if I have any tweets. Oh, by the way, I checked the news. There's nothing. Uh, Hang on, I'm getting there. Oh my God, there's this. I don't even know if I want to show it. Maybe I will. It's a ad some leftists made. Oh, I don't know if y'all have heard this, but the Stanford prison experiment just got debunked. Here, I'll play that video too. I've heard that before, that there were problems with the. Damn it! Stop it. Here, let's watch that, and then I'll show you this ad. Hey, Jess, how are you? Happy Dia de los Muertos. What? We can be. I'm always Satan. Look, he right here. Satan's always with us. And yes, I am. I'm still the gay Nazi. I can put it back. Gay. How about the gay? How about this? Satan's. God damn it. Favorite gay garbage Nazi. Oh, it only lets me do 50 characters. I gotta figure out how many characters am I short? I don't know how many characters to remove. It won't show me. Okay, apparently I'm 2 characters short, so I gotta figure out a place to put add remove 2 characters. I think I could pull this off. Okay, then we will have to do this. I know I can do it. I hate this. I'm 1 character off from getting my name like I want it. There. No. Damn it. Okay, we'll have to do it this way. There, that's as good as I can get. It's still a little clunky. I don't like this. There, I'll do it that way. Okay, I'm back. Welcome. I fixed it. What was I doing? Oh yeah, we were gonna watch this. I haven't seen it yet. The prison experiment got debunked, and then we'll watch that really cringe leftist ad.
I've only been in jail once. The Stanford prison experiment.
In the summer of 1971,
Dr. Zimbardo
took a bunch of college kids, randomly assigned them to be prisoners and guards, and locked them in the basement.
The only thing we told the guards was do whatever you have to maintain law and order.
it escalated very quickly.
Oh, this is a movie?
Shows what happens when
Wow.
you put good people in a bad place.
You may think you know what you're dealing with, but you don't.
Nobody from the media has ever interviewed me.
I was a prisoner.
Prisoner,
A guard.
I shouted in their faces,
This is
I'm
not
going to hit
copyright.
you
I'm
so
probably gonna get
hard,
hit for
it's
this.
going to
It has
kill your
music.
whole family.
I didn't realize it was
Professor
a
Zimbardo
trailer.
made it a point to come up to me and say, you were fantastic.
He's caught in his own trap.
Well, get those super chats in while I'm live, because they'll probably demonetize this after.
None of their criticisms
I
hold
hate
up. Zero.
It's made me feel terrible my whole life.
It's fraud. Anybody to try to reduce human behavior to such simple notions is fraud.
You leave it up to the audience. Which do you think is the reality?
Oh, it's a series. National Geographic. Don't strike me, Nat Geo. Oh, it's Disney. It probably will strike me. Anyway, I wonder if I could restart the stream. I didn't realize it was a trailer. Anyway, it's an experiment. Like, can't they rerun it and get replicated? All that. There's methods for doing that. I don't know why it has to remain such a mystery. I'm a little skeptical now. Let's watch this other ad while I'm racking up copyright strikes. Let me go for another one. I'm just going to play this ad without commentary. It pretty much speaks for itself. It's AI.
We weren't always like this.
Oh, God.
We had a beautiful life.
This is an AI
The
voice,
best
by the way.
parties,
She sounds very
the most
unhappy.
beautiful friends.
I just, this voice is
We
not
thought
doing
it was
for
just
me.
another election. So a lot of us didn't vote. Why bother? Everyone knew the system was rigged.
She doesn't inspire confidence.
Many of us
this
even
voice.
voted for them. I know it sounds crazy now, but we didn't like Democrats back then. We were angry about the vaccine mandates and how they handled the war in Gaza and the way they wanted to censor free speech on the
That's
internet.
right. Yep.
they want unquestioned obedience.
So what did we end up doing? We voted for the guys who openly said they wanted to imprison dissenters and use the military against their political opponents. So yeah, we were wrong on that. Big time. When Trump got sick and died,
God, this.
Vance was 39 years old when he
Oh
became
my
president.
God. These people.
30 years later, he's still president today. And with the Supreme Court on his side, they gave him dictatorial powers. They took away women's reproductive rights,
This is
outlawed contraception, and removed
fear and
the
hysteria.
minimum wage.
This
Then
is
we
what
had
fear does to your
repression of
brain.
dissent, AI surveillance of everything we did or said on a level we couldn't imagine. The government
Oh, I'm
under
so scared.
Vance, Peter Thiel, and Elon Musk set up concentration camps for illegal immigrants.
Can y'all believe
Then legal
this?
immigrants.
This is what.
Then
Is this
even
real?
homeless
Is this
people.
going to even appeal to leftists? Is this honestly what's in their brain?
They finally admitted climate change was real, but it was too late. Florida sank into the Gulf.
This is
and
almost
the
worse
wets
than like
burned,
the growing up. They
and
would
cities
show us
across
the
the country
rapture
became
movies, like the end of the
uninsurable,
world.
then
This is like the left
uninhabitable.
version of the rapture.
Musk and Thiel poured all of our resources
The
into artificial
apocalypse.
intelligence, so they and their friends
I mean, that's
could
pretty much us
become
today.
immortal.
To become
I
immortal,
don't know what happened to them,
worried. Their concern is they're going to
but I know
become
what
immortal.
happened to us.
This is sci-fi. This is science fiction. This is ghost stories. My word. Okay, anyway, there's that. I think that's all I have as far as tweets. What's the per... Oh. Yeah, it's... You know, I talked yesterday about... What is it? Fantasy is one of the big 5 subfacets of openness, and we talked about imaginational overexcitabilities. I don't like the word over excitability. And then and I said conspiracy theories I think are high in fantasy and possibly imaginational excitability. But it's just, I think, like raw imagination without some kind of rational structuring of it into... I guess that was art. That was an attempt to structure into some form of art. But I don't know. I guess you can't really have raw imagination without some kind of form to it. But realistic art, maybe. Oh, take care, Kitty. We'll see you. Is Benjamin going live? Is this what it is? He always loves to try to compete with me when I'm streaming. Nah, just kidding. I stream all random times, so I'm the one that needs to pay more attention to other streamers, I guess, if I want to not compete. And yes, if you do want to support this channel, the Ko-Fi link is the best way to do it, because I get to keep more of the support. Unless you just want to give like a third of it to YouTube, just because. Hey, Joe, what's up?
Hey, Jeff. I just played a really good game of Town of Salem. It was amazing.
Really?
Yeah, I gave myself the nickname Donald Trump, okay? And then I got made the jailer, even better. And the jailer is one of the more interesting roles that the townfolk have. Because, you know, in the basic Mafia game, like, usually the only special, like, town person with a special power is the sheriff. But in Town of Salem, obviously, there's more variation. The jailer is able to haul someone off to jail during the night phase and interrogate them. They can choose to execute them as well. So they get up to 3 executions each game. If they accidentally kill an innocent person, so a town member, they lose their ability to execute. They can only hold people in jail at that point. And so in the standard Town of Salem game, there's town, which is the majority of the players. There's 3 mafia members. There's a serial killer who is also an evil role that's in opposition to both the town and the mafia. And then there's a jester whose objective is to get lynched. So they're a crazy person who wants to be lynched, and they win by getting lynched. And so they have to convince the town to lynch them. But they also get to kill a person after they die. So they get like, there's a ghost will like come and like haunt them to death. And then there's an executioner who has a grudge against a certain town member. And their win condition is to get the town to lynch that person. And that person has to die by lynching for the executioner to win. So if the jailer executes a jester, executioner, a mafia member, or serial killer, those are all beneficial to the town. And so I managed to execute the jester and 2 of the mafia members. The mafia managed to figure out who the serial killer was and turn the town against them, because the mafia is also against the serial killer. And so noticing that, I slowly figured it out. And I played a subtle game, not really drawing too much attention to myself, despite being named Donald Trump. The brutal thing about when you're named Donald Trump is you are often targeted, either by the mafia.
Have you tried being Kamala Harris?
That might be fun. I could try that next time. But, oh, it was great. It came down to just 2 town members and 1 mafia member, and we were able to figure it out. And because I was the jailer, I was able to put the mafia member in jail and keep them from murdering people at night. So we got into this stable point, and so basically I had to convince the last town member that I was mafia, and the last town member I had put in jail before, so I was able to tell him what he told me, and so then he knew I was real.
Man, those
yeah.
Puritans are so violent.
Yeah, it was great. Oh, I love it when I'm jailer and I lead town to victory. That's such a fun way to play Town of Salem. And I did it while named Donald Trump for style points. Even better. I made town great again.
That was this morning?
Yeah, in fact, at the start of the game, I even said, like when the game started before the first night phase, I typed out, "We're going to make town great again." And I delivered.
Well, if we get enough people today, we can play Avalon or something. It's a mafia version.
Yeah. The tricky thing about being jailer is, sometimes you get killed pretty early in the game, right? Mafia tries killing you. But the first time
Do they know you're the jailer? Like, does everybody know what each other's role is?
No, but it's like, no, they don't. So the mafia knows that they're mafia, but they don't know who's town versus serial killer. They can figure out who's serial killer. So the serial killer is immune to being murdered at night. So if they try to use their kill on the serial killer, the game will tell them your target was immune, and so there's 1 less mafia death. And so when town sees there's 1 less death, they know that something prevented the mafia from killing someone, and then they can infer some of the things that might have caused it. Like maybe the mafia targeted the serial killer and hit the immunity. There's another town role called the doctor. So if the doctor uses a cure on someone, it will heal them if they get attacked, and so that might keep them from being killed even though they could have died. So there's lots of things to consider there. And so if you pay attention to those clues, you can figure out who is who in most games. And a smart town should be able to win every time, but town can be pretty dumb.
Hey, Tommy, happy.
So yeah, it was pretty cool. The very first time I was jailer, I also kind of had another stylish name. This was back when Game of Thrones was still popular, and I didn't really watch the show, but I decided to name myself Tyrion Lannister, and I got
Who?
Tyrion Lannister. He's a character from Game of Thrones.
Okay. I don't know him.
And then I used my wits to lead the town to victory as jailer. And even better, someone saw me name myself Tyrion Lannister. So he named himself Tywin Lannister, who is Tyrion's father in the show. And they have a very strained relationship that ultimately ends in Tyrion killing his father. And so I ended up killing Tywin. I put him in jail and executed him.
I like the excitable Joe more than the stoic Joe, I think. It's good to see this joy radiating from you.
Oh, that's good. If only people could see it more often.
Well, you have to show it more often. They're not going to see it behind the poker face.
Well, I usually get negative feedback when I show it, so I don't do it as much.
Well, that might be the wrong people.
Well, lots of people are the wrong people. I mean, we're talking about almost everybody at that point.
I know. I have the same problem. That's why I try to find that little narrow band where I can be myself. Hey, Zephyr. Happy Dia de los Muertos. Oh, yeah, let me turn my banner on. So what else is going on? I see Joe is doing is it Sunday? He's doing a stock episode on how the elections could affect stock. So I dropped the link. You can check him out then.
Yeah, it's a shame that you guys have a hard time following Town of Salem in stream, because when you really can understand the game, you know what's going on. It's pretty fun. Although,
we could find a version of. Is that Mafia or Werewolf? It seems more like Werewolf.
Well, there's no werewolf role in that, so.
I know, but the structure of the game seems.
Yeah,
more like Werewolf.
I mean, it's similar to the game Secret Hitler as well. They're all basically the same game. It's
But we could probably find a version of Werewolf online that's interactive. Like you could play with real people.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, we could even do it in like a panel, right? Like, I
Well,
bet.
that's what I'm saying. Like, cause I know Avalon, you could do that, and it's just finding the right number of people. And to me, the more the better. So you'd almost want a full panel.
Yeah. Well, like I could imagine you could get a panel and have people on, and then like you could do the same thing. All right, like town, cover your eyes, and everyone does this, and then the person just asks the mafia to like pick their targets.
Oh my God, Zephyr! I've been trying to get a fucking mage game together forever. Nobody wants to play. I will totally play mage with you. And Demon the Fallen too. I'm trying to get both of those games going. Yeah, well, Avalon has the website where it does everything for you. It you can see whether you're one of the traders or not, and it keeps the missions straight and it scores them. But you can run that behind the scenes, and people would just act out their roles on screen. That's the only part that the viewers would need to see is everybody negotiating who goes on the missions, etc. And then the website itself, we could all have our individual browser keeping tabs of it behind the scenes. Yeah, Mage is it's like the perfect game for this day and age. It like the technocracy is victorious. Reality is now completely under the scientific technological paradigm, and there's all these alternative traditions that are trying to survive and find their place in that world. Well, I have a gaming channel in the Discord, so maybe I'll put something in there and try to recruit again. I don't know why it's so hard to get people to play games. That's like trying to get kids to eat candy. I don't know why people are not wanting to do something so fun. It might be that commitment, investment, conscientiousness thing we talked about.
Mm-hmm.
Which, if we're that rare, if conscientiousness is that rare, wouldn't that make it like a higher commodity on the market? There'd be more value to it.
Maybe,
But that
I don't know.
That does not seem to be the case. I thought scarcity increased value.
Well, not necessarily, right? Because you need scarcity with demand. So
there's no demand for conscientiousness or commitment. That is what I can't process. Why would something like that not be in demand? There's so many things you can do when you have that.
yeah, and that's the thing. It's like, how much do people want it? Some people don't like conscientiousness, right? Some people see
They want the benefits of it.
They want the benefits of it, but they still feel insecure if other people are conscientious. So maybe they're like, I want this conscientious person to go away. Maybe they could fuck off.
There is a sector of the internet, a large sector, that's interested in drama, but I have way more things to be interested in than drama. That's at the very bottom. That's like trash TV, or like I like really high quality movies and TV shows, but every now and then I like to indulge in some trash TV just for fun. That's what the drama is to me. It's like an occasional thing to punctuate the rest of the quality material. And I spend very little time on YouTube watching the drama. If I'm browsing through live streams and there's a lot of drama on it, I'll usually go find something else, something more stimulating and substantive to watch.
Yeah, it looks like Kane even finally got a little bit of drama.
Well, because he went look for it.
Yeah.
He got sucked into it.
Yeah, I saw that today. And I'm like, oh wow, even.
But
Kane...
there's definitely something that pulls people to drama. I myself have been pulled into it.
Yeah, I've seen it.
But then I've been around drama my whole life, so it's kind of my natural element. I'm not so much getting pulled into it as resorting to my natural state. Well, this is a minority channel, I guess, because we're trying to build a whole community of people in that minority that want something other than drama.
Are we a channel of marginalized groups?
Yeah, in the dramaverse we are. Well, by the way, let me see. I'm looking at your shirt.
Oh yeah.
Is that Marcus?
Yep, that's Marcus Aurelius.
Space Marcus. Look at
Kinda,
that
yeah.
joy shining through him too. Hey, Zach. What's up? I saw you were at a concert yesterday. How'd that go? That looked like a pretty cool thing to be doing on Halloween. Well, do you have any dead people in your life? Particularly dead kids?
Do I have dead people in my life?
Yeah, today is Dia de los Muertos, and it's the children's version, the Angelitos, and then tomorrow they celebrate the adults that have passed on.
And I guess my grandparents have died. That was a long time ago. So I can't say there's like a lot of thought about it. And Dia de los Muertos isn't really a thing I've ever done. It does seem neat. I think it's in some ways a cooler idea than Halloween. A way of celebrating the dead might not be a bad thing. It feels like it's sort of like an interesting pairing with Thanksgiving, because Thanksgiving you're often you talk about things for which you're thankful, and usually attention is on things that are currently in your life, like what you currently have. Whereas Dia de los Muertos is about honoring, which I think to a large part involves being thankful for, not only people, so beyond just things, but people who are no longer with us, and taking into account their lasting impact on us.
Yeah. Oh, virtual adept, is that what you are, Zephyr? In mage, the virtual adepts were the mages that were well, this was back in the 90s. In fact, there was a show in the 90s called VR. It was a TV series, and it was very virtual adepty. They're the mages that use computer and computer networking and stuff to do their magic with. They were one of the few factions of mages that embraced technology instead of resisted it. They were the hackers, the hacker mages. Fucks given. And two things, I have that YouTube rolled out that goal system. So if there's things you want to see on this channel today that you want us to do, like dares or I don't know, activities, whatever, we can make it into a super chat goal and try to get super chats for it. Also, if we get enough players, we can play a game of Avalon or Werewolf or something similar with live people on the panel.
Oh, so Jeff, I figured out what the the movie was. It was a Pixar film called Coco. That was the one that
I think I saw Coco.
It's based on the Dia de los Muertos.
Yeah, I think I saw Coco.
And that is a good film because it is the rare kids movie that actually tries to tackle the topic of death.
We played Werewolf during COVID, but and Werewolf is okay. It's kind of woke. It's eco-terrorism, environmentalists, and save the world at the expense of the humans and all that stuff. So if you buy into that kind of dystopian hysteria, it's fun. But the werewolves themselves were cool, but I guess the background and context for the game, the meta plot. It's like the climate change activists who wants to play that? We had a trampoline growing up, and we have a picture of my grandma. She's probably in her 60s, jumping on it with us, just having the time of her life. I love trampolines. But well, I don't have a trampoline myself, so that would be hard to do. But if we have, maybe, who knows? If we have some women that want to volunteer, maybe they have a mini trampoline in their apartment. Zephyr, have you looked at Demon the Fallen, where you're a demon? You're a human, but well, the demons use human as the host. So you started as a human, and then you realize your demon wakes up, and the demon realizes, oh, I'm a demon that's trapped in this human body, and then you go from there. I like the White Wolf storyteller games because they're so narrative based. It's not as nerdy and geeky and mechanics based as D&D is. It's more narrative. And also, do you know about the Jeep Form games? If you're into role playing, I haven't tried them yet. It's this Scandinavian way of role playing, and it's kind of psychodrama. You kind of play scenarios from each other's lives, and other players take on characters in your world, etc. I would love to try that too. And Wraith as well. Speaking of Day of the Dead, Wraith is a game where you play a ghost. You die, and depending on how you die, determines what like tribe of ghost you belong to in the underworld. And the thing that's unique about that game is you have a shadow side. Your shadow is a different character, and it tries to pull you into oblivion in the underworld. And the shadow is played by one of the other players. So each player will be playing the shadow of one of the other player characters. Oh, wow. It's great for that. You get to explore all those different aspects and parts of yourself. Because I don't think it ever ends. Like, we never fully exhaust who we are or have the potential to be. Well, I'm excited that I found at least one other role player. So yeah, if anyone's interested, contact me, or if you're in the Discord, just comment in the gaming channel. And once we get, I think for a storytelling game, I could probably pull it off with 4, but 5 or 6 would be ideal. So once we reach that number, we can get one going, and then we can stream it if y'all want. Well, safe-ish environment, especially in role-playing games. Things can really get pushed because you're working with that like raw, open-ended creativity. Here, let me see if I can find that the Jeep Form games. Take a look at this. Because this looks like something, especially people that like drama. Oh my God. The Panelverse people, the drama people. Jeep Form is made for you. This is the exact type of role playing that's made for you. Because you kind of use drama in your real life. And you work it into a game, and then other people help you like take on different roles and help you play it out. So we might have better luck recruiting for a Jeep Form game. It says people, let me see if I can get a good definition. It's called playing close to home. You play characters with whom you have something in common. They're usually set in the real world. It's about relationships, jobs, personal lives. It makes the story more emotionally relevant. You can bring your real life into the game. And there's something called bleed, where your character and you get, like, you and your character kind of start to blend together. And your life and your psyche and your emotions bleed over into what the character's doing, and vice versa. And it says in the U.S. we often think of bleed as something to be avoided, but in many of the Nordic games it's encouraged and managed by the game format. And playing for bleed can lead to insight about yourself and the world and create intense emotions that some players crave. Tell me that doesn't sound like the drama crowd. So, if y'all want drama on this panel, let's do a Jeep Form game. Let's experiment with that. Let's take drama to the next level. A sandwich. Are you Verbena? I think if I played, I would be either Order of Hermes or Cult of Ecstasy. Sex, drugs, and rock and roll. I'd be a Satanist. Probably in a rock band. I could live up my guitar god fantasy. Since I'll never be able to play two notes on it in real life. Ah. Yeah. They have those too. They also have, speaking of Day of the Dead, they have death mages, the Euthanatos. The mages. In Mage, there's like 9 or 10 spheres that control the universe. Like every phenomenon in the universe falls under the control of, like time is one of them. Mind, life, matter, all that stuff. And one of the spheres is entropy. And so there are mages that work with that sphere, and their magic is drawn from entropy. And they're the Euthanatos, and they use their magic to end the life cycles of things so that new life can begin. And so they basically go around killing people with their magic, but with a larger cosmic purpose. The Verbena are the witches. They're like the pagans. I think they have Celtic roots, and they're the Wiccans. And their sphere is life, like, biological life, nature, natural life. They do a lot of blood magic. The druids, that type of stuff. Hopefully we get a active panel today, like yesterday. I had a really good time for Halloween. It's inspiring me to do longer and longer panels.
Yeah, that was like a 10-hour stream, right?
Yeah. Well, originally when I decided to make this a career, I said I want to treat this as a job. Like put in 8 hours a day. And so the more I can stream.
Well, yeah, if you can find cause to do that, because if nothing else, it'll be a bigger funnel of time for super chats and the like, right?
Mm-hmm. That's why I like this goal system, because if we can create some goals, and it's like if we stream games or role playing games or whatever, we can work game goals into the super chats, and the viewers can have a chance to kind of influence the game or influence how some of the players role play, or some of the decisions they make, or some of the outcomes. They can maybe influence the GM. Oh, you're going out today for Dia de los Muertos? Cool. Are you doing your face up? Is there any chance that you get to show us? I would love to see live people from this community in Day of the Dead face. Oh, I'm so excited. Yeah. All right. I'm going to be around for that. I have my whole day cleared out. I could stay here all day, all night if I need to. I don't have anything else happening. So come up. Let's have fun. Let's get creative. I need to figure out how to make this video. I tried to upload my first short today, and it did not upload as a short, and I don't know why. Okay, I'm looking. I talked. In fact, oh my God, listen how cool. Remember the big 5 traits I went over yesterday, and I was ranking them so I could find my strengths and weaknesses, etc. I asked the AI if it could help me organize all of that, and it's like, sure. I can even create an Excel spreadsheet that you can plug your scores into, and I can generate all of these graphs and charts. And so I have the spreadsheet, and I'm going to plug my scores in and then see what's possible with the AI to do that. But I just got some feedback. Let me find it. And it's not tied to personality. It's tied to, I guess, an actual skill. But it says maybe you lack negotiation skills. That is key for work. That is key working with for someone and with people. It is your way or it's not working out. I'm not sure exactly what they mean. I would dispute that. I think I negotiate pretty well. But that's something to look at because what I'm trying to do is find what the barriers are, like what my strengths are, because in an ideal world, the strengths should translate to economic capital, if you could find if the demand is there, which I don't know why. If you have like 30 strengths, why would there not be demand for at least some of those? So my theory is that there are barriers that work against the strengths that keep them from being translated to economic power, and perhaps negotiation skills is one of those barriers. I'm not sure how I would test that. Do you know anything about negotiation?
Me?
Yeah.
In a bit, like
Like what are negotiate? You know what? Let me pull up AI.
Well, so I mean, I had to do that a bit with working in sales before, sort of letting people know like, oh, this is our price, and if you want it, that's what you're gonna have to pay, and if you don't like it, that's tough.
Yeah, that's pretty much how I negotiate. And that they're saying maybe that's the barrier, like that inflexibility. It's my way or the highway.
Yeah, like on Seeking Alpha, they asked me to write an article, and they were gonna like say, they were like, oh, there's already a fixed payment because it's undercovered, and I basically said, I'm not confident I'll make enough off of this article. I wanna make at least 75. I at least want to know that. And they're like, well, we can add another $30 if it doesn't make 75 on the first day from the fixed payment and the variable earnings. And it ended up within like the few days after it was up, earning about $30 on its own. So it got the $75 threshold, but I still got the $30 payment anyway. So I ended up making over 100 on it. And in that case, it's very simple. It's like, you need to up the ante. I mean, I think really it's just you have to be willing to say people need to up the ante or you won't do it. And a lot of people are just nervous about.
Well, that's what they say. They're like, okay, we won't do it. We'll go find someone that's not so demanding, which is, I think, maybe this person's point of inflexibility. I do have some negotiation stories related to work, but before I do that, Zephyr, do you mind if I share these photos that you just sent me? Hey, Spike. Yes, we are the alive humans. I'm glad that you're... okay. I'll just wait for later then. We'll get the real thing. So the attempts that I have tried to negotiate at a job, after I got fired from enough jobs, the last job I got fired from, I went into it, and my director, the lady that hired me, was gifted and ADHD herself. So she was neurodivergent and gifted. And so that was one of the reasons why she hired me, and our relationship was so good until we fired me, because we did have that common experience with neurodivergence and giftedness. So when we were filling out my paperwork and she was actually hiring me and onboarding me, I told her, I said, I don't want to get fired from this job like all my other jobs. I said, and I had this list that my last job gave me. If they call it progressive discipline. So like if there's an issue, there's like it's a stepped disciplinary procedure that they go through. So the first time they pull you aside and talk to you. The second time they give you a warning. The third time they might do some counseling with you or whatever. And then eventually they work up to getting fired. And so I showed her that, and I said, if there's any issues with me at this job, can we do this progressive discipline thing? And she looked at it, and we agreed, and she even put it in my HR file. So when I got fired, she didn't do any of that. She just went straight to fire. She never talked to me. I had no clue there was an issue. I got pulled into a meeting one day, and she had all this paperwork laid out that she wanted me to sign. Otherwise, she was going to fire me. And so the times I have attempted to negotiate the best outcome for myself, the other people are the ones that don't stick to it. I don't think it's my negotiation skills. I think it's on their end, and I don't know what to do about somebody just flat out lying to my face during a negotiation, and then not honoring what we negotiate.
Well, I mean, was it in any way tied to your employment contract that that would be followed? Because if she violates your employment contract, then you would have some sort of legal claim.
It was in the session where I was signing all that paperwork, and so I brought that in myself, and she agreed to it, and she added it to my HR file, but we didn't sign anything saying that. So it was like a verbal. I just trusted it.
Well, I think the thing.
And when I told her that, I said, "What? I thought we had that agreement," and she acted like she didn't remember, because that was like 2 years earlier. She just didn't even remember that we made that agreement. But it's not like when I reminded her, she's like, "Oh yeah, you're right. Okay, let me back all this up." She just dismissed it like, "Well, I'm not going to listen to it anyway. I'm still going to fire you."
Yeah, I think the one thing too about the negotiations is you need it in writing. So when it Seeking Alpha, for example, or if it's not written, it needs to be recorded. So when I would do sales conversations, those are all recorded calls. So we can always pull it up and then say, the verbal agreement was there and we have record of it, right? The important thing is record of the agreement. And it could be that what you're signing, I don't know, but it could say that, you accept that this is how disputes will be resolved and that you may be terminated in this way or the other based on our policies and not what you informally agree with the hiring manager. And then with Seeking Alpha, when they say, can you do this? And I say, no, it's not enough. And then they say, well, we'll just pay you more. Well, they've written out that they'll pay me more. And if I ever needed to, I could say, hey, they emailed me,
That's what I should do.
From an official email, right? So, I mean, if nothing else, an email is something. Keep record of it and make sure she's doing it on the company email and in her official capacity. Make sure the timestamp shows that it happened during business hours, right? That's something. And there's at least a possibility. You know what? This is a great thing to bring Lawyer Chick on.
Lawyer Chick.
I worked at a law firm. I'm kind of.
In fact, I have another question. Oh my God, Lawyer Chick. There's a whole topic I would like to do with you soon.
Get her ass up here. Get her ass up here. Maybe not now, but
Well, she might charge us billable hours. I don't.
If she's trying to make streaming content, then this is what she needs to do.
But you know what? I don't think it's my way or the highway. I have negotiated things on this stream. I have negotiated super chat deals that I've honored. I have negotiated chat goals. People have live stream examples of me negotiating things all the time and honoring them. I have very firm lines that I won't cross because I'm trying to build a certain type of community here, so I can't bend on that kind of stuff. But within those parameters, I think I'm very flexible and willing to negotiate or collaborate or make deals or whatever. So
funny, Jeff.
I dispute this my way or the highway thing. And oh, by the way, okay, I'm going to share this. Zephyr sent me, I guess this is from last year. Oh, wait. Zephyr, I think it might have your name on it. I don't know if it could potentially dox you. Here, you know what I'll do? I'll try to. Oh, it won't let me open it in a tab. Well, we could just wait for today if you want. I love to collaborate. Oh, okay. Well, I'll go ahead and share then. This is Zephyr from last year. Look how cool. I love the black light.
Yeah, that is pretty cool.
Wow. And she's gearing up tonight too. Love the flower. Wow, thank you so much for sharing that. Oh, let me see. Okay, here is what chat says. It's the abilities that help individuals communicate, persuade, and reach mutually beneficial agreements with others. Communication is one. Clear, active listening and effective speaking are essential. It includes expressing needs, understanding others' perspectives, and reading nonverbal cues. Why should nonverbal cues be a part of negotiation if the idea is to get everything verbalized and written down? What the hell do nonverbal cues have to do with any of that?
Well, I think in terms of influencing people into what they will ultimately agree to write down, if you notice their nonverbal cues, you'll notice what they clearly like, or maybe what their vulnerabilities are. So
There's a reason that I use words, because to cut through, I think language is superior to that. So if I can rationally make a case for something and persuade someone with logic and reason, I feel like that supersedes all of that shit. So why should I have to regress to the not like grunts and points and stuff when I have a more sophisticated way to refine what we're trying to do and get really granular? Like a non-verbal thing shouldn't even come into that if we're making a rational negotiation based on logic.
That's because not everyone's rational, right?
Well, then maybe they're bad at negotiation and not me.
I mean, it could be the case, but the bottom line is.
But that's what I'm saying, Zephyr. In negotiation, they're supposed to be explicit about the intent. Otherwise, how can you negotiate? So why should you have to read and infer an intent in something that in a process that's designed to be as clear and unambiguous as possible? I'm so confused right now. I'm having a meltdown over it.
Well,
this is crazy making to me.
I think it just gets to the fact that the assumption is that if you are negotiating with someone, it may not be because they have the clearest way to communicate what the terms should be, or that
then they are the bad negotiators, not me. They have no business negotiating if they can't clearly communicate their needs.
Okay, but there's one potential issue that may just be an inevitability, is that they have something you want or even need, and there's nobody else who can provide it for you, and so you have to negotiate with that person.
Well, I'm not making the assumption. Like, that's a very specific context. I'm not making the assumption that they're the only person.
People may find themselves in that situation, for example. So you have to pay attention to these other things, like, because some people are just, they can't speak with articulation very well.
Then those are not the people I should be negotiating with. That's what it seems like to me.
No, but it may be very well be the case that they're the ones who get to say yes or no, that they have all the power.
Vibes are not more honest than words, because if you put me in the room with 10 people, they're going to get 10 different vibes for me. So how is that more honest? That's so ambiguous. It leaves it's like open-ended, where it's like a Rorschach blob. That is not more honest than specificity and direct communication. It says nonverbal communication plays a significant role in negotiation, even though it might seem that such a rational, fact-based process should be purely verbal and explicit. Yes, it does seem that way. Negotiations are fundamentally social interactions, and nonverbal cues influence the process in several ways. Building rapport and trust, I think I do that just fine. Reinforcing verbal messages. See, I don't understand this. If you tell me something, I'm going to rely on that regardless of what your nonverbal stuff is doing. Is it saying that I'm supposed to take what someone's telling me and be skeptical or suspicious and not believe them because their body's doing something different than what they're telling me? I don't understand that.
Well, a lot of people realize that if they can detect what it is you want or what you're afraid of, and they seize on that, they'll be able to get the negotiation that they want. And like when I worked at that law firm, and I would talk to people about hiring our office for legal services, and we get to things like usually they would quibble over the price. Sometimes they would quibble about the details of the actual service itself, like what they get for the price versus not. And it's very clear that they were trying to intimidate us into lowering price, like, oh, if you don't do this or give me this price, I'll go find someone else. And what I had to do in turn was remain confident and communicate my confidence beyond simply saying this is what the price is, so that they would realize, oh, I can't bully him. This really is the best I can get, and I'm not going to be able to psych him out. And that would often get them to come around and ultimately give us their business at the price we want, and with the terms of service that we want, and save us some time in like just going back and forth, right? So there were these nonverbal aspects. I guess you could say they're all kind of verbal since it's over the phone, but just things in my tone, right? The speed at which I'm speaking.
That's
not
tone policing.
not the word.
I don't think people understand what autism is and how this works against us. I'm trying to change all that shit, or I'm trying to find people that autistic people can negotiate with that don't rely on that. I'm getting very frustrated that this is the norm, and like I'm not some crazy out there person for taking the position I'm taking. I don't have to capitulate to something that's inferior to a different way of doing things just because it's the norm. I'm not going to get bullied by mediocrity into accepting that this is the standard for negotiation when I can come up with a better one.
Well, I mean, it depends on how many successful negotiations you want, because a lot of times, most times, the person on the other side of the negotiation isn't going to be autistic, and they're going to be responding to different things, and so it's a matter of what outcome you want at that point.
Well, I asked the AI, and this is what it said. Here are some ways autistic people can thrive in negotiations. Leverage verbal precision and clarity. That is what I try to do. I am so pedantically precise about my language, specifically for this reason. Autistic individuals often excel in clear, direct communication, which can cut through ambiguity and make negotiations more transparent. I think that is superior to the nonverbal. So if I have the ability to do this, why would I do it in a way that's inferior to this way? Like this is an advanced, a better way of doing it. So if I can offer this, why would I offer less than this? By focusing on being more concise and straightforward, autistic negotiators can prevent misunderstandings and establish mutual understanding without needing to read between the lines. So it's like people use the nonverbal because they're not capable of doing it in a clearer way. And because I am, then I should be allowed to do it that way and not have to constrain myself by the limitations of other people. That's my position on it. It also says ask direct questions rather than relying on nonverbal cues. Ask specific, clarifying questions, which I do all the time. Set up clear boundaries and expectations. Establish goals, limits, and structures from the start. And I do that. Like I say what my boundaries are, what I'm willing to do and not do. I've said that on this channel over and over. Use written communication or visual aids. Build rapport in familiar environments. Acknowledge your needs transparently. So like if I go in there and say, hey, I'm autistic, I don't do all this nonverbal shit. If you can't do it the verbal way, then don't negotiate with me. Like just put it out there up front. And then that's going to force them to switch to my way of, maybe it is my way or the highway. But I think my way's better. So in that case, I'm going to choose the highway if I have to do it. I can't do anything at a lower level than I'm wired or designed to do it. I don't know. I don't have a lower gear that I could shift into. I'm sorry, I just don't.
So I think it's also possible that we're kind of talking about two different things, right? Like, I think you're talking about the norm or system of negotiation that should predominate, and then I think I'm talking about treating every negotiation as something in context, where the assumption is that if you're in there negotiating, you want the deal to go through, and then it's a matter of what are the tools at your disposal to use to make sure that it occurs successfully.
The ones it's telling me right now. It also says play to your strengths. We're highly analytical and detail-oriented, traits that are invaluable in negotiation. But they're not invaluable because nobody's seeking them out. Focus on data, facts, and logical reasoning. And then build a framework for feedback, asking for honest, explicit feedback after. Feedback doesn't do anything for me. If you can't tell me in the moment, it's not gonna mean anything to me after the fact.
Yeah. So like the detail thing, right? If we think about how that hybridize, can sort of or pair well with nonverbal things. If people can give you a lot of detail, but they're like, you can see on their face, they're very clearly happy to share those.
But that's just it. I can't see on their face.
Well, I know that maybe you can't, but I'm just saying, I'm like the general you, right? Like, a lot of people will respond to that well. They'll see, oh, this person is emotionally comfortable with the information that he's giving me, probably because there's merit to it. They are picking that up in an instant. Whereas if you notice how like uncomfortable Kamala Harris seems all the time, when she makes a media appearance, she's basically always negotiating with the.
But see, I wouldn't negotiate with her because she could never give me a direct answer to a question, and I would keep pushing her until I got my answers. I wouldn't rely on her nonverbal stuff. I would cut through all of that shit and get something direct out of her.
I think to a point though, you've noticed that she's often uncomfortable in an interview.
Yeah, she seems very insecure and nervous.
Right, and so that's showing that when it comes to the actual like her merits, that there's something missing, and that's why she's uncomfortable. Now, some people could be extremely confident and still totally full of shit, but it's rarely ever the case that somebody really has it all. They have all the right stuff, and they don't know it, and they're uncomfortable with it. Like those, it would be like somebody. It would take somebody who is really good at something, but has like scores really high in the neuroticism scale as well, right? So they're like, top of what they do, but also top of just being in panic mode a lot, and that's not a lot of people. And usually, being good at something gives you confidence, right? It reduces your neuroticism. It gives you a sense of self.
Well, it gives me confidence until I'm told this kind of stuff, and it's like no matter how good your skills are, if you can't do it in an inferior way, then your skills don't count for anything. Like all of these excellent skills you have count for nothing if you can't also do the crappy version of them.
Yeah. So and I'll sort of bring up an interesting example because it's negotiation in an abstract, right? It's not like, I think we're talking more in the context of a contract is signed by both parties. And,
I mean, I think I did fine during the Monopoly game.
And I'm not even going to talk about the Monopoly game.
Well, I am, because that's an example of negotiation. It's like a real world concrete example that's very recent and fresh in our memories.
But like, let's take a look at like with Not Laws, right? I pointed out to Not Laws, I said, Not Laws, notice this. When you try to push your like left wing, which you and I often consider woke, point of view in the chat toward Jeff, he usually gets a negative response from you, right? You disagree with him, you double down, you say, Not Laws, that's some bullshit, and then I pointed out and I said to him, now notice when I was saying the stuff about women in gaming, and you almost took like a Not Laws position, and you were even saying, "Oh, I feel a bit."
Yeah, that's
like,
the most woke
like,
I've ever felt.
Right.
Probably.
So I pointed that out because what you're doing there, even though, yeah, you are Asperger, and that's a lot of what you do is very straight and to the point. A lot of that difference there, the observable part is nonverbal, and I pointed that out to Not Laws, and I said, and I basically
But all of my reactions with Not Laws are verbal. I have no nonverbal.
Well, like
data from him whatsoever.
So some of it's verbal, but like some of like the emotion.
It's all textual. Like everything that happens in this chat is verbal to me. It's textual. I don't see any of the body language of the chat. I don't read their emotions or anything. All I see are words. That's all verbal.
What I mean is that Not Laws' stuff isn't nonverbal. What Not Laws gets to observe in you and stream, much of it is nonverbal.
Right. So he gets the nonverbal version of me, but I don't get a nonverbal version
so
of him. I only have the verbal.
And you probably saw me in Discord sort of conveying that to him, and I said, Not Laws, look at the clues Jeff is giving you, even if accidentally, right? Because it's essentially, I'm explaining to him in that he's trying to negotiate his beliefs with you, you could say, right? About maybe why something on the left is a good idea. And I'm like, and I said, look, notice this, Not Laws. I did a better job of getting that side of Jeff out than you have, and you're actively trying to do that. So clearly there's something going on here where you need to hit Jeff from the right angle, and you see evidence of it. You should work with that, right? And so this is, I think, where the nonverbal stuff is important, because even if we aspire to be extremely concise and coherent and to the letter, we passively or intuitively give a lot of nonverbal cues, right? So, like you're probably, to the extent that you have nonverbal cues, I think you would describe it, Jeff, as spurging out, right?
But
Like,
there's no nonverbal cue I give that would contradict anything I'm saying verbally. Like if I'm saying verbally, then I mean it, and that's what I'm going to say it, mean it, do it. So nonverbal has nothing to do with that those three things linking up into a chain, and that's what I look for. I
no,
guess maybe the mean it could tell you if they mean it or not.
Well, I think the nonverbal stuff can show your emotional resonance with some things, right? So, if he tells you a bunch of left-wing stuff that you think is stupid and you start spurging out, that's when that law says if he really wants his ideas to get through, that's when he just needs to shut the fuck up and rethink his approach, right? And then, he should especially think that when I then explain to him, hey, look, I got him feeling like a wokester somehow, and I wasn't trying to push a left-wing view on him, but nevertheless, I somehow drew it out of him organically. Maybe you need to figure out that, right? And that's mostly you did explicitly say I'm feeling more woke, but there's a lot of nonverbal stuff to this as well, in terms of, maybe how passionately, because you talk about your Cajun side, you're not always firing off, right? You're not always in sass mode, but there are definitely some things that bring it out more. And one thing, like if we talk about Donald Trump, is that he's often been said to be really good at reading a room, reading a crowd, and always being able to sort of figure out what that person responds to. And that's what has made him so convincing. And someone who worked with Trump, in the real estate business in the 70s and the 80s, and then talked about him later, said that he may not be the best businessman, but he is quite possibly the best salesman they've ever met, because he was really good at being able to identify what you really liked or what your vulnerabilities were and seizing on it in the course of deal making, and knowing how to make the negotiation go his way based on that. And so I think in a more perfect world, people would not do that. I don't want to live in a world where the default approach to negotiation is high pressure sales tactics that it takes advantage of the nonverbal stuff. And I think the more clearly communicated things are, the more people, when they say something.
Well, the AI backs me up, because it specifically says a negotiation process that values directness and clarity is beneficial not just for autistic people, but for everyone involved. So it seems to be saying that that's the negotiation ideal too. So if I'm able to achieve the ideal, why would I give anything less?
I don't even know if it's necessarily give anything less, but it's and I'm not even saying you should aspire to notice the nonverbal stuff or make an effort to do so. But occasionally you may do. I think occasionally you do notice some of the nonverbal things. It's just not as normal, nearly as normal for you as people who aren't autistic, right? But if you did notice that, and that's information you have, you think, well, I know this about this person. They're responding in this way. That information can only help you in the course of your negotiation, right?
Maybe. I'm remembering that not only was I moved up to VIP at this call, they handpicked the members of the different teams that they thought were giving the best service, because they were rolling out this VIP card and they wanted the top customer service people to service the high tier customers, and I was picked for that team. So they obviously didn't think I was this half retarded little swamp rat or whatever, or they would not have picked me. And then I remember working a political conference in Vegas one year, and I volunteered, and I showed up at the volunteer meetings, and they were assessing everybody's skills and where they belong, and they said you would be perfect with VIP. So they put me at the VIP table, registering all of the speakers and the guests that were coming to the conference to speak. And I met all these political figures, these bloggers. In fact, they pulled me off of the VIP table because Barbara Boxer was going to be one of the speakers, and they came
Oh.
specifically, and she needed an escort to escort her from the limo to the backstage, and then from the backstage to the press box. And they came to me and they said, Jeff, you would be perfect to be her escort. And I got to escort Barbara Boxer that day. So they would not have come to me for those roles if they didn't see something in me that was valuable, despite how I talk, despite how I move, etc., etc. So there are environments where those are recognized as strengths, and I don't have to adapt to this nonverbal bullshit. And I think it's just finding those environments more than me changing who I am.
Well, let's think about the nature of adaptation, right? It's, I think a lot of it isn't, you don't always have to adapt, but you know how to if that's something you choose to do.
I don't know how to, or I would do it. And I go back to like being gay, like when we were asked to adapt to a norm that was not natural to us, and we constantly said no, 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 that's not who we are. This is our norm. This is who we are. And to me, it's the same. Like, why would you ask an autistic person to be less autistic just to make neurotypicals happy, instead of letting them be themselves? Because that's where their strengths are going to be, where they can most be themselves. And I asked the chat what exactly constitutes nonverbal communication, and it broke it down to this. It says facial expressions, eye contact, how often, how long someone looks at the. I don't pay attention to any of that. I wouldn't even know how to decode it if I did. Body language, which is posture, stance, movements. I tell people all the time, don't go by my body language, because they always get it wrong. Every time somebody says, oh, you seem this or you seem that, I'm like, no, that's not what I am.
I only use your body language.
Gestures, tone of voice, touch, physical space like body space, proxemics, appearance, presentation, deportment, and then timing and pacing. I hate that all this shit's used against me, because it's mostly noise. It's not clarifying the signal for people. It's clouding it with a bunch of irrelevant noise, and it's preventing them from focusing on my words, which is where I am putting 99% of my effort into making sure that my words are in such a way that I can be clearly understood. It's so frustrating.
Mm-hmm. And I would say that, like, if I were, let's say, in a negotiation with somebody that I thought was autistic, and I would think if somebody considered themselves a good negotiator, right, they would notice if somebody was either that way or very likely that way and adjust accordingly. So, like,
in my experience, they don't. Like, neurotypical people are really bad at identifying neurodivergence and not making other assumptions about it.
I would say that that's probably true for your average person, but if we're talking about a negotiator being a good negotiator, so this isn't necessarily the majority of people, but whatever percentage of people would actually make for good negotiators, they are going to pay attention to that, right? They're going to notice, oh, Jeff is probably on the spectrum.
I wonder if there's a way to test that. Do we have any people out there that consider them good negotiators that would want to come up and contribute?
Again, I did this over the phone, so it's not quite the same as sales in person, but I was the top grossing salesman at the law firm where I worked. So
I was fine on the phone too. I was very successful.
Do you think
at the call center
the fact that it was on the phone was helpful to you?
I don't know. I didn't think about it. Like, none of this was even on the radar at the time. Nobody said anything. We didn't even know I was autistic. I was just Jeff, and I was doing my job, and everybody appreciated what I was doing.
Well, if you can at least analyze it in retrospection, as limited as that may be, as in the moment, do you think it helped?
I don't know, because there were no data points. There were no incidences where somebody came to me with any kind of issue or problem related to anything about me. Like, one thing they measured was like how much positive customer feedback you get. So if you're helping a customer, and this is why when I'm on a call at a call center, if they do a really good job, I ask for a supervisor, or I ask how I can give them a comp call, and sometimes they'll transfer me to supervisor, and I'll give feedback to that supervisor that this person was really helpful, etc. And then that goes on their record, and it counts toward their like performance score. I got more of those in a month than most people get in a year.
That's good. I want to put a pin in that, Jeff. King Philip said, "You have a good negotiator, Joe." Hey, who is the good negotiator that I have? You maybe want to highlight that. I don't. If you could elaborate on that, Philip. Um, whom do I have? But yeah,
So I only have like positive feedback to go by of people telling me, "Oh, look, you got another customer comp award or something.
well,
You're doing really good on the phone. The customers are finding you helpful, et cetera, et cetera." But none of it was tied to the way I talk, my head, like how I move, anything like that. It was all feedback for doing a good job. I never got negative feedback of, "Oh, you're not doing this right. A customer had a problem with this, this, and this." I never got any of that type of, and that's the kind of feedback that would have indicated that some of this stuff is a
oh,
problem.
well, thank you, Philip. He was saying I'm a good negotiator for you, Jeff. That's what he was saying.
Well, then I don't know. I I I don't know. I don't have it. Like that's what I'm wondering is how we test all. Like how can we test all
I'm
of
not
this?
sure what I've negotiated for you. That especially in a way
I
that
was
you did.
bringing up the Monopoly game for a reason because that's the most recent example of me
Yeah.
doing several negotiations in one short period of time that we can look at, and you just hand waved all that away.
I mean, we can talk about it. When I said I'm not going to talk about it, what I meant to say is it wasn't the example I would bring up. Not that I'm shutting off the willingness to discuss it. So if you would like to unpack Monopoly examples and the negotiations that occurred in
I
the
mean,
game,
I think we all did. I think some people made some bad deals, but I think the process of negotiation, of like negotiating, went well for each person. Like when I tried to negotiate with Spike, I think it went fine. When I tried to negotiate with Leggy, I think I used good negotiation. Like I can't think of anything that I did poorly that caused the deal to not be what I was trying to get it to be.
if I could maybe guess some things that did not serve Leggy well, and these are I think in negotiating, and they're more of the nonverbal type of stuff, or they're not based on what he strictly said. Um, is one, he got off to a really good start. He got both the utilities right away, and then you guys landed on it, and he pretty much made back all the money he put into the utilities within like 3 turns. So one, he kind of looked like he was keeping people down, and then he was really unwilling to budge with all the money and stuff that he had. And I think that left a bad taste in some folks' mouth. And I also think with Leggy's voice, his like main accent, it doesn't sound like a naturally friendly accent, I think, to most people. And so that probably didn't help either, even though I think most people on the panel like Leggy.
It wasn't a barrier for me.
Maybe not for you, right? But maybe the couple of
Well, I
other
mean, the
folks.
people involved in the, because you could say the same thing about Vinny. Vinny has a unique accent too, but the accents, I think, for the players involved, which we were the ones actually doing the negotiation, I don't think the accents were a barrier for anybody that night.
Yeah, and I also think with Spike, welcome by the way, he
Hey, Spike. Hey, Mike.
he has a likability factor, and I think what helped him is he just didn't put his foot in his mouth throughout the night, and he ended up getting a really good deal ultimately. He did negotiate with you, but he didn't get a lot of negative attention his way, and sometimes in Monopoly that's all you have to do.
Do you think anybody did?
I think Leggy, yeah, was not. I think he was hurting his optics as the game went on, as he got good properties that made him a little money, but they weren't quite good enough to clinch the game, and he really did need to leverage his position better to get something going. And he has that gruff accent that when he says no, it sounds, I think, a bit more like it's a harsh way of saying no.
That's so subjective, though. Like, it didn't bother me
It
at
is
all.
It is subjective, but I could see how it could maybe have if we think about other emotional influences throughout the course of the game, it could have stacked with other things, right? Because negotiations, you got to stack all of your advantages and minimize all of your disadvantages.
I didn't observe anything that indicated that it did, though.
Yeah.
Spike, are you out and about?
Yes, sir. But I wanted to check in since you were talking about Monopoly. The Monopoly champ is here.
What's a
Just
champ?
kidding.
Somebody that didn't even really win one game? I thought championship implies a series of games.
You hate me talking about my championship.
Well, I'm just you know how precise we're talking about clarity and precision. I was just confused by the word championship because we
Yeah.
just played one game and the victory was not even decisive. So that seems like
Yeah. Let's
a
negotiate.
bold claim to make.
It would need to be, I think, a bigger like event or series for you to be the champion. So we'll just say you were the winner. Is that fair?
Okay, that's cool.
But
Okay.
technically, he
No,
wasn't. The game.
I actually hopped up because talking about Monopoly, I think I coincidentally got lucky because I didn't really initiate many trades or negotiations. I just sort of accepted them, or I waited till good ones were offered to me.
That's a
Which was,
negotiating strategy.
yeah, I didn't plan that. It just sort of happened. Because yeah, you guys were everyone else was like offering nonstop, like different deals, and I just kept sitting there like, when's the one that's going to tickle my brain?
Yeah.
You know?
No, and basically, I think what you did well is you saw a good deal. Jeff offered you the orange monopoly, and you did not overcomplicate it. You basically just shut up and took it.
My best negotiation was the free ice cream on Park Place. I'm gonna make a T-shirt. This is free ice cream on Park Place.
Yeah, I would agree. I think that was because I think our negotiation went fine, Spike and I. The game itself had a limitation to it that did not allow Spike to honor his negotiation. But the deal itself, I think, would have benefited both of us.
I also think there's that thing that happens with Monopoly where you know it's not real money. So at a certain point, you just sort of want to take deals that maybe you wouldn't really take in real life.
Yeah, in order to get the game over, like, I know that some people do that. That's why a contest would be better, because if you actually fucking win something, then, well, at least you get something for winning, right?
Yeah, maybe since money is sort of hard to trade on YouTube, maybe it could be for wrenches.
There's that, or maybe like what I'm thinking of doing for my channel. I need to actually get this set up. I should probably do it this night or this weekend. Is essentially like fundraise for a contest. I'll pair it with like membership. I'll make a server because Abe was saying I should make a server. I'll be like, pay for server membership. The member dues will go toward a Monopoly contest that I'll host in like maybe a month or so. And then we'll continue to we'll just fundraise during that time, and then whoever wins the contest gets a chunk of the pot that is raised through the memberships and such.
Another game I think would be a lot of fun on a panel. I think Mike's in chat. I can't see the chat when I'm on my phone, but Battleship. That game is so fun.
Yeah, I like Battleship. That's a 2-player, huh? That would be. We wouldn't need as many players. We could do rounds, and then another person could come up and play the winner.
You can even do team Battleship where each person gets to like E4, and then Joe goes next. B9.
Yeah, we could do that. They probably have it online. I bet Tabletop even has it.
I don't know if I'd want to play Battleship.
I would do it.
Maybe if I had a kid,
you sunk my Battleship.
But
yeah, play Battleship online.
Let me take a look at what Zephyr's saying. Oh, Zephyr is talking about Town of Salem?
Oh wow, this is so cool.
So,
you get to place your ships and everything. Here's a taste of it. Wow. Here, stick it there for now. All right, ready to go. How do you start? How do you start it? Oh, I guess you have to have other players. Okay. Wow! Oh!
Yes! That looked
All right,
awesome.
there's potential.
I mean, Battleship isn't an awful game. Like it's better than Tic Tac Toe, but
That was more exciting. That few seconds was more exciting than most of that Monopoly game.
it's definitely fun when there's explosions as
If
part
you
of
can
the.
blow up properties in Monopoly, that would be way more fun.
Yeah,
Oh,
but
that's a crazy idea.
Maybe you can in that Insanity Monopoly.
Zephyr was talking about Town of Salem, which she got last night, it seems, and she played some, and she was talking about she negotiated in that game. Well, there's some negotiating in Town of Salem, certainly. Like,
Right, and
game,
that's all nonverbal. Like, there's no. I mean, there's all verbal. There's no nonverbal in Town of Salem.
it's verbal, but you can maybe try to imagine some tonal things in it. So,
How? Wait, explain that to me.
so yeah, I'll explain one
Like
thing.
written tone of in writing. How writers write with certain tones.
Yeah. So, one thing I did in the game I played right before I hopped in the stream, the one where I nicknamed myself Donald Trump, is it was getting down to the wire. There was like a few town. There was the jester, and there were like 2 mafia members left. And if we, didn't play our cards right, the mafia would be able to, like gridlock during the lynching phase, and then just pick us off in the night. And so I wanted to make sure I survived the night and was able to get an execution. And so I asked someone who I believed to be town, because I had already jailed them and held them that night, but I didn't execute them. I said, "Hey, are you the jailer?" And I did that because I thought the mafia was going to try and go for the jailer because they were probably trying to figure out who the jailer was. So I did not get executed that night. And then later on, I said, "Okay, I'm the jailer." And so they're like, "Well, why did you ask who the jailer was if you're the jailer?" And obviously that looked suspicious. So I said that to throw off the mafia, so they wouldn't kill me. And then they didn't, because it was a smart thing to do. And I sort of reiterated it was a smart thing to do, which is more the tonal part of it, right? It's kind of like almost what the actual Trump would say. It was like it was a smart thing to do. I'm smart. That's why I did it. And it wasn't. It was a little bit more than just the straight information. It was a way for me to communicate my confidence in my decision in a way that I can't do because they would not be able to see my face or hear my voice. I had to figure out ways to translate it into text, like take nonverbal cues and translate it into a verbal equivalent, and which you wouldn't normally do in person. And that helped. It convinced him, and we were able to end up winning the game because of that. So there was sort of like this. I was anticipating how people would respond, right, and how they would feel about it, and factoring that into my choice of words.
This sounds like the salesman conversation from last night again.
Was I involved in that? I don't remember.
No, you
I
had gone to
think you
bed.
dropped. Yeah, I think you dropped right before it got intense.
Me and Mike talked about me selling cars for like a couple hours.
You know what I was
as
thinking
a
about?
part-time income, or not even just cars, anything really.
No,
Anything male, like because if I find the right product, it's going to be more of a male environment, and I think the social norms will be.
Yeah, Jeff, you should be doing the referrals I talked about. You should be in on that. You got the main network. You're the central node in the nexus.
To your
Yeah.
Well, they're not going to listen to me. I don't know how to negotiate. I do all the nonverbal stuff wrong. So you're the negotiator.
They don't have to listen to you. They just have to know you and be like, "Yo, Joe can write a stock article for you," and they'll be like, "Cool, thanks for telling me, Jeff." Tell you what, Jeff, if you
that is considered listening to me. Like they're gonna, if it doesn't go in one ear and out the other, that is listening to me. But it's going to go in one ear and out the other.
Okay.
The better thing to do would be to write up something that I could promote or point to, or create like a little video I could play, like a little ad I could play periodically. Because if it comes from that, it's gonna stick in their brain a lot better if it comes from me talking about it.
I've actually thought about making a video myself for stuff like that. I probably need
But
to.
let's test it. Give your pit. Tell them what you would want them to know, and then let me do my version of how I would communicate it.
Okay, what I would want them to know is that, one, I write Stark articles that I intend to publish on Seeking Alpha, but I can make it so they'll be able to read it as well. It'll be like a 2 to 5 minute read, and it'll basically cover whether or not I think a stock is a buy or a don't buy. And I'll even say what I think a fair value for the stock is, and the important key factors to look at not only now but going forward, just to give you just a good rundown of that business. And it'll be looking at it from that point of view. And so that's what somebody gets if they're willing to pay me to get an article published. It'll vary what price I'd want to set depending on the actual stock, but I would say most people can expect an upfront cost of $20 to $50. And then if I receive that payment from the person who wants the article, the person who referred them gets $5.
Okay. Well, the way I would say it is, hey, if you're out there and you have a particular company, if you're thinking of investing and have a particular company that you would like analyzed, Joe offers that as a service. You can contact me if you have any friends out there that are looking for that, and you refer them to Joe. He will give you $5 as a referral fee. I would do it something like that, just kind of real casual, informal. Work it into a conversation, or if it came up in topic, or as part of like my regular announcements, etc.
There you go. That works. That's fine. It doesn't have to be something where you're actively trying to, throw a hook in their mouth and reel them in. They should swim.
Yeah, I'm just trying to give them the
you.
information, and then their brain will figure out if, oh, yeah, I do have a friend that was interested in this company or not. Or they might say, okay, no, doesn't apply to me. I'll just ignore it for now, but it's good to know for the future.
I did a little recon. I don't know where you are in Washington, but I was looking up the biggest call centers in the state of Washington. Like, I know Colorado had a whole bunch. It took over a whole bunch 4 years ago because of the time zone. But what I was thinking about, which might behoove you, and Joe wasn't there last night, so I didn't mention it, but Joe would probably know about this stuff, is being an opener for private placement investments. That's something I tried out 15 years ago. I didn't have a Series 7 license, so I wasn't allowed to close deals in the investment world, but being an opener, you won't make the 40% or whatever they make when they close deals in private placement investments, but you'll make 20%. It's good money if you find the right products or investment opportunities, but
What would I
opening,
Google to look for those, opener? It's called openers.
well, that's where Joe would probably know more, because I don't know much about investing as
Do
far
you
as
know
that.
the role he's talking about?
I am kind of vaguely familiar with it. I remember we generally learned that there are different compensation roles and which rules apply to what, and what you're allowed to do or not, or how you're allowed to sell or promote financial services. So it was something I had to learn for the purpose of getting my own series license. But
yeah, I almost went for a Series 5, but it still wouldn't have been a Series 7 where I can close actual stock deals or whatnot. But
yeah,
the great thing is that where Jeff shines, I think it's being an opener is being personable and being an informationalist. So I was very good at giving all the good points and all the details, but then I'd have somebody come in and slam the deal, close it. Which I always thought I could have closed that deal, but I just wasn't allowed to, kind of thing.
I think I'm pretty decent at being hospitable and communicating information, like making people feel welcomed and pleasant about the interaction and giving accurate information and the information that they're at. Plus, I worked at a university library for several years when I was in college, so I know that's people come in to access information all day long, and I help them find it.
Yeah, you're very communicative and you're
But
personable.
I think maybe I have a complex from living up here because I've never had these issues before I moved here. I feel like there's so many things that work against me that are nonverbal. Like, what's the point of even trying to offer the things I'm good at if it's going to get swamped and eclipsed by all the nonverbal noise?
In my experience, at least I haven't done much sales type of work. When I did do anything sales related, I did more what they would call a retention officer. So I would save
Oh
people from,
yeah, yeah.
yeah, that you'd be good at that
I
too.
was good. I'm good. I am good at retention. I'm a customer recovery. Like in jobs where the customers are pissed off and they're like, "I'm never shopping here again," blah blah blah. I love turning them around and keeping their loyalty. I was really good at that. Hey, Panelverse.
What I enjoyed was rescuing a sale. This isn't retention, but it's kind of similar in that another legal assistant had completely fumbled in the first phone call, and then I call them back and I talk to them and be like, "Hey, they don't know what the fuck they're talking about. Let me tell you how this works." And they're like, "Oh wow, you made me feel so much better about this. I'm going with you guys." And I'm like,
Yeah. See, that seems like a valuable skill. I don't know why I could do something like that.
No, I think you
Except I'm
could.
sure people would find reasons why I could not do something like that.
it's like, "Oh, but the last legal assistant said this." Well, you know why Katie said that? Because Katie is fucking stupid and I'm not.
Right.
I'm definitely realizing that listening to a panel and speaking on a panel is so much easier with the phone as far as the audio goes.
Interesting.
Oh, are you just like on a phone, like you're on a phone call?
Yeah, well, I'm always on my tabletop mic and my computer when I'm on YouTube. Very rarely am I on my phone. That's why I'm chatting in the chat. It's a different, it's basically like a secondary account, Spike's Bite.
Oh, that's yeah. I thought that was somebody coming to troll you.
And I gotta say, Jeff, I was disappointed about how long it took them to publish my Microsoft article. It finally published today, and it's not making much money. I might be lucky if it like gets the usual like minimum range by the end of the month.
Microsoft was the company you were analyzing.
Yeah, it was the one I was waiting for. It seemed like it took forever,
Yeah.
and normally like a stock like that, it's one of the Magnificent Seven.
What are the seven? Microsoft, Amazon, Google,
Microsoft, Amazon, Google, Tesla,
Facebook.
Nvidia, Meta, and
Coca-Cola.
no, they're all tech. They're all tech. I can't remember the last one right off the top, but that's not a big deal. But
Let me
anyway,
look it up.
like
It's a big deal if you're interested in information and accurate information. What are they called? Big Seven?
Magnificent Seven. And
Magnificent Seven.
usually, like if you write an article about one of those stocks, you're going to get a lot of views and it's easy money. Like it's like I'm just going to have one opinion out of 50 about this stock, but I'm still going to make money.
Oh my God, it's so obvious.
People want to read about it. What was the last one?
Well, think of Microsoft.
Apple?
Yeah.
Oh, somehow I thought we had said Apple already.
Oh.
Okay.
So Microsoft, Apple, Amazon, Meta, Tesla, Nvidia, and Google, Alphabet, whatever.
Yep, that's right. So yeah, normally those would make easy money. Like even you can make an easy $100 on them probably. But I don't know with the way this is going, I'd be surprised if it got like $80 or say even $70 by the end of the month. My guess it's going to be like a $50 article, $60 article through the whole course of November. So,
what determines the rate? Like how many people click on it, or how useful they find it?
Yeah, basically. Well, how many views you get?
Do you have to have an account, or can a bunch of us just go click on it?
I think it only counts if it's paid subscribers who read it. So if I get a lot of views from people who aren't paid subscribers, it's not going to count because it's like how much are you getting engagement from the people who are paying, and you're basically saying okay, since they're paying and you got X% of their attention, you get X% of what they pay into the system. That's not exactly how it is, but that's the rough logic of how it works. So the views do correlate strongly with my earnings, but it's not a perfect one-to-one. Like for every 100 views, I could expect to earn $5 or something. It's not like that because it depends on what the views are. So and even then, I think after a certain point, it will start to like have diminishing returns on what you get. Like I've noticed that, I can have an article that gets 10 times as many views as something else, but only has maybe 3 or 4 times as many variable earnings. So it suggests to me that there's like some kind of a point where once you get a certain level of earnings, any new earnings you get is like reduced or something. I'm not entirely sure, but that's just what I've noticed.
Do you ever see yourself as having to compete with the AI at some point?
No, because on Seeking Alpha, they're like, we don't want AI.
Well, that's just because they're making that choice. But if the AI demonstrates somewhere that they're superior at analyzing stocks than humans, do you think that might?
That's possible. To a point, quantitative analysis already does pretty well, and like if you can come up with a method for getting good returns, there's that. So you can go with a quantitative analysis system.
What does a human offer that does it? Like, what's your edge?
When it comes to stocks, right? You get to understand the qualitative details of the business, and I think it would be very difficult to train AI on the analysis of individual stocks. I think it would be much easier to train AI on more macro level things affecting the whole market. So you could train AI for maybe ETFs, but with individual stocks, there's a lot of different facts about the business that you have to. And I just like the way generative AI works right now is you need very concrete data that you can use to train a model, and stock analysis. Part of why it's so hard is it's not that concrete, and I think it would be a good while before AI. I'm not saying AI can't. I'm not going to be one of those people that say, "Oh, AI will never be able to do this shit," because I have no reason to think that's true.
I wonder if we're gonna have AI therapists.
I suspect there's going to be a point where AI does pretty much everything, and like we're just spend the rest of our time.
We just sit around and get fat.
Or we play games.
Do panels.
I finally find people who have enough free time to play Mario Party with me. Who knows? Or maybe people just get fat, like in Wall-E. This is one of the more complex parts of investing is analyzing individual companies, because they're complex entities, and you have to simplify what is a complex observation. And there's so much information, and no two companies are the same. So it's something that is difficult even for human beings to do. Most human beings aren't good at it. And then, of course, you still have to take the information and know when to make good decisions with them. And really, the biggest impediment to an investor is probably their own psychology, and not even so much their understanding of the investments. But like, if they can get that part down, their own psychology is going to get quite a lot. Like, there are some winning calls I made in January that if I had bought them, I'd be up like 40-50% in a lot of my positions, and I would have a lot more money right now. But for various reasons, largely because my personal situation was more chaotic. Because you remember, Jeff, this is like right after the IDW charity fell apart, and I'm trying to figure out like, well, what am I going to do? I'll try this stock analysis thing. So I was analyzing stocks, but my mind wasn't quite in the space of making active decisions while I'm doing this analysis. So I wrote formal articles saying this is a buy, but didn't move on it. I didn't think about my own portfolio because I just wasn't devoting my attention there, and that was due to the limits of my psychology at the time. I've since gotten more stability. I make more on average per month now, and I've done it. This will be like in a couple of weeks, it'll have been like a full year that I've been doing this. There's some more consistency as well. I can feel confident about the consistency. And so that's affecting my psychology, and I'm back to thinking more actively about like what decisions do I make about my portfolio. How much have the the funnel of possible investments opened up because I've looked at so many different stocks now, constantly covering them and analyzing them, and those things change. And we talk about AI. AI can write an article. And even then, there's the psychology aspect. I think what's more likely is that if AI is used for anything in investing, it's that it looks for trends in certain investments that are, again, diversified, and does specially timed like buys to enter a position and sells to exit, and follows a lot of like predictors like that. But they don't look at it from a point of, well, based on the fact that this company does this, and the CEO said this, and the product, is of this level of quality because I went to the store and tried it out. Like, I don't think the AIs are going to be close to doing that for, a good while.
Walrus, it depends on what you mean by hip. Do they even have hip? Is hip even a thing anymore? Do they have hipsters? I think it's a hip place. It's more hip to me than a lot of the channels on YouTube. But it might not be your kind of hip. It just depends. Sometimes it gets a little nerdy. Sometimes it gets a little spicy. Sometimes a little dramatic. Sometimes a little weird.
A little weird.
Okay. But welcome. You're welcome. And I might do another long stream today. I went like almost 11 hours yesterday, so many different things can happen in the course of that time span.
Yeah, do more streams. I'm going to get off for a bit, Jeff. I want to go for a walk. It's a bit warmer of a day, so I need to get those walks in before it gets ice cold over here.
Well, have fun.
Yep. I'll see you later, guys.
We'll see you again. Okay, well, that opens the panel up for more people, if anyone wants to come up. Like I said, I'll keep it going if there's a need for it, but I'm definitely not going to sit on here and talk by myself all day. Although I want to look back at the AI, at some of that negotiation stuff, because it's really, it bugs me. I wonder if we're dealing with positive maladjustment or tall poppies here. The V. Oh, good. Oh, yeah, and Zephyr's she's painting herself for Dia de los Muertos tonight, and she's gonna show off her costume. Skynet, is that thing from, what's that movie, Minority Report? Where they detect the crime? I'm not worried about it. I'm all for getting more antisocial people contained in society. The ones that fuck it up for everybody else, if they have little robots that can identify them and get them out of our communities with due process, that's not something I would worry about. It's probably something I would welcome. It's only 1984-ish if it gets abused, but if it works as intended and there's enough checks and balances on it, it could, like, look at our cities now and all the crime and stuff. I think I told you in this recent election that I voted for. In fact, I voted today. I want to figure out. Okay, this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to play the video I uploaded this morning because I tried to upload it as a short and I don't know why it didn't. So I voted today. I dropped off my ballot and I'm going to play the video and maybe somebody can tell me why it's not a short or how to make it into a short, because that was my intention. And so one of the things on that ballot was there was a local tax that they wanted to add more money to for public safety or like hiring new deputies, expanding the police force, cleaning up public parks, getting the streets clean, that kind of stuff. So I definitely voted for that tax. And so if they would have if there's like a Skynet version that can help with that, since they're already asking for a tax to increase that kind of stuff, I would go along with that. All right. So I uploaded it in YouTube Studio. They have an entire tab that said shorts. So I went to the shorts tab and it said upload your video. So I took this video from my phone and I uploaded it into YouTube. Or actually, I put it on my laptop and then I uploaded it from there to YouTube, thinking it would upload as a short, and it ended up as this vertical video. I don't know how to make it into a short. Okay, hello. It's raining. It's drizzling a bit, so I'm gonna have to try to do this quick. But I'm about to go drop my ballot off in the mailbox because I live in a vote by mail state, and I want to show you what people who vote by mail do. Here's the box, United States Postal Service. Ooh, got a nice little leaf on it. Pickup time 10 a.m. It has to be postmarked by election day. Here's the ballot, and I'm about to. Look at there we go, Donald J. Hope you win. Okay, I just voted by mail. Now I'm off to run some errands, and then I'll see you on the live stream in an hour or so. Happy Los Dios de Muertos, Day of the Dead. Remember your loved ones. Take care. So yeah, that. It is, if anyone knows how I can turn that into a short, that's what I was trying to do. I got very frustrated with myself. Or with YouTube, rather. Because I did everything it told me to do. Getting back to this negotiation thing, I got sidetracked by the nonverbal stuff. So, but it says things like communication, clear and active listening, which I think I do just fine. Effective speaking is depend on who you ask. Some people think I talk like a half-evolved Neanderthal monkey, and some people think I think just fine. My boss told me that I have one of the best speaking voices that she's heard, and she deliberately picks me for positions where I have to interface with the public because she likes the way that I speak so well. So I get the feedback on my speech and my voice ranges from your child needs to be in speech therapy to you're one of the best speakers I've heard, and here's some ribbons we're going to give you for placing first and second and third in public speaking events. So I have no idea how people receive my speech because the feedback spans the entire range. So I feel like I speak okay. I mean, I've had this channel for over a year and a half, and it seems to be people keep coming back to listen to me speak. It includes expressing needs, understanding others' perspectives. I feel like I do this as hard as anybody can do it to the limit that's humanly possible. I would put my understanding of others' perspectives against anyone else's, and I think it would come out fine. And then it said, and reading nonverbal cues, and that's where the whole enterprise collapsed, and I got derailed from there because I felt like that completely took me out of the negotiation game. You have an issue with What's your issue? We have drama court. You could pay $100 and confront him. The second point, the second skill is preparation, knowing your goals, knowing alternatives, I guess alternatives to those goals that you would accept, and your limits, what you're willing to do or not do, like where your lines are before entering a negotiation is key. It also involves researching the other party's interest and potential constraints. The way I research that is in the negotiation by communicate. I ask them as part of the communication, and that gets disclosed. But I do know my goals. I do know what I'm willing to work with and compromise on, and I do know my limits. So I feel like I have this part of the negotiation. Number 3, emotional intelligence. I've done numerous streams on this. I did one the other day specifically on emotional intelligence. I'll probably take that emotional... In fact, I could do that today, that emotional intelligence test. Maybe I'll do that. Being aware of and managing one's own emotions and those of others. I don't manage other people's emotions. I don't think it's the role of grown adults to be managing other adults' emotions any more than it's my role to drive your car when you're on the highway. You drive your car, I drive my car, and that's how the traffic flows and we get places. It helps to create a constructive, respectful atmosphere that can de-escalate tension and build rapport. I think I build rapport fine. I even think I de-escalate tension fine when it's necessary. Problem solving, I definitely have that. I'm a creating problems. I love thinking creatively about solutions that benefit both sides. So I would rate myself pretty decent in this area. Decision making. Assessing options carefully and being ready to make quick strategic decisions. I'd have to put this to the test. I'm not sure. I think I do okay here. I know I play a lot of board games, and I think I do good at strategy, like making strategic moves in the board games. And a lot of time that has to be done quickly in the moment. Persuasion, convincing the other party to see things from your perspective, which may involve presenting logical arguments, yes, appealing to their interest or offering incentives. The way I do this, there's logos and pathos. I tend to take the logos route. I persuade people by laying out a logical argument for something, and that if they follow the logic, they can decide for themselves if they want to adopt that position, if they're persuaded by the logic of the argument. I don't use a lot of emotional manipulation or pathos or nonverbal stuff. I'm strictly like, here's the most rational case I can make for why to choose this course of action. And then they can listen to the case, they can rebut it, they can ask questions, and then they have to ultimately determine for themselves if it makes enough sense for them to adopt that course of action or not. So that is my mode of persuasion. Patience and resilience, they often require time and can be emotionally taxing. Ability to handle setbacks or stand firm. I can definitely stand firm, and I can do the long game. I'm here every day. I've been doing this for a year and a half at least. So I'm very patient as far as long-term goals. Like in the moment when things get frustrating, I can get a little impatient, both with myself and with other people. But that's just like that little spike in the moment till it passes. And then the last one is adaptability and being flexible enough to adjust your strategies based on the flow of the negotiation. What is that? Skilled negotiators are often open to new ideas and willing to adjust expectations. What is the flow of the negotiation? Is that a vibe thing? We really need a vibe alternative for autistic people that don't really go off of vibes. God damn it. The flow follows from a structured series of stages. This already sounds too complex. That guide the interaction from preparation to agreement or parting without agreement. Preparation, the opening, exploration, the bargaining, closing, implementation. Oh, I see. Okay. I feel like I probably do that, but I do it intuitively. Like I'm not conscious that I'm going through each phase, but I probably do hit all of the phases during the negotiation. Oh, Spike, do you know who this person is? Let me look him up. I'm sure it's a troll account. They have it. They seem fairly new. I've never seen them before. 2 subscribers. Wow, created on 2018? Okay, maybe not. Well, welcome 5G. I just upgraded to you last year, I think. Deport who? All of the bad negotiators? I'm looking for the good ones. Here's what I need to do. Like, this is what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to find some way to test my own assessment of my negotiation skills, because I think I do pretty decently. I don't think I could have had the success I've had in my career and online without some kind of, like, I'm not a cretin when it comes to negotiation. I'm not a knuckle dragging, like, I don't know, swamp ogre or something that can't negotiate. I feel like I do okay, but all this other stuff has me like freaked out, a little self-conscious that I'm too retarded to negotiate. It's that, you know what it is? Joe is German. It's that Germanic, Anglo-Saxon polish, efficiency, putting forward a face that an appearance that inspires confidence or trust or whatever. I don't do all that. I give real shit. I give the real thing. I give authenticity, transparency. I'm very down to earth. People have called me folksy before, and they use it as an insult, like I have a folksy style, and that I need to learn something more sophisticated. And I'm like, I like my folksy. I trust people that are folksy. I like my folksy style. It works for me. I'm not trying to change it. So maybe it is just finding the people to negotiate with, like learning who not to negotiate with, because they have different requirements, standards, expectations. I guess part of that is the expectation, that preparation part of the phase, the flow, where you do your research and you try to learn their expectations in advance. So their expectations of how somebody should speak or appear during a negotiation would be one of those expectations, and then I could filter out at that end. Oh, deport the... I would love it if there's a place you want to stick all of us and give us a little economy, and that's kind of what I'm trying to do here. Create an alternative pathway where neurodivergent people can come and contribute their strengths and not have all the other things that normally work against them in the neurotypical world be a barrier here, and have them create this alternative world that you can deport us to. I would love that. Deport them here. If you find people in that situation, just tell them to come here, and then we'll build our own thing. All right, I'm going to try to find that emotional EQ test that Zephyr sent me. Let's see. It's just the free version. There's a paid version I can do that's more detailed, but I think today I'm just going to do the free version. Okay. Hey, Hebrew. What's up? I'm about to take an emotional EQ test. Review the image below and answer the questions that follow. Okay, Ellen. She looks bored. Maybe a little irritated that she has to be around these people. Stacy looks like she's having some drama. Steve looks amused. These people are just kind of bystanders. What do you think Ellen was most likely feeling at the moment this picture was taken? Bored, hopeful, stressed, terrified, shocked. It looks like a little more than boredom. Bored. She looks like she's thinking that she wants to be anywhere but there, somebody else but there. Like, God, please take me away from here and put me with my people. Not necessarily stressed. She doesn't seem terrified or shocked. But she seems, it's something more than just boredom. I'm going to say cannot be determined. Because boredom is not the precise emotion that I'm getting off of this. What do you think Stacy was most likely feeling at the moment the picture was taken? She's worked up about something. Stacy, what's going on with you? Again, these emotions don't quite hit it. I don't think she's disgusted. She's probably excitable, but I don't think she's experiencing the emotion of excitement in the sense of like elation. Frustrated, enraged, maybe it's a combination. See, some of these I think are complex emotions, and these emotions are too basic to capture them. Frustrated comes the closest, but it seems like a frustration with some kind of like aggression mixed into it. I don't know if I should choose frustration It says if the feeling's not obvious, it's not obvious. Imagine that Stacy is telling a story to her friend in green who is clearly not paying attention. Seeing her friend's reaction, Stacy most likely feels. So am I to take it that this is the reaction to the friend? I'm confused. Imagine that she's telling a story to her. Seeing her friend's reaction. Oh, so we're looking at the friend's reaction, which is this. Stacy most likely feels in reaction to that. I don't think she's going to be neutral. I don't think she's going to be surprised. Maybe frustrated, offended, embarrassed. I think confused, like, because she's all passionate about whatever she's into and try to say, and this woman's just looking there like poker faced. So Stacy would probably feel like it's a mismatch. It's an emotional mismatch. It's not the reaction she expected, and there's a disconnect. So now she's kind of lonely and isolated in her own emotion. And I would say that she would feel confused, but that's not one of the options. So cannot be determined. I don't know the difference between that and I don't know. If you think the feeling's not obvious, select cannot be determined if you don't know. So I do think I know. I have some sense of the feeling. It's just not obvious to me which one. So, okay, I'm choosing correctly. Steve has just noticed Ellen standing in front of him. He's always had a bit of a crush on her. It's been a long time since he's last seen her. Knowing this, okay, so he has a crush on this girl. Who? Ellen? Why her? Steve, you're not gonna be happy with her. Go find you somebody with some life and some See, you seem very like emotionally well adjusted, and I don't know if you're gonna do well with somebody like her. But anyway, wasn't the question. He has a crush on her, and he's seeing her for the first time in a while. It looks like he like played a prank on her, and he's like laughing because she's about to discover the prank or something. Did he put like a rat in her purse? He seems mischievous. This is hard. Because part of me is like me trying to put myself in their shoes and how I would feel, but the emotion's not matching. It's not obvious. It's just not. Okay, when Ellen sees Steve, the two of them decide to spend the day together. I'm already worried. Just like they used to. She tells him what just happened to her, and Steve wants to help Ellen deal with it. Rate the following Steve could do to cheer her up from totally ineffective to totally effective. Avoid the topic at all costs. So okay, this is how to cheer up a woman? I don't even know what the issue is, but it's something about her ex. Trash her ex. And encourage her to talk about all the things that were wrong with him. That would probably make her feel better. It would make me feel better. Suggest that they discuss the aspects of the relationship in detail to determine exactly what she did wrong. No, I already know because I try to do this all the time. I know that's probably not the right thing to do with a woman. Don't bring up the relationship unless she does, but if she does feel like talking about it, okay, this one seems like a contender. Reminisce about, okay, this one first. Just redirect completely to fun memories that have nothing to do with the guy. I would choose this one first. Avoiding it could also work. Which one is the worst possible? I think analyzing it to death is the worst. I know they're Asian. Maybe they would bump this higher. But I would do this, and I'm good at doing this, but they would have to initiate it. It would not be something I initiated on my own, so I would save that for last. Trashing the ex would be fun, but ultimately, I don't know. It would be completely. It would keep it going. It wouldn't allow for progress out of it. It would keep her mired in it, like the people that loop on the drama all the time. So, put that one there. I think next one is let her talk about it and listen and let her vent. And short of that, just not bringing it up at all. All right, those are my answers. Oh, another people. Okay, these are black people. I might do better at this one. Aisha, Serena, Erica, Claudette. I love Claudette already. She looks so happy. Claudette was most likely feeling at the moment. Content, happy. Oh, look at there. See how I'm so much better with black people. I got the emotion. This is joy. Yes, absolutely. So people have told me before I have black emotions, and that's one thing white people struggle with. Claudette can see the two girls gossiping. Seeing them, she's transported back to her youth and remembers her best friend who she hasn't seen in 15 years. I'm already right there with this lady. She feels likely a mix of not frustrated and not restless. Probably joyful and solemn. That's kind of nostalgia. Joy for the happy times mixed with a little bit of sorrow that they're in the past and won't be recaptured at that intensity with those people in that way ever again. Aisha is friends with Serena and Eric, and she was in the middle of an argument with them when this photo was taken. I love this analyzing the drama stuff. While they wait for a bus, Serena and Erica are gossiping while Aisha is ignored. Knowing this, okay, wait, let me see about the gossip. She's friends with them, but she's in the middle of an argument with them, and they're waiting for the bus, and they're gossiping while they ignore her. Ooh, yeah. I'm on Aisha. I know what that feels like. They're probably this is intense because they're probably like talking about her and the incident and shutting her out of it. She's seething, and she's hurt. I think furious, which I don't know how much longer she's gonna sit there and just let that. Because that's to me, she would. This is only going to go on for so long. Aisha's not going to sit there all day and just let them talk about her and the incident right there in front of her. Aisha wants to make things right with her two friends. So it's assuming Aisha was the one in the wrong. Okay. Wait a minute, 341 questions. I thought this was the easy version. I might be here all day. Rate the following things she could do to resolve the argument. Okay. Bring up the issue, apologize. Tell them exactly what they have done to bother her and ask them to share the same information. That's not a bad solution, a bad answer. Tell them what their weaknesses are. Pretend like everything is normal. No. It's gone beyond that already. Wait for her friends to make the first move. No, she's not going to wait. She's going to initiate something soon, so I wouldn't apologize unless I thought I was in the wrong. And so I think I would have the dialogue first and ask them to share the information. Then maybe this one, like try an apology. And then maybe start with them. Because I statements are better than you statement. 15 is a you statement. It's starting with the you statement. The 13 and 14 are starting with an I statement. Or she could turn 14 into an I statement. Well, I didn't realize that this was going to be as intensive as it was. Let me peek at some comments. Oh, hey, Mike. I'm taking this emotions test.
Emotional damage. You ever see that meme? Emotional damage. Yeah. It's great. No, it's.
Let me see.
Yeah. This thing is in depth. But it's so subjective because people don't really know what's going on in each people's lives, but it's good to visualize it.
Is it the Asian guy?
Yeah. Emotional damage.
Here, let me this one.
It's the You haven't seen it? You gotta play.
First time seeing it.
You gotta play it. It's hilarious.
Oh my God, Zephyr. Yeah. Well, now I have to take it. Oh wow! Thank you so much. Okay, I'm locked in.
Oh crap!
It's 300 something questions though. This may take a while, Mike.
No,
I can't back out of it now.
We'll do it together.
All right. Just don't give me hint. Like don't interfere with the results. Is it on the right tab? Is it the couple? Emma, Claire, and Joe. Look at Emma. All right. I'm already. That's mother-in-law. What do you think Emma is most? She is finding out a way to get her hooks into this somehow. She's not going to let them just have happiness without her having establishing some kind of influence, especially if she's related to Claire. Emma is the older woman. No, she's not confused. She's not lonely. Great. No, none of those. I think she's up to something. I don't trust Emma. But it's none of these emotions. And it's not I don't know. I know what she's up to. It cannot be determined from the above. They're at a wedding reception for her sister. Claire has always had a good-natured sibling rivalry. Her sister is the first to accomplish many of life's milestones. Knowing this, so the sister's the one get married, and Claire is. She's talking to a man. She's not even thinking about her sister. Claire is fine. So, see, the picture's throwing me because it has nothing to do with any of this. Yeah. She's probably a little jealous and happy. Probably. But I don't think she's jealous in this moment because she has a man to take her mind off of it. Imagine that Emma is the grandmother of the bride who has a secret. She found out oh my God, she's suffering from cancer. She kept it to herself. She feels a mix of... Well, she'd probably be fearful and nervous, but I think she'd also be very happy that it's her granddaughter's wedding day. She could be scared and ambivalent. I don't think she's frustrated or embarrassed. Sad and happy would come close, but I think the emotion's a little more nuanced than this. So, but I don't completely not know, so I guess I'm forced into sad and happy. And then complicating the situation even more, the father... Oh, so wait a minute. Joe is the father of the bride? Well, this family might have gotten a little more tighter than it was before, because this doesn't seem like father of bride and sister of bride conversation. He really dislikes the man his daughter married. He's worried about her future with her new husband. Probably ambivalent.
Yeah.
Joe understands his daughter's decision to marry the man, and that he now has to accept it. Oh, so this is for him to how to overcome his emotions. All right. Keep to himself. No, don't do this. Try to get to know the groom's family. That's a good one. Enjoy the day as much as possible. Another good one. Get so drunk. No. Take the groom aside. No, don't do that either. In fact, this is on the wedding day, this is the last thing you want to do. Get drunk before you do that. Barring that, keep to yourself. Enjoy the day as much as possible. I think getting to know the groom would be most effective because that's creating a bridge for future interactions that could change that emotion. But if you don't want to do something that active, at least try to enjoy your damn day. There we go. Oh, wow. I'm familiar with this emotion. He is bored as fucking hell. Understimulated. This lady's miserable and depressed. She's not sad. She's probably conflicted. Miserable and conflicted. I think she's conflicted. Anxious for sure. Anxious. Very anxious. High anxiety. Ooh, see, there's already some drama. I can see the drama before the full picture even appeared on the screen. I could see the drama.
It's like jealousy, right? Looks like jealousy.
Something. The blonde woman in the background. It's going to be one of these bitter, resentful, jealous. One of these. She's seething. This is almost like hatred. Resentful's pretty close, but because these are, I'm having a hard time picking from these three, but it could be jealousy. No, fuck. How could I back up? Are you allowed to go back? This one cannot be determined. All right. She is at the end of her day, tired, overwhelmed. Yeah, that one. Maybe I am better at reading women's. What happened to these two? Come on, guys. Don't fight. Y'all make such a cute couple. These are two moes having a tiff over nothing. Sulky. Absolutely. No, she's. It's something that's a bigger deal to her than it is to him. I can tell you that. He has no idea why she's in the situation that she's in. Um, she's not wounded.
What do you think?
She didn't. She was hoping for one result and she didn't get it. She didn't get the result.
So that would be probably
I'm leaning
discouraged.
toward discouraged or resigned.
Yeah.
But again, I can't pick between those two. A colleague who normally maintains their composure suddenly breaks down and starts to cry. I have no idea what it would elicit in others. I know what it would elicit with me would be concern. I would be like, oh my God, why is this person suddenly crying? Let me try to find out what's going on. I wouldn't call that pity, though. I'd call it concern. Not indifference, not annoyance, not fear, not apprehension. Something akin to pity, but without knowing why they're crying, I just don't know. A woman gets in her car for work. She's in a good mood. She hums along with the radio. Another driver honks at her, one of several, and then cuts her off. The driver of the car is a man who is late to meet his family at the airport. And this woman, oh my God, I have to figure out women's emotions. The woman likely feels annoyed, while the man most likely feels stress. Yes.
Angry.
I think the woman's confused. I don't think she's confused. I think she's annoyed because women are annoyed at everything men do.
Yeah.
So because she's annoyed, that automatically kind of defaults to the man being stressed, which I think he would be stressed if he's late to meet his family. He'd be trying to get there. Trey and Valerie are having an argument about her work schedule. She's a workaholic. She spends all her time at the office. As a result, they hardly spend any time together. He feels lonely and frustrated, annoyed and abandoned. I think depending on how their relationship was before, like how deep and affectionate it was, I think if it was a genuine relationship that he has a lot of emotional investment, it would be this. I think if she's just like a wife, she's just fulfilling a role in his life, he'd be more annoyed and abandoned. I'm going to go with this one. What do certain emotions feel like on a physical level? Okay, surprise. This is hard. I'm so disconnected from my body. Definitely not upset stomach, not racing heart. It's more like it's not this, not this. I guess this. I don't know what the breaths and the heartbeat are doing, but like my face would at least do this, so that's as close as I can come. Happiness. This, the glowing, the warmth, the full feeling in the chest. Contentment. This. Sadness. I know this one. No, not this. It's kind of this, but not really. None of this describes my experience of grief. So let me just think of normal sadness. Maybe not tired or weak. I don't necessarily get tired or weak when I'm sad. Fuck.
I do. I get completely like I have no energy. Like.
Well, I'll use that as a data point then, because I have to narrow it down to something. Honestly, I don't know. I honestly don't know for this one. Fear. Racing heart, sweating, muscle. Yeah, this. I rarely feel fear. Disgust.
Me neither.
I definitely know disgust. Yeah, I think that. Rage, tense muscles, redness in face, sweating. If the feelings of rage could be described as a texture, it would feel pointy or jagged. It would feel jagged.
Jagged. Yeah.
Jealousy is
Jealousy is fear, isn't it? Is it fear on there? I can't see it.
there could be a form of, depending on the type of jealousy too. There's the type where there's like envy and jealousy. And envy is like somebody has something that you want, and you're jealous that they have it. But then there's a type of jealousy when like you see somebody you like talking to another person or something. You get worried that they're gonna leave you from or deprioritize you somehow. And I think that's more of a fear-based jealousy.
Yeah.
If someone were feeling sad, this one works a lot. Because when I'm helping somebody else, like it takes me out of my problems, and I would do this. If someone were feeling enraged, you could do this, but you could do this. I would just have the rage and continue talking to the person. I guess exercise could work.
Mm-hmm.
Think of how it feels to be envious of someone.
Selfish.
Furious, bitter, all of these. Resentful. Yeah. Not really spiteful. I'm not a very vengeful person. Not really fury, bitter. I'll go with resentful.
Yeah.
Fear would likely become blank if a young child were put into solitary. Fear would become...
1 second.
Probably panic. Jealousy would likely become... Well, which type of jealousy, though? Resentment and frustration, insecurity and anger, desperation, anticipation. It would be resentment and frustration, or insecurity and anger, depending on the type of jealousy. I'm not sure what jealousy they're talking about. I wonder if I should put I don't know. If it's envy, it would be more resentment and frustration. If it's the romantic type of jealousy, it would be insecurity and anger. Without knowing which one they're talking about, I'll take it as the romantic jealousy. Otherwise, they might have used the word envy. Despair is hopelessness and sadness. Vengefulness is rage and bitterness. Nancy is a very capable secretary, but with a difficult personality. Medical school professor, nice with her superiors, but difficulty get along with the other secretaries. She behaves as if she's superior to them. She gives an especially hard time to the students. She keeps them. That's passive aggression. Snaps at them. That's active aggression. Dwells on minor mistakes and truly enjoys when they get in trouble. It could be this. No, I don't think it's this. She's jealous that while she remains a secretary. It could be some of this. I think it's either inferiority complex or that they have the opportunity, but these could tie into each other. That's what makes it hard. She has trouble getting along with the other secretaries, though. Let's see. I'm going to pick this one. She wants to be higher than she is, and she feels like she's unjustly... Her merit is not being rewarded. Oh, Lord. Nick and Darren...
Yeah. If you're still on, I'll be back. I gotta take care of something, but I'll be back.
Okay, yeah, no problem. This might take a while. A part-time job, process of getting a degree, string of pretty girlfriends. Darren dropped out of school. The two of them could just start dating. After being unable to maintain the GPA job, his parents only seem to see his faults the last few months for not. Oh Lord, sounds like me and my family. Darren has recently become messy, annoys his parents because he's acting out. Yeah, this is a form of passive aggression and acting out. And this, like projective identification and conforming to expectations. I think it's both of these. I think it could be this too. It could also be this. I don't think it's this. Let me read more closely. He's become messy. That's just like neglect. He's checked out. He's not invested as much, refusing to help out around the house because why should he? So it's a sense of injustice, unfairness, and annoys his parents. So this is to peak. I don't think it's some of the. You know what? There's too many of them to choose from. Let's see. It is some of this. It's despair, hopelessness. I think it's less this. Some of this could be conforming to what the parents are projecting onto him, and I think it's a combination. So I'm going to pick. I don't know. Gavin. He's not very well liked. He pushes his team hard. Prohibits socializing among employees. Well, I could not work for Gavin. And will immediately get on an employee's case for the minutest issues. Despite being short, his nastiness and micro... So he's a Karen. He's a male Karen. Gavin added cement blocks under his desk. What the fuck? No, he's desperate and insecure. He's not overcompensating for his shortness. He's overcompensating for his competence and his insecurity, his confidence in his competence. Because he knows that these people are not. He doesn't have the ability to lead them. He's not winning their leadership and their trust. It's none of these. Corey. Parents recently split up. Father traveling. Preteen sister Dakota stay with their mom. Corey has started to become very demanding. Always steers the conversation to himself. Insists mother cooks specific meals for him. Could be he's autistic too. No. It could be this. I think it's confusion. Yeah. No. I think it's this. The confusion of the divorce and wanting to ensure that he has some way to continue maintaining the mother's attention and affection. Okay, Anne hasn't heard from Gwen in a week. Gwen calls her up. She explains she's been busy. Aside from working a couple of late nights, she tells Anne that she's met someone and they went on their first date. Gwen excitedly adds that she might need to cancel their weekly single girls' night out. If her new sweetheart, Gwen tells Anne Anne's getting deprioritized. She wants to make up her by taking her out for drinks, and coldly and curtly turns her down. When Gwen presses her for reason, Anne simply tells her she's not in the mood. Probably this is the closest. I think Anne just does it. She's overwhelmed with emotion and frustration and doesn't know how to communicate it in the moment. Bridget, recently promoted to managerial position. The colleagues are now her subordinates. Oh my God, I've been in these situations. As a colleague, Bridget is easygoing, generally liked. As a manager, she's strict and can sometimes micromanage. When an employee's late, she rarely cuts the person any slack. She's trying to establish the authority of her role. Yeah, this. And this. But I think it's more this than anything. It's role confusion. She's trying to like shift from one role to another, and she's feeling out and like setting down the boundaries of her new role. Neil's been snapping at the family lately. After he finds something to be upset about, toys on the floor, kids crying, complaining to the wife. He should be able to come home to peace and quiet. I think it is this. He's overwhelmed. And this isn't this the same? Okay, it's not the burden of being the breadwinner. I think it's this. I don't think he has an issue with he's the sole breadwinner. I think it's just the work stress, and he's taking it on the family. Okay, what I'm going to do is take a quick break. Oh, hang on. I'm going to go get a refill. This is going to take a while, though. Hey, Vinny, Griff. Here's the problem. I got involved in this test, and I did not realize it was 341 questions. So this could take quite some time, and I was just offered a $20 super chat to pay for the actual report and results. So now I have to. I'm locked into this. I can't not carry through with it now. So it may not be the most exciting content, but I'm going to go ahead and push through it. I'll try to get it done in an hour or so. If you want to stick around and watch, fine. If you leave and come back, that's also fine. I'm still going to keep the panel going for later. Right now, I'm going to go get me some more coffee, and I'm going to come back to this. So I wish there was something I can leave you with. Let me find a video. Is there a way to loop shorts? Maybe I'll just find a good panel to leave you with. There's not really any out. Oh well. You know what? I'll just play an old video. I hate to do this, but that's really all I have right now. You know what? I tell you what, for those of you that missed the party yesterday, maybe just watch a little bit of the stream. All right. I know it's cheesy, but I will leave you with this for now. I'm going to be back in about a minute, and then I'm going to finish this test. All right. I'll be back. Interesting content.
Show, bud. Okay. All right. So all of this kind of ties together as far as the whole reason why I work with Flo the way I do. When I see Flo's channel operating, I see a really strange creature under a rock that's never been discovered before. Because look at this. Homie, when I found him, he had 1,200 subscribers and might pull out 150 viewers per stream.
That's a lot.
I mean, it was hit and miss. It'd be it might be 40, it might be 150, but it was always over 30, like every time. So that's an amazing amount of interaction on a channel. That is well above performance level, right? So after I interviewed him, I explained to him, I was like, look, your channel is very, very strange. I don't know how to quantify it or why it is this way. I would like to observe it as long as you'll let me, right? And he sent me keys to the StreamYard, gave me a really short list of things not to do, and it's fairly simple. You know, we're both highly freedom-minded individuals. And so I am aware that I'm abbreviating my decisions a little bit by letting him have a cap on certain things, but it's not my channel. So it doesn't matter. It has no effect on me. On the other hand, things like shorts and when he happens to plug into an algorithmic tick or something, like I noticed that stuff like right out the gate. I'll see it pointed out and be like, I'm not sure exactly what you did, but you really nailed it on that or on this or this thing, And he was like, okay. So my only purpose essentially when it comes down to it is if someone comes in doing something that is on the very edge of violating terms of service and could be utilized to strike the channel, I put an end to that and explain myself later.
I see. Because he might not always catch it. He likes to push that edge.
Well, yeah, that's his purpose there is to push the envelope, which is fine. But you've got to have somebody around to kind of say, hey, don't look at this over here. Let me take that down. That's no good.
I kind of do that too here. I never know where that edge is. But the numbers you talk about, we were pulling that in for a while, at least 30. We were probably averaging 50 or 60, but it was the drama. And then once I got rid of all the drama, the numbers went back down.
Sure, and I get that. And I've encountered one other channel that has similar interaction, or at least did before it got demonetized, and she kind of quit messing with it. She was pulling down around.
Okay, I am back. I'll get to it in just a second. Let me catch up on something. Oh, hey, Shift. Liquid Terminator dude. Oh, hang on. Let me catch up on comments. All right. Oh, you played music in the background. All right, back to the test. Let's see what's happening with Aiden. Aiden's colleagues make a proposal, and Aiden cannot believe his ears because the idea is proposed. They took his idea. He discussed it with her just last week. He wanted her feedback so he could finalize the concept. Aiden realizes she has no intention of giving him credit. I know what I would do. I don't know what Aiden's gonna do, but I sure know what I would do. That's pretty close. This one's pretty close. He should immediately this is as close as it comes. I would immediately speak up and say, wait a minute, that was my idea, you took it, I can prove it. I would not nobody's going to take my idea in front of my face and have me just sit there and not put them on blast. This girl is wrong and she needs to be shamed. If you were in this situation, wait, I thought I was. What would be I'm sorry. Okay, the best way to resolve it would be speaking up and no, this is like the soft, indirect way of doing it. No, I think doing it publicly in the meeting. All this behind the scenes stuff is how they get away with what they're doing in the first place. Again, transparency creates trust. The more transparent you can make things, make everybody play with their cards face up on the table. So I do think that this is the best way to do it, and it is also the way I would do it. There you go. Rowan's close friends is going through a very trying time. Major surgery and need lots of help. Rowan's been gladly pitching in. Lately, his requests have become more demanding. Rowan's feeling overworked and underappreciated. At the same time, Rowan's a girl? Okay, hers to become more difficult. What would be the best way for Rowan to resolve the situation? Just communicate. Yeah, exactly. Just communicate that, hey, look, I've been helping you out, but I need to get my own stuff done, and can we come up with some way where you can still get some of your help, but I can also get my stuff accomplished that I need to do. Simple communication. This is confusing me because they're asking me what would be the best way and then what would I do. But the assumption is I'm going to do what would be the best way. So it seems like the answers are always going to be the same. Patrick is meeting Eileen at the restaurant. She's late. 45 minutes late? I wouldn't even be at the restaurant when she got there. She brings a plus we have text nowadays. How hard is it for her to text or for Patrick to text to say, hey, where are you? Are you coming? Nobody's going to sit at a restaurant for 45 minutes in this day and age with cell phones and just wait for somebody to arrive. She and her friend simply lost track of time. I'm almost inclined to side against Patrick because, like I said, if he sat there for 45 minutes in the age of cell phones, that's on him. No, don't do anything in front of the friend. Bring it up when they get home. Phone call. Exactly. But I'm not very sympathetic to Patrick either because he waited 45 minutes himself. You could have called her. The president of the company has just hired his son for a summer position in the department that Natalie manages. Oh, Lord, is this going to be a brat? The son is intelligent and able to do the job well. Oh, and in his father's eyes, he could do no wrong. Yep, it's going to be a brat. As the weeks go by, Natalie notices that the son is doing less and less work and leaving earlier. Her behavior is not going to notice. Okay. You should go talk to the son. Confront him and tell she should explain. No. This is not a bad solution. No, don't go to the father. That's part of the problem in the first place. Talk to the son like an adult and offer him these options. That works. Sean's colleague makes a mean and insensitive joke. A microaggression? Well, it depends on the joke. About a close... Okay, so let's say I have a good friend and one of my colleagues makes a joke about that friend. Let me see how the best way to handle it. I could sometimes ask this, like delve more into what the problem is. I would do this. I would ask for more information if it bothered me enough. I'd be like, "Oh, I didn't realize you didn't like so and so. What's going on there?" Eric is partnered with his colleague Raymond on a project. As their boss is going through the specs, she turns to Eric and suggests that he take all the time he needs because it's for a very important client. Once he's done, she suggests that he pass the finished product to Raymond for the final look and visual touch. Before Eric can respond, Raymond cuts in and reassures that the project will be error-free because he manages to catch Eric's mistakes. Eric's well aware that he may make mistakes. I don't even see the problem. This wouldn't bother me at all. If I knew I made mistakes and the boss assigned me a part of the project that I had to do and then pass off to Raymond, and Raymond was going to check my mistakes, and Raymond told me, "Oh, that's not going to be a problem because I always catch all of Jeff's mistakes," I'd be like, that's exactly what the system's designed to do. What's the problem? See, these are people, these are the, oh my God, these are the little snowflakes. Nothing. There's nothing to do. I don't even see the problem. Yes, thank Raymond for being a good extra pair of eyes. I don't even understand why maybe I'm missing something in the scenario. Before Eric can respond, I just assume Raymond's a spurg. Cuts in and reassures the boss that the project will be error-free. Because this would not bother me at all if somebody did this. Not at all. I would do nothing because they would not bother me. Or I could smile and say, I just do nothing. Actually, okay, the best thing, smile and just thank him. And the thing I would do is probably nothing because they wouldn't bother me in the first place. Zach cannot complete see how this is all workplace? This is all corporate workplace stuff. Zach cannot complete a project until his colleague George finishes his part. I've been in these situations. Oh, God. The problem is that while George's work is... almost every job I have or every project I'm on, I always get my part to the part where it's ready for everybody else to do their part, and then I end up waiting and waiting and waiting for them to finish their part. I'm always in this situation. The problem is that while George's work is always well done, he's slow and methodical. Zach has been waiting 3 days. He wants to leave a one-day cushion, and he has 2 days left before the deadline. So you talk to George. Again, communication. How hard is this? And does he know about George's pace? Like that, to me, people would know that that's George's work pace. You've had more than enough time. I need you to get it done now. I really appreciate, but I need you to finish your part. I hate when people tell me what they need me to do. Yeah, this perfect. Can you ask where he's at, and then you communicate that you like this is a good I statement. I want to make sure I'm on track for the deadline. Perfect. Perfect response. Excellent. Let's see about Colleen. She's a new employee. She's been working for 3 months in charge of completing a minor monthly sales report. She hands it over to William. Williams noticed that Colleen keeps making a minor error in her coding, despite the fact that she's out. Well, my God, he's pointed it out twice and she's still doing it. Colleen, what's up with you? Once again, the same mistake. You keep making the same fucking mistake. Get what's going on? Get it together. No, I don't like him telling her what the solution should be. I'm having an issue. Again, this is I don't really like I wouldn't phrase it in any of these ways. You keep making the same mistake. This is getting annoying because I've already pointed out to you several times. I would ask if she's making the same mistake 3 times. There's a reason for it. I would try to find out. Look, I noticed this is the 3rd time this has happened. Why does this CCAP? Is there something going on I don't know about? Is there how can we figure out how to not have this mistake happen again? Let's explore this issue and find out why this pattern keeps perpetuating itself. I wouldn't make these are all demand. I wouldn't make any this is an ultimatum and these are demands. I wouldn't do any of these. I would ask questions and try to learn and understand and gain information. So the closest to it is find a way to prevent it from happening. Please make sure to correct this. I suggest you create a checklist. So I'm going to choose this one for one reason, because if she makes a checklist, that's the closest to maybe figuring out why it's happening. As she's making the checklist, she might realize, oh, this is why I keep making the mistake. So none of these answers are good. I wouldn't choose any of them, but that comes as close as I can get with the 3 options that I'm given. All right, let me peek at comments. Oh, Dobez. Well, listen, what's going on? I'm taking Zephyr paid for me to take this emotional intelligence test, and it's 341 questions. So I think we're looking at least an hour of me taking this test. So it is open panel. Hey, God is real. But I have to push through with this test now and meet my obligation. That's part of that conscientiousness and consistency and commitment and all that. So you're welcome to come up and, sit while I take it, but that might not be very exciting for you. But it is good to see you. Oh, I'm at 41%. Maybe it'll be over sooner than we think. All right, for the 3rd time in 2 months, Marianne has canceled plans with her friends Jessica, another pattern of disappointment. It seems that Marianne either overbooks herself or simply forgets. This is what I call flakiness, and this is what is normalized up here, and if you did this in the South, nobody would invite you to things again. That's a sign for me that there's like a mismatch between our friendship or relationship styles. I would disinvest in this person. I would pull back the amount of time and energy I invest in this person. Or she simply forgets. Jessica's frustrated because she put the time aside, exactly, and then bails on her. I don't know that avoiding a potential conflict is necessarily the goal here. If you need to cancel, just tell me in advance so I can make other plans. It's really inconvenient. Okay, this is good. Number 1 is some good communication. This is the 3rd time you cancel. I think it's rude and disrespectful. No. I'm sick and tired of being ditched by you. Number 1, for sure. All right. Indicate the degree to which you consider the actions below appropriate or inappropriate. Asking someone out at his or her family member's funeral. I don't have a problem with that. Like if there's somebody you have a crush on that you've been wanting to ask out, and you happen to be at a funeral together, I would put this caveat: if it comes up in conversation, or if you can find a way to work it organically into the conversation. But the fact that it's just a funeral is no reason not to ask someone out. If there's a way that it emerges from your I don't know what people are going to talk about at a funeral. They talk about all kind of things. Ask. I think it's appropriate. Asking out a single bridesmaid at a wedding, why not? Is there like context stuff I'm missing? I don't like what single woman would not want to get asked out if she's at a wedding and a bridesmaid. She's probably like that's probably the time where she's most wanting to maybe not be single. I don't have a problem with that. Approaching a stranger who is obese and offering suggestions on how to lose weight. I don't know if it's inappropriate. I wouldn't do it unless they asked. I wouldn't comment on anybody's weight unless there was a reason to. But I also don't like to dictate propriety to other people. That's my problem with these questions. I'll just say it's not something I would do. We'll call that inappropriate. Asking a woman when she's due or if she's pregnant, I don't have a why is this a question? Like if I saw a woman that or someone tells me they're pregnant, that's a completely natural question to ask. Like, "Oh, when is it due?" or when's the baby coming? Or, "Oh, how far along are you?" or something. Offering to help someone who's sitting on a sidewalk looking distressed. Just living in Seattle and working with these populations, I would just say do some extra observation and assessment before you just jump in and ask. It's not inappropriate. It's just more looking out for yourself. Like, I'll say mostly appropriate. Telling a homeless person to get a job. Telling them to get a job, no. Letting them know that there's options for getting jobs if they want some. A lot of it's motivational interviewing and getting to know them, kind of meeting where they are, seeing where they are, feeling them out through dialogue and conversation on what you think their even interest or potential for getting a job is, etc. is how I would handle it. Encouraging a depressed person to toughen up. That's not going to do anything for depression. Arguing in public. I don't have a problem with this. I understand that why people might not think it's the best context. So I'm going to put mostly appropriate. Telling someone that he or she is unusually well-spoken. Oh my God, this happened to me. During COVID, I was on a Zoom and I had this colleague who was a black lady. And she was telling us about her experiences with Toastmasters and how she joined Toastmasters to improve her public speaking and how it really helped her with her public speaking. And so I told her, I'm like, well, you're doing really well, like you speak really well or something. And everybody jumped down my throat. It's like, don't ever tell a black person that they speak well. It's racist. And I said the conversation was specifically about her trying to improve. Like it was the most natural comment to say in that context. And they were trying to use it against me and I wasn't having any of it. And she eventually conceded that yes, because it was a Toastmaster story, that the comment, she could understand why somebody would make the comment in response to a story like that. It had nothing to do with her race at all. I would have said it to a white person, an Asian person, a Mexican person. Telling someone that they are unusually well-spoken. If they say specifically for an immigrant, maybe not. I don't even know what well-spoken means. I'm putting no. Speaking more slowly and clearly pronouncing. What these? Who made this test? Is this a bunch of woke people? I don't even understand any of this. Speaking more slowly and clearly. Like if they speak Spanish, then you start talking slowly. Sometimes you might need to. I know French, like I know written French, more or less. I could make my way through reading French. But if I was in Paris, I would definitely need them to slow down. The language goes way too fast, and if they slowed it down, I would be able to catch the words more quickly. I'm going to I think it's fine. Speaking louder when talking to I don't understand this question. I have an accent. Nobody talks louder to me just because I have an accent. This is dumb. Telling a gay person that he doesn't seem gay. What they mean is feminine. They mean you don't seem feminine. You're a male and you're not as feminine as other gay people because in gay got associated with feminine somehow. I think of it as male attracted to male or two masculinities coming together. But in the popular mind and even among gay people themselves, it means feminine. Like try not to act so gay means try not to act so gender nonconforming, so feminine if you're a male. But I don't have a problem with somebody saying that. They're trying. If someone's saying that to you, they're doing two things. They're trying to make some kind of connection with you, and they're trying to give you information or prompt information from you. It's an attempt to start a dialogue. If you want to like take offense and hijack it and make it about your feelings, you can certainly do that. But I think that's not the motivation of the person saying that. So you're missing an opportunity to connect here. Telling the mother of a boy who is playing with the doll that he's going to turn out gay. Maybe he is. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. I'm putting no. This sounds woke. All right, let me peek in on comments again. Oops, sorry, Dobes. Okay, I'll try to get... Yeah, white. Lexical capital. Yes, that's what I don't have. I have Cajun English capital. I do not have standard American English capital, which is talking white. Which of the following issues am I willing to dispute and which... Oh, okay, which of these am I going to fight about? And which am I going to just let go? This is going to be good. Your client keeps make changes to a project despite the facts are putting... Clients have the right to make projects, changes. I'll let that go. You are unable to get the specific week you want off because it's already been set aside. Well, that's how the system works. There's nothing I can do. Your friend purposely throws up after dinner in order to lose weight. I would bring it up, especially if it's at my house. Your close friend is marrying someone you don't think is trustworthy. Oh yeah, I would bring it up. I would at least want my opinion on record. So when things go south, like they usually do every time I try to point this out to people, and they come back to me, I could say at least, well, I told you that a year ago. Check the stream. You're trying to pick a restaurant with your friends. They all want Chinese, but you want pizza. Then I would just go with Chinese. I love Chinese. I probably like Chinese better than pizza. Your family has discovered a suspicious lump in his or her body and refuses to go to the doctor. This kind of happened with me in my situation. I would push it hard. Because Mike was one of the people, he was kind of like that. Mike was a medical person. He worked in the medical industry. He was a med tech. And he knew everything about the body and medicine and everything there is to know. But he also was one of these people that didn't go to the doctor unless it absolutely got to the point where he felt like he needed to go to the doctor. And when the symptoms of his disease started showing up, I was the one, because I knew they were reflecting symptoms of another incident we had had several years earlier that was very concerning. And so for that reason, I was like, no, you really need to get this checked. Like, don't wait on this. Just it's not going to hurt to get some blood work done, etc. And he was kind of reluctant. He just kind of wanted to keep an eye on it, etc. So I am glad that I pushed. In the end, it didn't really make a difference. But I am glad that I did push for him to start the evaluation process earlier than they did, because we were at least able to get some more time. A friend is going to court wearing... I don't tell people how to dress. Your neighbor's dog keeps doing his or her business on your lawn. We're definitely going to fight. You are in the 8 items or less. I could care less about that stuff. For each situation below, indicate whether you consider it a minor stressor, a major stressor, or a disaster, emotionally overwhelming or physically overwhelming. Not getting enough leisure time. Minor. Planning a vacation, minor. Being stuck in traffic, minor. Misplacing or losing things, minor. Bad weather, minor. Getting older, minor. Waiting at the doctor's office, minor. This has got to be like a Gen Z test. Gen X didn't worry about any of this stuff. Sitting on the bus beside a crying baby. It's definitely not major, and it's not a disaster. What's their definition of major? Emotional or physically challenging, difficult to over... No, I could ignore the baby. Being stuck behind a slow driver on a road. I hate being behind slow people. Like at the mall, when people are walking slow that or on a sidewalk or something. That's one of my pet peeves. But it's still not a major disaster. Being stuck in a cab during rush hour. None of these are major disasters, people. None of these. None of these are major stressors, much less disasters. The last time I engaged in the following actions. Voluntarily ran errands for someone. I don't really have people to run errands for, really. I'll put recent years. This is going to impact the score of my test, but they don't understand that my situation is such that I basically live alone. I mean, I have a roommate, but we both run our own errands. You know what? I'll say he might have asked me to like do a favor for him here and there in the last few months. I'll use that one. Let someone pass ahead. I do this all the time. I haven't done it this week because I haven't been out much. I'll do recent months. Donated your time or money. I donate my time here every single day. Hold the elevator. I do this all the time. I just haven't had occasion to do it recently. I'll put months. Who needs help crossing the street nowadays? I hardly ever see an old lady with a walker struggling to cross the street. But I would help her. I just haven't done it in forever. Did y'all see where, what city was it? New York. They made jaywalking legal now because they said it disproportionately impact, like, black people were getting tickets for jaywalking at much higher rates than the other races were, so they just made jaywalking legal, and now everybody can jaywalk in the name of equity. I haven't done it this week. I might have done it in the recent months. I don't know. No, I don't do this. I don't do this. I would refer them to organizations or resources or something like that. But I would rarely give direct help. And it would be in the form of food and not money. Bought someone a coffee or something similar. Again, if I had a social life, I would be doing this all the time. But because I don't, I'm just going to put months. Send a message to someone. Yeah, I have friends that I do this with all the time. We text and check in with each other. I haven't done it this week, but I'll put months. And spent the entire lavishing attention on a pet or someone who is off. I'm more neglected than the people around me. Probably several years. I haven't had pets around in a while. No matter what life throws at me, I believe I can deal with it. More or less, yeah. Telling a person how I feel leads to a sense of vulnerability that I am just not comfortable with. Strongly disagree. I tend to expect the worst. No. I put disagree. Self-improvement is a lifelong process. Agree. Some people make me feel bad. No, nobody makes you feel anything. I don't feel confident about a decision until others approve of it. Not. I'm going to put disagree instead of strongly because sometimes I'm guessing, and if people know more about the thing than I do, I might seek out their feedback just to kind of double check my own decision. I believe that there is more than one side to a story. Absolutely. It's all intersubjective. Nothing of value can be learned for failure. Disagree. The freedom to fail can teach us much. It's one of the things that I kind of build into my process. I feel that there really isn't anything special about me. I'm going to disagree. I feel like I'm just going through the motions of my life, like I'm running on autopilot. No, but I really do feel like I could be more than I'm doing now. I'm going to do this. I think it's important to maintain a sense of humor, absolutely. Being considered average, that is something is just fine with me. I've never really been considered average. I'm either below average or above average. I'm hardly ever in the middle. I don't have a lot of experience with this. I'll say strongly disagree. Actually, I am okay with it if it happens, so I'll put that. I find it difficult to accept compliments. I really do. I'm learning to get better at it. I can be happy about an accomplishment even if no one else knows about it. Sure. There's no point in setting goals because I don't no, I don't even set goals. I set what's called SMART goals: specific, measurable, achievable, realistic, time sensitive, or time delineated. They have a deadline to them. So when I'm setting goals, I make sure that they are goals that I do have the skills to achieve. Otherwise, I wouldn't be setting them as goals. I would be setting something more realistic. Nope, I do not feel like I'm on an emotional roller coaster. I find that I do this all the time. I'm really good at not getting my hopes up. I call it managing my expectations. If I think something's going to turn out this way, I try to set my expectations about here so that I'm not disappointed. Yes, I do this. One of my aspirations is to become a better person. I don't feel like I deserve any of the success I contain. No, I deserve every bit of it and I work hard for it. But I do have imposter syndrome, where I don't necessarily know what I did to attain it. That like I'm not nearly this great amazing person that some people try to tell me I am, and that I should have all this success as a result. I never believed that about myself. I downplay my achievements because what did I just say? Exactly this. I'll put agree, because I am able to own some of my achievements. If I do a good deed, I want my kudos. No, I don't have to. The doing of the good deed is the kudos. It's what I get out of it internally. I don't have what it takes to be successful. I am really starting to doubt this, because that's why I mapped all those personality traits and looking at the different forms of capital and everything. On paper, I should already be successful. I should be successful as anybody else in my cohort. And I don't know why I'm not. So I'm trying to troubleshoot the areas of weakness to see why I'm not successful. So in my mind, I do have what it takes to be successful, but because it doesn't translate into success, then it makes me think, well, I don't have what it takes to be successful, or I would be successful by now. So this one is a very hard and confusing one. I'm going to just put it in the middle, because I honestly just don't know. You can make a case either way. All right, do y'all have black people in Norway to jaywalk? Is it a racial thing there? And hey, Ricardo, what's up? I got caught in the middle of an emotional intelligence test that turned out to be 341 questions. And I am 54% of the way through. So I'll try to finish up in the next half hour or so. And then I'll open the panel. All right, to what extent do I agree or disagree? All is fair in love and war, yeah. No crisis should go to waste, sure. The end justifies the means. No, usually not, but sometimes maybe. That's why I put disagree. Never help anyone succeed unless it benefits you in some way. Disagree. Never reveal your true self or others will exploit you. Strongly disagree. Never attempt to win by force what can be won by deception. I think use whatever method is the best method for the situation. So I'll keep that one balanced. Never show your weakness. I disagree. I think there's strength in vulnerability. But maybe not show all your weaknesses. Cheating or lying is only wrong if you get caught. Disagree. You pay an internal price for it. I have to be able to sleep at night. There's some good in everybody. I've dated psychopaths and narcissists, so I'm not going to say everybody. And that chart I keep showing bears it out, because at the bottom they have that plus or minus 5% of the sociopathic subtype with negative developmental potential that fails to make that primary integration or adjustment to society. So I don't think it's 100% everybody, but I think most people, there's some strengths and some value that you can find in them. Everybody has the potential for evil, absolutely. And no one expects you to follow the rules all the time. I hope not. I'll put agree because I do think that there's a lot of people that do, especially up here. But I I don't think they're meant to be followed all the time, and I hope that's more of the norm than not. Indicate to the extent you agree or disagree. Using insincere flattery is justifiable. Okay, strictly as a truth statement, yes, it is. Anybody can justify insincere flattery. I wouldn't try to justify it, but it is justifiable. Like almost anything is justifiable. You can rationalize anything. So I'll put agree. You can get a lot of useful information by listening to gossip. Hell yeah, y'all don't even know. In order to get ahead, you have to step on a few toes. Sometimes you do. I love to beat a crook, liar, and cheat at his own game. Yep. I've taken down so many con artists, exes, and friends. Some acts of dishonesty can be justified. Probably, I don't try to justify it, but again, you can justify, like almost anything can be justified. I'll put it, I'm really torn on this one. Are they asking in a moral sense? You know what? I'm going to put both of these there just because I don't fully understand the question. If an ignorant or naive person is taken advantage of, it's their own fault. A lot of times, yeah, including myself. If given the chance, most people will backstab you. Yeah. People who go out of their way to be nice usually want something in return. Not always. I had to learn this in Vegas, this is true. But moving from Vegas to up here, Vegas and New Orleans to up here, it took me a while to realize that a lot of people up here are just being polite. They don't have an agenda. This is not like Vegas. They're not talking to you because they want something from you. They're just being polite. And I wasn't used to that because I had been in environments for so long where that wasn't the case. I'm going to put that neutral. I believe that I'm better off distrusting everybody. No. But I am better off being highly skeptical of as many people as possible. Most nonprofit organizations use their donations dishonestly. Oh God, this opens up a can. I'm going to keep it in the middle. I have no interest in making friends at work. Strongly disagree. I love making friends anywhere I can find them. Emotions such as anger or sadness tend to blend together in my mind to the point where I can't really tell what I'm feeling. Sometimes I have complex emotions where I can't identify the individual component emotions, but for the most part I can usually tell what my emotions are. I have an obsessive mind. When I get in my hyper focus, I have a fixated mind or whatever the project is. I would not call it obsessive. I'll say mostly false. If I'm not good at something right away, I'd rather quit than I do have a high frustration tolerance. Sometimes I have to come back to it in little steps. This is probably more true than not. I'll put mostly true. People who are overtly emotional make me uncomfortable. No, I trust them more. And they make me feel relaxed because I'm with my people. Remember the traits we looked at yesterday? One of the subfacets of openness was emotionality or emotionalness. And the higher ones are the passionate people that value emotions, and the lower ones are the ones that view emotions as negative and a liability. I'm definitely in that higher crowd. Even when working on a team, I need to be the one that calls the shots. Nope. But I need to be able to get my ideas out there and get them heard, like have them have a fair hearing. I'll put it there for that reason. I'm never satisfied with what I have or what I've achieved. Mostly true. It terrifies me not knowing what I'm future blind. I don't even see the future. I have no concept. I don't know how people plan for the future when there's I don't know how people predict the future. I consistently put others' needs ahead of my own, even when doing so makes me not consistently. I'll put that in the middle. I love learning new things. Emotionally charged situations make me uncomfortable. Nope. When I'm feeling down, I remind myself to focus on the good things. Sure, that could be one of the things I do. I guess mostly true. If a situation calls for it, I can appear to be having a good time. Even no, this is masking. I'm horrible at it. Uh, I can like defer whatever's going with me in order to not ruin the party. I can at least do that. So I'll put it there for that reason. I am high strung. What does that mean? What's their definition of high strung? Because people will call me high strung that don't understand trait reactants and all that other stuff. Tending to be very anxious and easily agitated. Strung to a high someone or something with an extremely nervous or sensitive temperament. I will put mostly false. I'm very low in neuroticism, believe it or not, except for that irritability factor. And I think that's more trait reactants than irritability. And I asked the AI last night how they intersect, and it broke it down for me. Trait reactants is actually a personality trait outside of the Big Five, and there are several others. So the Big Five is not completely comprehensive. They think it's more like a meta level, but then there's another layer of more specific personality traits that don't necessarily map onto this Big Five meta level. And trait reactants is one of them. After I decide on a goal, absolutely. In fact, the minute I make a plan, I'm already doing it. I'm like when I'm trying to recruit players to play games, I think that we're gonna like start making our characters that moment. Or if I make a plan to go camping, I'm already packing my tent and my sleeping bag, thinking that we're gonna go put it in the car and drive out to the mountains that day or tomorrow. Like as I plan, I start taking these steps toward the action before the plan's even finished. And then I get confused why everybody else is not as excited as I am. I actively reflect upon my motives. Sure. I'm afraid that people will soon realize that I am not as smart. That's that imposter syndrome. Not that I'm not as smart, but that I don't know what I'm afraid that they'll realize. It's more about what I think about myself. Because they're the ones that say that every time I try to talk about it, they don't see the imposter stuff that I see. So it's less about them realizing that I'm an imposter, and it's about me being convinced I'm an imposter, even to all evidence to the contrary, and that evidence usually comes from other people telling me, no, you really are the thing that you think you're not. So this one's confusing. As capable as they think I am. I'll put that one in the middle. I don't know where to put it. I will express my opinion. You know I will. If I asked to list my top three strengths, nope. I listed about 20 of them yesterday. I can think about a problem for hours and still feel like the issue is not. Usually when I'm thinking, I love problem solving. So usually if I've thought about a problem for hours, I usually have 10 or 20 possible solutions by then. So I'm going to say maybe mostly false. Every now and then I might get stuck. When I need to do something difficult or unpleasant, I find it hard to motivate. Yes, I'm a big procrastinator. Mostly true. I do have little tricks I've learned to motivate myself when I really have to. Going back to this problem solving thing, a lot of times I take it to the point where I can on my own, and sometimes it takes talking to like one other human to open that one little door that takes me to like this new level of solution. So that's why I'm putting mostly false for that, because I can only take something so far on my own, and I've had experiences over and over where having another person come into the situation is just the thing that's needed. I prepare a list. I can already tell you I don't. Every week for what I would like to accomplish. Completely false. I can easily converse with different types of people. Yeah, I think I can. Except for middle-class white people from Seattle. So for that reason, I will put mostly true. There is definitely a segment that I have no idea how to interface with. And they think I'm a complete freak. Hang on. Okay. My life is one problem after another. No, mostly false. It makes it seem like I agree with other people. Nope. I'm pretty vocal about what my opinions are, and when they don't align with other people's. I panic when given a task that is slightly above. No, I welcome that. I love that. The challenge. It gives me like a new level of challenge so that I'm not coasting at this level anymore and I have a chance to increase my skill to another level. I tend to postpone or avoid discussing touchy topics. Nope. I dive right in. I would not feel comfortable asking for something that I want. Nope. I could ask all the time. I feel more comfortable when someone makes decisions for me. Nope. I get frustrated when someone doesn't catch on very quickly. No, I'm pretty patient. Every now and then, I guess. If I explain like 10 times and they're still not getting it, I'll put mostly false. I'm not satisfied with... No, in fact, the opposite. I don't care how many times somebody praises it. If I know I did good work, that's all I need. 100 people can tell me how great work I did, and the only thing that matters to me is if I know I did good work. And if I know I did it, I don't need 100 people. No people could tell me, and it won't change anything. But if 100 people tell me and I don't think I did good work, those 100 people are not going to make me think I did. It totally goes by my own sense of my achievement or the quality of my work. That might be tied to the imposter syndrome. So it's the opposite. Completely false. When applying for a job, I know exactly what... Yep, I went over them yesterday in great detail. I have an Excel spreadsheet that I'm going to map them out on. I have adopted certain beliefs or opinions simply because... no. I'm pretty immune to groupthink for some reason because I've always been outside of every group I was in, pretty much. That's usually what put me outside of it, is I have opinions or beliefs that are so different. Yeah, I'll say completely false. Most of my accomplishments were just a fluke. I don't think so. Maybe some of them. Well, accomplishments are things that... No, because an accomplishment is something I deliberately set out to achieve. So if I achieved it, it was because I put my own effort into it. Otherwise, I wouldn't call it an accomplishment. It was something that just accidentally happened to me. I would call it something else. I don't like asking questions in front of others. I have certain compulsive habits that I just can't seem to stop. Do you count the rocking? Or is it like actual activities? I think mostly false. I don't count the spurging stuff. Wait, you're taking the test too, Dobes? Oh, I could put the link, by the way, for those that want to take it. Let me grab it. I didn't even think of that. All right, if anybody wants to take the same test, here's the link for it. Not loss. Joe, that's your opinion. That's a very low-res view from the outside and what looks like high-strungness. If you look at it closely and like map it out, you're going to find the spikes relative to my normal baseline are very infrequent. They happen in very, very specific situations, and it's a very specific personality trait that's being activated. And outside of that, I'm not high-strung. Okay, let's see. I spend hours wondering what people meant by off. Oh my God, yes, all the time. I can work well despite, yeah. It frustrates me when I don't get my way. I put that in the middle. It depends on what I'm wanting, but I can usually fight to get my way until I get it, or I get some kind of compromise that satisfies me. So for that reason, I'll put it in the middle. Even if I disagree with someone, I'm still able to. Yeah, I think so. There's sometimes I just can't make that leap, that connection, but most of the time I can. So I'll put mostly true. I feel like I have no control over my life. Complete opposite. What I don't have control over is how other people perceive me, and I think that is the barrier, and that's related to that cultural capital that Dobes and I talked about. And the only solution to that is to increase or alter my cultural capital somehow, or go find the people to where my cultural capital is not a barrier to. But as far as my own control, my own internal locus of control, I feel like I have that. When faced with obstacles, I doubt my ability to overcome them. No. Talking to a person of authority makes me feel, nope, self-conscious or unsure of myself. Nope. I know which situations I can handle and which ones will take me out of my emotional. I'm learning this. I'm learning more and more which situations, which panels I can go on, which workplaces I can work in. So this has been a learning process, and I think I'm getting better at it. I will put mostly true. My God, how many of these are there? I go out of my way to better myself. And Dobes, keep in mind, I'm reading mine out loud and like thinking them through for the audience. So you might be zipping through them like silently in your head a lot faster. I go out of my way to better myself. Mostly true. There might be a few things I could push. When working towards a goal, I regularly evaluate my progress. Absolutely. I can't figure out what I want out of my life sometimes, but mostly false. I constantly doubt myself. Mostly true. I'm comfortable correcting my profess. Absolute. Not correct anybody. I start projects or goals I can't seem to finish. Usually only because they're predicated on the assumption that other people are going to be involved in them and they turn out not to be. So like my goals are usually collaborative, community oriented, team based, etc. Personal goals I can finish just fine. It's usually I'm starting a project with other people and then the commitment or consistency is not there, and that's why it doesn't get finished. I'm going to put mostly true. I mean mostly false. I know exactly where I want to be 5 years from now. I have a very vague idea. I will put the middle. I feel awkward or out of place in certain social situations. Yes. But then a lot of social situations I don't, and it's learning to identify those situations. So I'll put it in the middle. I do not like change. Mostly false. I'm uncomfortable I thrive on chaos, actually, a lot of times. I'm uncomfortable giving people advice because I'm afraid that I will steer them in the wrong direction. No. I'm ashamed of how I look or behave. No. I change my attitude, behavior, appearance in order to please. No. I don't know what to say or do when people get upset around me. Most of the times I do. Sometimes I don't. The feedback I get during performance reviews tends to surprise me. Sometimes, but not usually. I think I have a good sense of my performance and how other people are evaluating it. Mostly false. I have a clear set of values. I believe that I do. I know exactly what I want to achieve at school, work, or in my hobbies. I always know what I think I want to achieve, and then sometimes I'll surprise myself, or the project will surprise me, and it'll reveal things that even better than I thought I wanted to achieve, and then I'll switch to that. So sometimes that emerges from me attempting to achieve it, but I go in with some idea of what I want to achieve, so I'll put mostly true. I stick to my principles no matter what the situation. I'll put true. Once a pessimistic thought, it's a floodgate opens, my thoughts get more and more negative. That's that spiral. No. Every once in a blue moon, that spiral will take over. But I'm pretty good at. First of all, it doesn't come. It's not a natural tendency of mine anyway. And when it does happen, I'm usually able to gain control of it and get it redirected. So I will put mostly false. It takes a push from others to get me going sometimes, but not always. I have a lot of intrinsic motivation. I avoid discussing sensitive topics because it tends to blow up in my face. Nope. I got so much like explosive residue on my face. I'm surprised I don't get mistaken for blackface. I do get mistaken for black. What's the blackface version of personality? I get mistaken for that. It's a struggle for me to bounce back from a failure, rejection, or disappointment. Sometimes it is. I'll put that one in the middle. I ooze confidence. I don't think I do. I am stubborn. I can be. But I'm also flexible, collaborative, and cooperative. I can compromise. I'll put it slightly to that side. People who have strong personalities intimidate me not at all. I have one myself. My God, is the whole rest of the test going to be this? All right. When I'm feeling negative emotions like anger or sadness, I try to ignore them as much as... No, I don't ignore my emotions. A little like me, not at all like me. When I mess up, I say self-deprecating things, such as I'm such... Oh, yeah, oh my God, yes. I am. If y'all think I'm an asshole to you guys, y'all don't hear what I say to myself. Like, y'all are getting the nice, like, polished up, cleaned up version. I am way harsher on myself than I am to any human. I am brutal. I will slice myself into like 1,000 little ribbons over the smallest thing. I make it a point to be in touch with my emotions, exactly like me. I set low expectations for myself, somewhat like me. When I'm in a new environment, I feel like a fish out of water. A lot of times, but I have kind of my own environment inside of that new environment, so I could always ground myself in that, even if I'm in a strange social environment. I'll put it in the middle. I tend to assume the worst of other people. No, quite the opposite. I tend to be overly trusting and assume the best, and then I get disappointed and I have to readjust. I enjoy giving advice or helping people solve personal problems, exactly like me. 72% finished. When something minor but annoying happens to me, a friend snaps, a car cuts me off, someone makes a joke that hurts my feelings, I spend the rest of the day thinking about it. Not so much that, but when weird social things happen and I don't understand why they happen, I can spend hours, days. I use my 3 o'clock in the morning rule. If I wake up at 3 in the morning, half asleep, and that's the first thing that's still on my head, spinning around, then it was something very significant and worth paying attention to. If I don't even remember it happens and I have to take a while, it takes a while for it to come back, then I can tend to let it go. Because it's an indication that whatever it is, whether I understand it or not, it's not that important. So that's kind of the test I use. So I will say it's somewhat like me. Because a lot of this I do let go. And I have an actual test to kind of filter what to let go and what to spend more attention on. I don't make plans for the future. I prefer to go with the flow. A lot like me. Although, since starting the business and doing this stream, I've had to learn to do a little more planning than I would do if I were just kind of in my natural mode. When I don't know how to behave in a certain social situation, I just follow what other people are doing. Maybe a little bit. I try my best to kind of take cues from other people, but I'm still it's not gonna affect what I end up doing. I'm still gonna act out of my own self. I break down larger, more complex goals into smaller steps. Sure. That's always a good idea. I can turn on the charm at will. I don't even think I have. I think I have negative charisma. So if I'm doing any charm at all, I'm not even aware of it. I'm going to say not at all. Maybe a little bit. I don't know. I'll keep it a little bit. I tend to overanalyze situations, finding problems that don't really exist. No, but sometimes I think I get fixated on things that, because I don't see the relevance in the big picture. That once I get the big picture, I realize, okay, that I was over fixated on that thing. It wasn't as important. So I'll put like maybe a little like me. I want everyone to like me. No, I don't care who likes me or not. I refuse to accept opinions or views that are different from my own. Accept, like adopt them, or just accept that people have them. I can accept anyone's opinion or views, but that doesn't mean I'm going to have that opinion or view just because they do. I refuse to accept. That doesn't sound like me. I'm going to put not at all. Maybe a little bit. Like maybe the conspirators, I have a hard time. Understanding and acceptance are two different things. I can accept their views. I just don't always understand them. Are there opinions or views that I don't accept? I don't accept that opinion. I do not accept that view from you. No, that doesn't sound like me. I wish they'd give me more pictures to look at. I like the little drama stories. I hold back on expressing my ideas because I'm afraid of looking stupid or being ridiculed. No, this one, not at all like me. I feel more at ease when I have a routine to follow. Not at all. I follow orders even if I disagree with them. Not at all. The only person I look out for is myself. No, but I'm going to put a little like me just because I don't really have another person to look out for right now. But when I did, I was very, very good at looking out for the people that I attach myself to and choose to look out for. Actually, I'm going to put this in the middle. I keep myself up late at night thinking about the problems in my life sometimes, but not obsessively. Maybe somewhat. I am an ambitious person, somewhat only because I have goals for this channel and for my career and stuff. But outside of that, I'm not. I do have ambitions. Like I envision the gaming groups. I envision community like centers. I envision in-person stuff. So I have grand visions about what I'd like to see happen down the road. If that's ambition. But I'm not like trying to climb the corporate ladder or step over a bunch of people just to get some goal. I guess I'll keep it in the middle. After making a decision, I ask myself things. Actually, I'm going to bump it a little higher because I think I am achievement striving. After making a decision, I ask myself things like, why did I do that? Or what was I thinking? Oh, yeah. Sometimes. I thrive in unpredictable or dynamic work environments, exactly like me. I follow rules even when I disagree with them. Did you ask me that already? This is for the test. It's the way they score the test. I apologize to others even if I've done nothing wrong. Nope. Good luck getting an apology out of me if I know I didn't do anything to apologize for. I strategically choose which opinions to share and which to keep to myself. No. Not at all like me. Once I get angry, there's no stopping me. I'll let everything out. Exactly like me. I have a detailed list of all the goals I want to achieve. Not at all. I get angry, sad, or discouraged when even the smallest thing goes wrong. No, but maybe some things can discourage me a little bit. I can easily pretend to be someone I'm not in order to get what I... No, my God. I don't know how people have that superpower. I present my ideas with confidence. I think I do, but I don't think they always land with confidence. But they start out in my brain with confidence. I think I do okay here, but I don't know. I'm something's pulling me toward a lot like me, but when I actually share my ideas, I can't think of any kind of lack of confidence I have in them. A lot of my ideas are presented as questions. I'm trying to float the possibility, like, what do you think of this? I'll put it there for some reason. I am impatient, rarely. It takes a lot. I get upset without really knowing who or what is it. No. I can usually almost always trace it to a very specific source. I feel helpless. No, but I do feel frustrated that I can't translate my strengths into success. But I don't feel helpless. I feel uneasy in situations where I'm expected to know. Not at all. I distance myself from or try to suppress negative emotions. Rarely. I should say never. I unintentionally offend people. Probably. I will share my opinion even if I'm risking rejection, anger, or ridicule from others. Always. I feel threatened when dealing with someone who is very assertive. No. I feel uncomfortable when I'm expected to console others. No. I choose conversation topics that most people in the group... I try to. I'll say often. I second guess myself. Rarely. I feel discouraged. Rarely. Look for ways to improve my performance. Often. I will do whatever I can to keep myself from crying or showing I am sad. Almost never. I love to cry. I think it's healthy to cry. I haven't been able to cry years. So when I'm crying, I'm like, oh, good. I can at least cry, still cry. I can deliver criticism without hurting others' feelings. Sometimes. I back down from challenges rarely. I have difficulty snapping myself out of a grumpy mood sometimes. When something bad happens to me, I manage to find a silver lining. Often, um, I'm completely at ease when a conversation shifts to the topic of feelings. Always, I have an uneasy feeling about a situation or person, but can't put my finger on what it bugs me. I just dismiss it and move on. Yes, often. I'll flag it in my brain and I'll observe and look for further data to start forming a pattern. But I'll just note it and move on. I'm willing to apologize when I know I've done something wrong. Yes. If something embarrassing happens to me, I keep it to myself. Sometimes. I give up on goals, rarely. When I'm feeling anxious, I can think of ways to calm myself down. Almost always. I feel that people take advantage of me sometimes. I find it hard to express my feelings to others. Never. I analyze my emotions. Oh my God. Yeah, you see, it's even in the test. That's what I've been telling people. I analyze my emotions in order to determine what they are trying to tell me or teach me. And in order to do that, you have to have the entire emotion. So if I calm down or restrict the emotion, then I don't have the full emotion to analyze, so I don't get the full information of what it's trying to tell me or teach me. That seems so fucking simple to me. I don't know why people don't get that. I think they're just emotionally retarded. I consider the ethical consequences of the decisions I make. Yes. I try to, always. When I was studying philosophy, ethics is one of my favorite domains of philosophy, particularly virtue ethics. When I feel negative emotions start to crop up, I stop and take a moment to ask. Yeah, I do. I avoid dealing with situations that involve confrontation. Rarely. Every now and then I might pick a battle. I have an urge to flee when someone gets emotional around me. Never. I insist that others do things my way. Rarely. I go out of my way to help others. Often. Every now and then I put a limit on that. I stand up for myself or my ideas, always. 84%. We're almost there. How we doing? Hey, Kane. You're already Dobez, I don't believe you. I don't believe you. I've been at this like an hour and a half. But maybe because you're just doing it silently. Kane, that's just your natural. I don't know if there's anything wrong with that. Like, I think there's value in that. Put it this way: if you think it's something you need to work on, make sure it's because you genuinely think you need to work on it, and not because other people are trying to convince you that you need to work. Make sure it's like from a long and rigorous self-assessment. I don't believe in oversharing. People share what they share. It's only oversharing because some Karen is putting some arbitrary standard on what sharing is allowed and not allowed. My partner Mike was deaf, not Las. And he had a cochlear. So I kind of have an idea of what he was like without the cochlear and with it. I try to keep the situation in perspective. I try really, really hard. I don't always succeed, so I'll put off it. I remind myself that things will eventually get better. I don't know that they will. There's no guarantee. This is something I don't do either. It's just neutral. I don't know. I'll put there. I managed to find an outlet to express my emotions. Yeah, my mouth, my voice. I just express them. I verbalize them. So yeah. I experienced difficulty sleeping. Yes, but way more in the past. I think I've done a lot of like work on myself and mental health recovery. And I'm at the point now where it doesn't race nearly as much. But back when I was like coming out of grief or in the middle of crises and stuff, that it would do that racing mind a lot. Like that was the norm. So I think I've worked myself out of that over the years. So I will say currently now, rarely. It's difficult to forget about my problems and worries and just have fun. Not really. I could usually put everything aside for a party. Rarely. I find myself so overwhelmed that I shut down completely. Almost never. The time that happened to me was with losing the grief. My mind, my body, everything just completely shut down. I blue screened. I blue screened for days, and I remember slowly coming back and like realizing that I'm still in reality. I'm still alive. I'm not the one that died. That was the most shut down I've ever had. Like one of the few and only times I can remember completely shutting down. It was called an acute stress reaction. I find it difficult to find someone to confide in. Not really. I have my little network of peers. I'll say rarely. I refuse to give up, always. When someone makes it a point to push my buttons, trolls, I counter with a blow to one of his sore spots so that he knows how it feels. I can attack back. If you want to come at me, I can bite back for sure. Walk away, hang up, or otherwise end the conversation. Sometimes I do that. Tell the person off. If someone instigates a fight with me, I won't back down. Yep, that's an option too. Become upset and let the person know I don't appreciate being hit below the belt. Take a deep breath and ignore the attempt to instigate the fight. Don't take the bait. No, I usually take the bait. So I either attack one of their own sore spots, which is tit for tat, or I tell the person off, which to me is also tit for tat. Or I'll like kick them out or leave the panel or something. So it's like fight or flight. Do I fight more often than I flee, or do I flee more often than I fight? Let me go through a lot of recent experiences and see if I can figure out where the scale falls. I'm leaning toward this one. That's my natural instinctive reaction. If I'm doing this, it's usually a secondary. It's usually because I've either done this and it's still not stopping, so I have to escalate to this, or I had the instinct to do this and suppressed it and opted to do this instead. But I think this is the initial thing. And this, number one, is more like an object lesson. Number two is letting them know that if they want to fight, they have one. I'm going to go with that one. When people close to me ask me how I'm feeling, I typically tell them the truth. Tell them how I'm feeling. Spill my guts about, yeah, I do this. When I have a plan in place, what falls through, I view it as an opportunity to make an even better plan. I get discouraged or contemplate whether it's, ooh, this is hard. I do all of these. I do get discouraged, but I often don't just drop the idea. I'll find a way to retool the idea and try some other way. Contemplate if it's really worth it. I probably do that too, but then I also almost always determine that it is. I'll do this one. I'll just get a better plan. When I notice that I have an area of weakness, I read up on how I can improve. I find someone who is skilled in that area to help me, or I accept the fact that I can't be good at everything and focus on this is what I do. If it's something I'm not good at, and I know I'm not good at it, I'm not going to waste a lot of time on it. Like the nonverbal stuff. I'm going to go find situations where my verbal ability is a strength, and I don't have to rely on the nonverbal as much. When there's something I don't like about my life or relationships, I take steps to change things. Yes. Yes. Yeah. I try to change what I can and learn to accept what I can't. This is good too. And yes, even if I can't completely change something, I can at least. So I don't know what the difference is. These are both, I do both of these and they both have value. But because this is more affirmative, like yes, I at least try to change things, I'll choose that one. When conversing with someone who has a far less extensive vocabulary than my own, that doesn't stop me from, I'm not a snob. Yeah, I let them speak without interruption and try to adjust to them, meet them where they are. When assessing how I feel emotionally, I focus on whatever feels wrong and ignore the positive, focus on the positive, allow myself to feel through both positive and yes, the whole range. When something major is worrying me, I suppress it, do my best not to think about it, do a little introspection, examine my feelings, or dissect my feelings, analyze them. Yeah, this one. I do the deep dive. When making a decision, I use the information I receive from my emotions and my intellect because it's one cognitive activity. I keep telling people this. When something upsets me, I examine my feelings. Yes. When a person's opinion is very different from my own, and I have doubts about the validity of his argument, I typically hear them out, listen to the argument before making a judgment call, listen to him, but occasionally interrupt to question the argument. Yeah. Listen, but let him immediately know that his opinion is questionable. Yes, I do this too. I don't really brush him off. I think I'm going to choose that one. I experience a setback. I view it as usually a challenge. One way to motivate me is to tell me I can't do something or not believe in me, because that's going to motivate me anymore to show you that, yes, I can do that thing. When unexpected or a last minute change occurs, they tend to catch me off guard, sidetrack me, frustrate me, but I adjust. Yeah, I guess this. When I find myself in a new setting, I almost immediately adjust immediately. Takes a few weeks, a few months. If it's taking me weeks, months, or a year, I'm in the wrong setting. I will just leave. So if I haven't adjusted in a week or two, then it's the wrong setting. So this. I would change absolutely nothing in my life. A few incidental things, several incidental things, one or two major things, several major things, everything about my life. Oh, I definitely change I would change my financial situation and my relationship status. So one or two major things. Yeah. I have a lot of confidence. I'm trying. One reason I'm going through these personality traits and talking about negotiation and all this stuff is because I want to find a way to test it. I have where I think I am and all that, but until I test it, it's not 100%. So I need to find ways to test it, and then I'll have a better sense of my confidence. But right now, I'm pretty confident in my confidence. I am mostly happy with my life. I feel sad rarely. I would rather have fake but powerful, have influential but real friends. Not even a question. I would rather... I guess I'd rather have bad things happen to me. Because I'm more confident in my ability to weather the bad things than if I put them on others. They may not have the same coping skills. So I guess because I trust myself to cope maybe a little better than the average person, then I'll shoulder the burden of the bad things. I would rather live a life according to my values, because I define what success for myself is anyway. I've never wanted a bunch of money, a mansion, a car, any of that. I hate all that. That's work to me. Having to keep up. When I lost Mike, we had a 4-bedroom, 2-story house, a pool, a yard, everything, and that was perfect for 2 people. Between the 2 of us, we managed to keep it quite nicely. After I lost him, I was alone in this gigantic house. It felt like a mansion. It was huge for one person, and I had to keep all of it up by myself, and it was just work. I never want to keep up, even like just a modest middle-class home by myself. That is way too much work. When I owned my car, and you had to change the oil and check the fluids and keep the tires, that was work. So I associate that kind of materialistic success with a lot more work I'm making for myself than if I could scale down to something smaller. So I adjust my material success to my internal values of how much effort, like, because you pay a price. You have to, extra success, material success is extra investment. And so I weigh how much investment I have to put into it versus how important it is for me to have that stuff. I would rather be an honest loser. I would rather be loved. All right, I think we're almost getting there, people. Thanks for sticking around. Those that have. In my opinion, failure is a sign that I need to try harder next time. I really need to or try a different approach. I need to sit down and consider whether I should try again. Both of these, but more often than not, it's going to be I'm going to exhaust different approaches before I completely give up. So my first reaction would be this one. If the situation calls for it, I could appear calm even though I'm really not. I'll say with difficulty. Is that the poker face, the stoicism? I could probably pull it off sometimes, but it's going to be difficulty. Adjusting to change in general is not the least bit appealing to me. Takes some time. I don't avoid it. It's easy for me. I'll probably be the person who instigated the change in the first place. Depends on the change. I think I adjust pretty well, and a lot of times I am the person instigating the change. The more difficult the challenge I face, the more determined I am to succeed. Yes. Okay, some more scenarios. I love these. I'm working on a long-term project with one major potential payoff in the future. I'm doing this right now in real life. You've been working on it for at least 6 months, a year and a half, without much observable progress, at least from an outsider's perspective. Hey, I got 700-something subscribers. How would you most likely be feeling at this moment? I'd feel just fine because I know that I'm working towards an amazing goal. To be honest, I probably wouldn't have lasted as long as 6 months. I'm a little disappointed. Yeah, that's why I'm not worried about the channel or the numbers, because I'm looking long term. And long term, it's progressing just fine. It's going in the direction I'm trying to make it go. It's going at a nice organic pace. So by my metrics, I am just fine. You're working as a salesperson for a company. Oh, good, because this might happen in real life too. Would you advocate a product or service? No. So maybe I wouldn't be as good as sales. Your colleague tells you a secret that he insists you take to your grave. To spill it would hurt a lot of people, including him or her. A few months later, the two of you are up for the same promotion. No, absolutely no. No. People confide in me all the time and trust me with things, and I honor that. I have no problem. If I give you my word that I'm a mandatory reporter here in Washington State, unless it involves harm to yourself or others or something like that. And if it's not in a professional setting, then I'm not obligated to report. But I still kind of use those principles. So don't tell me anything that you wouldn't want me to report if I think it's going to put you or someone else in danger. And I'm not talking about things like suicide, because people open up to me about that type of stuff all the time. And unless I consider it an actual risk, I don't run off and report every time someone has that conversation with me. So don't feel like you can't open up about that kind of stuff. Would you but if you're opening up about like a murder you're planning to commit, I might not sit on that. So use some judgment there. Would you work for a company that does things that are at odds with your values and belief? No. That's usually the reason I end up getting fired. If you find out that the company you work for was engaging in unethical practices, how would you react? I would gather evidence and report the company. First, I would work it internally. And that's kind of what I did in some of my jobs. It wasn't necessarily unethical practices, but it were substandard practices that I could see much better, like much more effective practices could be used. And I tried to communicate it to upper management, and I had a meeting with the director. And as I moved up the ladder, the people under them, like immediately over me, were working to try to get me out of there before I got to the director. And they managed to get me fired before I got to the meeting with the director. And then I tried to contact him afterwards just to give him the information anyway, and he refused to meet with me. That's another thing. A negotiation. I negotiated a meeting with the director. He agreed to it. He told me to contact his secretary to set up the meeting. And in Seattle, everything takes weeks and weeks of process. And so during the process of setting up the meeting that he agreed to, I was fired. And then when I tried to contact him about the meeting, he backed out of the agreement. So that's another example of me successfully negotiating something and the other person not keeping their end of it. Would you compromise your values in order to keep a job? Absolutely not. How often do you find yourself going against your morals, principles? Rarely, if ever. My whole nervous system changes inside when I have to compromise my principles, and I can't even like exist with myself for very long. So I go out of my way to not put myself in that situation. Like I said, I have to sleep at night. How would you prefer an end to an argument to end? With a solution that we're both happy with? Yeah, that's my preference. Who wouldn't want this? Who would want an argument to end with the issue remaining resolved, or you not getting what you want? This seems like the only, like, I can't imagine anybody picking any of these other answers. Maybe that's my own limitation. How often do you take time to sit down and consult with your feelings? All the time. That's what I'm going to start telling people. I'm consulting with my feelings. Let me have them. Have you ever dated or befriended someone strictly in order to gain something? How is this different from networking? I guess networking is not real. Like if it's genuine friendship, no, it's not to get something. I'm going to say never. Okay, now we come to the part. Hang on, I'm going to stop sharing. We're at the part where I have to fill out information and pay to get the results and all that. So I'm going to do that behind the scenes. But we have Leggy in the meantime.
Hello.
What's up?
How are you? I'm just your everyday trash panda saying hello.
Garbage panda. You're part of the garbage.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm a garbage panda. How you doing?
I'm wrapping up this test that I just took, and it's about to tell me the results. So I have to fill out. It wants my gender identity. Let's see. I don't want to answer female, male, transgender male are different identity. I'm going to put male. How's your day going? Oop. Did we lose you?
Putting together a giant ass hunting blind, so that was fucking awesome.
What kind of blind?
A hunting blind. It's fucking like one of them giant ones. It's like fucking 15 feet off the ground. It's like 9 by 7. It's fucking huge.
What is this in your yard or like in your woods?
No, like fucking like 3 miles deep in the fucking woods.
Oh wow.
Hey, ain't it past your bedtime, young man? Ain't it fucking like fucking the ass cracking dawn over there?
It's soon 2 a.m.
Yeah.
Are you serious? Is this going to affect your academics? I'd hate to be the reason you flunk out of college.
So it's fine. Either way, I've been feeling very strangely energized the past couple of days. So I've been struggling to fall asleep, and so instead of just lying in bed
that could be all the fucking
phone, I just stay up later and join here instead. This is better use of my time than just the phone in bed.
Wow, so it works for you.
Yeah, I mean, I probably won't stay too long, but at least a bit more, to at least see your results and compare with mine.
Well, I'm filling out it's asking me about all my disabilities. So I'm filling out cognitive for the autism. Psychiatric would be PTSD, I guess. Man, this is oh my fucking God. It's like 100 questions of demographics just to get my results.
It's probably a scam.
Yeah.
Well, Zephyr did it. She's the one that turned me onto it. My socioeconomic category, very poor, below poverty line. What education level? Damn, this is so detailed.
Yeah, right.
There's one criticism though. Like I just stopped taking the whole demographic side seriously when they like just had European Caucasian and no like specificity at all, no difference between Latin culture or Germanic. Like the demographic questions was like, are you white American, white European, black, Asian, Hispanic? Like it's
So you're white European. Well, I chose like other ethnicity, but they didn't give me a box to fill it in.
Yeah, I don't know what I would have said, like Scandinavian, but that it doesn't matter. It's only for fun, at least for me.
How would your current manager? I am my current manager. Excellent. I rate my performance excellent. Do you have a leadership role at work? Yes. Executive at C-level. Who raised you? Oh my God.
You
Just my
too,
mom.
brave man.
More than 2 family members, because I had an extended family. So I guess I should count them, like my grandparents and all that. If you have children, no. I do not want children. What is your current relationship status? Wow, this is a nosy test. How satisfied are you with your romantic partner? Wow. Do you find it easy to make friends? What does it have to do with demographics? Yes, I do. For the most part. How satisfied with you in life? My God. Have you been diagnosed with any disorder on the autism spectrum? And they give the old categories of autism that they don't even use anymore, like pervasive developmental disorder.
Well, okay, to be fair though, the website looks really old.
Oh.
It looks 2010s, like 2010s, you know.
Well, even
2012.
when did they switch to the ASD category? That was
No
the
idea.
DSM-5.
I just look at the UI. And
Let's
it
see,
looks old.
DSM-5. When did it come out? 2013. Oh, wow, okay. That's pretty recent. How well do you cope with stress? Are you good at reading people? No.
Yes. Very.
Do people tell you you misinterpret their words and behavior? No, but they misinterpret mine all the time. Have you ever been told you're manipulative? I don't know, not really. Maybe by a few people, by one person. I don't know. How often do you manipulate? Rarely, unless I'm playing a board game or something. Would you have the skills to manipulate? I don't know, maybe. Are you willing to manipulate? Maybe, depending on the situation. How often do you have sex? Listen here, machine. That's none of your business. What kind of lover are you? What the fuck? Okay, hang on. I'm gonna.
Yeah, that's a very in-depth, personal. It wants to suck your soul.
Yeah.
Fucking.
I'm
That's
gonna
an
share
AI
this
bot
part.
trying to fucking.
I think
I
I'm
don't know. That's an
attentive,
AI
open-minded.
bot, man.
I think I'm
Trying to
this. I'm
fucking
Take it
this.
off all.
I am a little bit shy in the bedroom. I gotta admit. I'm self-conscious. I'm not conservative, that's for sure. This. Okay, all right, I'm gonna stop sharing. It's getting to the kink stuff. I'll stop sharing that. Yeah, cuddle. Yeah. Sometimes roll over and fall asleep. Watch TV, go online, play video games. Sometimes, I guess, if it's over. How satisfied with you with your sex life? I don't have one. Not at all satisfied. Score my test. Here we go. Did you do the full report, the 341 questions?
I haven't paid. I just have.
Okay. I'm about to pay and get the full report, but I will show what it gave me, the free version. So here it goes. Are divided into 2 main parts: aspects related to understanding and dealing with one's own emotions, and those related to understanding the emotions of others and handling social interactions. So, the construct, motivation, interpersonal. We chose to assess this construct. Okay, overall score is 121 out of what? 155?
Well, look at the percentile.
So I'm lower in
Top
EQ than I
7%.
am in IQ. Oh wait, this is not my IQ score. I tell you that right now.
Yeah, it's emotional. It's
This should be
percentile,
EQ.
though.
They're just calling it IQ.
They write EIQ, and so they just use IQ. But like top 7%. You know what's funny? I got
E might stand for
122. Like
estimated
we're
IQ.
1 point in difference.
Do what, Leggy?
I said the E could stand for estimated.
Oh, I'm still not hearing.
Estimated?
Oh,
Estimated?
so this is like what? Like it's over one standard assuming 100's the mean. It's over one standard deviation away, but not quite two.
Yeah.
But I am outside. I'm on this side of the curve. I'm off of the. I'm not in the middle of the curve. Is fairly good. I'm quite capable of understanding and dealing with emotions. It contributes to problem solving ability, leadership. Review the test results to know. Okay, this is what. All right, I'm going to do this part now. And Zephyr, I need to thank Zephyr for this. She made all of this possible. Thank you very much. I'm going to go ahead and pay for the test now, and we'll see what it comes up with. And meantime, I'm tired of talking, so the two of you chat and get a panel going or something.
Well,
I don't know how long I'll be here, but at least enough to see your report. But you've already been going for like 4 hours. So
well, Jeff, I'm glad to see and hear that you wrote it for old Trump boy, but I'm disappointed to see that you trust the mail-in ballot system.
That's all we have here. There's no other option.
What? You
Yes.
can't go to a poll?
There is no poll. It's all mail-in. They hire
That's
year-round workers to work the mail system. There's no poll workers or anything.
that's
But you can. Anybody can review the process. You can. The public can go and observe at everything. You can schedule an appointment. They walk you through it. They let you see everything. It's open.
well.
It's completely
I want to see
transparent.
my fucking vote get tallied. You know, my mother-in-law. She's so fucking fair, I don't even know. Like, her head's so far shoved up Biden and Kamala's ass, it's not even funny. My wife, right, does not follow politics. She could give a fuck less, right? My, my mother-in-law sends her a message, talks about me and goes, I don't know how you stand his mother, right? And my wife goes, would she comment on something? And she goes, I posted something about Trump, and that people that are Trump supporters are so uneducated and so uninformed. It's just so ridiculous how stupid they are. I can't, we're just so far off politics. And so my wife just goes, so your point? You know what I mean? Like, why do I give a fuck? And then she comes back with, you must vote. Your daughter's lives are at stake.
Oh my God,
A
they're
vote
working.
for Trump is a vote putting them in danger. And I'm just
They're watching
thinking,
those ads.
what the fuck is this woman talking about? I'm like, this stupid fucking bitch. I go, so finally I was like, you just need to tell her. Like, you know how it is. The state of Maine's already projected to split the electoral vote fucking 1-1 like they do every year. You know what I mean? That's why nobody campaigns in Maine, because it's not a fucking valued fucking state. Second of all, we have ranked choice voting, which is the fucking stupidest fucking thing anyways. Kamala would win anyways just because, I mean, in retrospect, you're competing with southern Maine, like Portland and shit, which they have so much more people than the rest of the state, you know? So I don't know. It's just ranked choice is stupid. It's a really stupid fucking ranking is a voting system, and I don't like it, and I think it's garbage, and your vote really doesn't count. Because I mean, let's
So
face it.
you are you
I
voting though?
mean, yeah, I mean, no, I'm not gonna fucking vote because it's pointless. I mean, let's face it. The
What?
electoral votes, the state genuinely goes along with what the state says. But the state, them electoral votes, they can give them to whoever the fuck they want in the long run. You understand that? I don't think people realize that. And them electoral votes, yes, they go by the wish of the people, the delegates of their region or whatever. But ultimately, they can decide, nope, we don't want to give it to them. We're going to give it to this person. You know, it's just pointless
Wait, what?
fucking
How
voting.
can they override the vote?
Because it's not, yeah, because they vote. they vote based, technically are supposed to vote based on what the people of the state say, but they can cast a ballot technically any which way they want.
Oh my god! Oh, hang on. Wait, we got breaking news.
The fuck? We got the crazy cat lady or a crazy zombie?
We got crazy zombie. We got crazy
Oh
Day of
no
the
no,
Dead.
that's
She's
the
going to
fucking
Day of the Dead.
dead. Yeah, I was gonna say this is the day
Oh,
of the
that's
dead fucking.
beautiful. Is that? I love the pink. Her microphone's not working, but she said she'd come up and show the look. Wow! And you did all this while you were listening to the stream and watching body doubling for Day of the Dead. I love it. Did you have a template or did you just do it from? Okay. Wow! I love the headdress too. Zephyr. Oh. Wow. What a beautiful,
It
beautiful
is a good
creation.
job.
Oh. And you go into the celebration later. Well, take pictures or video or something. You could share it with us.
Yeah, it's really good job.
Let's see. Oh, you got Dobez. You got. Wait, let's see. So Zephyr, you got a 123, and Dobez, you got a 122, and I got a 121.
Oh.
So Zephyr's slightly more. What is he? Mostly intelligent, and then Dobez, and yeah, I. That sounds about right. Like it amazes me that we're all about the same range.
Yeah, it's 1 point. Like that is doesn't really have any difference. You can't notice it, I'd imagine. Although how much this is actually, how much this actually says, that's a different question. You know, because
this report is super detailed. What I might do is take my time this evening and go through it and maybe do a little short summary that I could share on stream because nobody's gonna sit through me. It's pages and pages and pages of detailed results. So I think that's what I'll do. I do have the results. I just got my full report. It tells you your strengths, your weaknesses, the areas you need to work on, all that kind of stuff. And I might feed all that into the AI and get it to do a little summary for me.
That's kind of that's smart actually. That's really smart.
Wow.
How much did it cost?
It was $11 American.
Do you think it's going to be worth it?
Well, you know, I kind of on my own, I was trying to use that Big Five personality model to assess my strengths and weaknesses. So I think this can help feed into that, and I can have something to combine it with that. Because the AI made me a spreadsheet for the Big Five stuff, and I can maybe get it to incorporate that somehow into the spreadsheet. And it's going to make me all these charts and graphs.
Have you taken Jonathan Haidt's moral foundations test?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, okay.
I took it online. I have an episode of me taking it.
Wait. I feel like... Was that an episode with me in it, or no? Because I've...
Yeah, I think you... Yeah, I think you were. You took it or something, or...
No. I've all taken it a long time ago. Maybe I was the one who told you to take it.
Maybe so.
I have no idea. You got to find it.
Yourmorals.org.
Yeah.
Yeah, let me get my results. Because it surprised... Okay, here's my moral foundation results. And it surprised me that I was... Look, I'm higher in care. Oh, wait, no, that's the average person. So I'm lower in care. I'm lower in equality. I'm higher in loyalty. This was what surprised me, how high in authority I am for being a Satanist. And of course, I didn't expect purity to be that high.
No.
And then very high in proportionality. And then it has all these other surveys you could do. The free will scale. Wow.
I will say, though, that this, like, today, you can find out a lot about yourself by taking some tests. You know, just do this test about morals, do an IQ test, and do a Big Five personality test. That can tell you quite a lot. Not that it's always predictive or useful, but you know, it statistically it can tell you a lot.
It often doesn't. It rarely tells me something I don't already know. It usually just clarifies or validates things that I've observed on my own.
Most people have an instinct of themselves, but not not all people. And it's also nice from time to time to have it as a number. Although it can also be the opposite. Like, I purposefully do not take IQ tests because I despise the idea of being able to put a number to my intelligence. So
you just don't want to know how smart you're not.
Yeah,
but you have to get it done by an actual psychometrist or somebody. Like it's I've taken plenty of them, and usually they spread them out over a couple of days. It's not just a simple sit down and do this test thing.
Yeah. But it's like, I'm not gonna.
Do they have those in Norway? Like, did you take any in school to get into gifted programs or anything like that?
No, well, technically you have two tests that are similar. You have one in 7th grade that is a national assessment of student skill, basically, and they compare you to the entire population. So it's not directly an IQ test, but then it's normed on the entire population, so you can see how you relate.
Is it just general knowledge, like something like the ACT or the SAT here?
Kind of, but also not. Like, it seems to be very specialized. Some of that is actually like speed of processing, speed of reading. What is your preferred speed of reading? And that, of course, preferred speed of processing or your actual processing. How fast can you remember stuff? Like, how good are you with doing math in your head? And you can connect it to other tests and measures of intelligence, but it's clearly a measure of skill and learning. However, it does have some similarities. And I mean, a test of vocabulary, that is inherent to an IQ test. So, some part of it.
That's one of the things they test. There's a whole verbal category.
Yeah.
And then the cognitive stuff is stuff like memory, attention span, or bandwidth, processing speed, that kind of stuff.
Yeah. And then you also do in the military for you can be called in and they will like find out if you're suited for conscription or not. And then you do one that's cardio, like a cardio test, strength test. And then they have a intelligence test. But it's not really a full-scale IQ test either, because it's very specialized in what they desire, and that's fast thinking and the ability to understand and comprehend logical orders, and of course just some visual processing. However, it does seem to have a lot of scientific validity, because probably the biggest IQ research paper, at least I see it as the biggest in more recent times, used 30 years of data from the Norwegian military to basically prove that adding another year, going from a 12-year school to a 13-year school, increased IQ, and then quantifying how much that extra year of schooling increased the IQ.
There's still debate about if IQ can even be increased.
Yes, and that's one of the biggest articles that support that it can be increased. However,
I think some aspects of what they measure might be able to be increased, like your verbal reasoning, and then that would increase the score a little bit. But some of the stuff may be innate, like processing speed. And
I do tend to agree with you, but I think something like this, a whole extra year where you're forced to actually use your brain in a time of development where your brain is still developing, like I think that actually can have an effect. And as opposed to a lot of the other brain training is, oh yeah, I'm going to do this 30-minute exercise like just for a few weeks. Like, of course.
So if you do some Ravens matrices at the beginning of the year, and then you spend all year doing Ravens matrices, and you test them at the end, it might go up slightly from your brain having all that practice.
They usually hit the plateau because, like, part of it is like matrix Ravens matrices. That's a test of your fluid intelligence. You can split into inductive intelligence and deductive. So inductive is learning the patterns, and deductive is using them. So that's sort of the two sides of pattern recognition. And what happens is that if you first come across like matrix reasoning, you have never done it before, you'll score badly, and the next time you'll jump a lot, and then you'll continue to jump a bit until you have sort of gotten all the patterns. You've finished the induction part. And after that, you often hit a plateau because, there's no more patterns to learn. And if your brain like physically can't actually use those patterns, like your deductive skills hit the limit. So usually,
So is that a limitation of the test itself, or because if you had more patterns, then you don't know that that's where the score would plateau.
Yeah, like for sure the test is limited, and some tests are made to be taken multiple times. I don't think matrix reasoning is, because you do want to test both induction and deduction, and if you just keep on going, you're basically in the end just testing deduction. So like matrix reasoning is probably only actually good the first one or two times, because then you still use all of your brain power instead of just applying patterns, because of course there's a debate on what is most important, like is it using patterns or learning patterns, but both are key, and if you want to measure both, and so if you end up only measuring one, it's not as,
because I don't think intelligence itself is kind of like a abstracted concept. You're actually measuring a combination of very specific traits, and then you're clustering them together and calling them intelligence.
Well, you're not. They are clustered together, but it's not we that chose to cluster them together. We found that these correlate to each other. They are naturally clustered, and so we choose those tests to measure.
But you could I think you could as easily choose other items to add in and exclude some of. So there's a constructive, like a kind of arbitrary constructive element to it too, as far as what general intelligence is.
A funny thing you could do, like,
look, all I know is I scored a 94 on the ASVAB, so that's all I know.
Out of 100?
I think I don't know. I don't know what I think so.
Were you in the military?
Yeah, I was in the Air Force.
Oh, okay.
Oh, nice.
There's so many. I can't keep track. There's so many military.
Too many characters.
Yeah, I think that's wonderful.
Many characters. You know what's funny?
Yeah, I actually improved because I took it when I was a sophomore in high school, and I had an 89 on it, and then then I improved, so yeah, it's quite interesting how so I was 15 my sophomore year.
Did you do well in school? Like, were you pretty good grades and stuff?
Science and math and shit. I did it. English and like that type of shit like that there. I kind of, because I didn't like writing. I didn't like doing essays. I didn't like.
Yeah, I'm not a writer either. I hate writing.
But like shit with science and math and all that, it just kind of clicked to me. Like even physics, man. Like I can remember I did something stupid and got kicked out of school for like 10 days or whatever, right? Look, I was playing with a fucking lighter in school, right? Me and another kid.
Oh, yeah, they take that very seriously.
Well, we were flicking it back and forth to each other, right? Well, it just so happened this was like the time when hair gel was fucking the thing. The more hair gel, the better type deal. You know. Anyways, so he had a lot of hair gel in his hair. When I did it, it accidentally fucking like one of his hairs caught on fire, and I patted it out while we were in the library.
Michael Jackson?
The librarian smoked it, and fucking one of the other kids in the fucking library fucking snitched me out. Said that I fucking lit fucking David's hair on fire, and I go, what the fuck? So then they
You did?
Well, look, yeah, but you're not supposed to fucking say it, especially when fucking it was no harm, no foul. You know what I mean? Like, it ain't like he fucking went up in flames. He didn't even know his hair could caught on fire. Like, that's how quick it was. So, anyways, I got rid of the fucking lighter. They searched that whole entire fucking school for the fucking lighter. So the only way I get to go back to school was I had to admit what I did with the lighter. And I was like, well, I gave it to John Mike, and fucking, he took it from me. So... whatever. So I get that was my 16th birthday present. I get to go back to high school. What a lovely fucking time that was, though. My dad, man, he was like, you're gonna fucking work the whole time. I did too. I went to work every single fucking day. every single day.
Well, that'll teach you to set people on fire.
Oh, it was fucking horrible. Horrible. Well, the only thing that saved me was the fucking really was I admitted it and then David he come up and he was like, look, he goes, we were both fucking around. He goes, it could have happened just as easy, whatever. He goes, so I'll take responsibility for it too, but whatever. But anyways, so back to the story. Physics, I was fucking you know, I missed 10 days of fucking school. Well, in physics class, that's a fucking long time to miss, and especially in high school. You fucking. Anyway, so I come back, fucking did every bit of fucking work that had to be done. Never missed a fucking beat in physics, ever. I think I wound up with like a 80, like an 89 and a half, almost an 89.7. I don't know how the fuck, whatever. It wasn't quite a 90. So, yeah.
Well, that's pretty good.
Yeah. That ain't bad. And that's just because I missed 10 days of class.
Oh yeah.
So they didn't give a fuck. That was
No,
unexcused
they're not going to
absence. Unexcused.
prioritize the kids setting other kids on fire.
No. But what made it worse was legit uh it might have been the same year, but I want to say it was a year after. In Ellsworth High School, there was a kid, his Halloween costume somehow caught on fire. I don't know how. But they were doing whatever and his costume caught on fire and fucking he got like
What's
really
going on
bad
in
with the
Maine? What here okay, here's my question. This is what I really want to know. Were there any black people at your school?
yeah. Yeah, like
Did they get in trouble at
four
the
or
same
five of
rate
them.
as you? Like were they singled out for discipline or anything like that?
No. No, they would love, man.
So
We
you got
loved
in
fucking
trouble even
Mel and
more
Jay
than
and
the black
Kiki,
people. So
man.
it wasn't race. There's
The
not
only
racism.
time I remember, so there was a fella. His name, oh well, I ain't gonna whatever. But good friend of mine.
Just
Like
call him
his house was
Jerome.
like my second house. But uh, fuck it, I'll say it, Monte, whatever. He was a trouble, but he come from a troubled house. Like you know what I mean? He got raised by his grandmother. Who's a white woman, so his grandfather fucking had Parkinson, a really bad, had shook, fucking horrible. They used to be really bad druggies and all that, so he didn't have the best upbringing. Had anger issues, but the other three, Mel, Kiki, and J Man, them fucking three were loved, absolutely loved. Got phenomenal grades, so.
That's good to hear. I think those stories are important.
But yeah, yeah. And then we had another guy named Joe. He moved up here from North Carolina. He It was a little bit different for him, city mentality coming up to the country, so he didn't really know how to take us white boys. So
So it was more culture than skin
yeah, it was
color.
more culture shit. Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. Because like he'd be like, instead of sock you in the mouth or punch you in the mouth, he'd be like, I'm gonna stick you in the mouth, or like
And you're like, well, we only punch in the mouth here.
yeah, it was type shit. Like I mean, I done lived down south and shit, so like as a kid growing up, so I already knew that language anyways, but like other people, they would drop jokes like, "What are you, some type of fucking queer?" Or, shit like that. There, oh, gonna stick it in my mouth, huh? Like just big ignorant shit like that.
Maine sounds like a wild place.
Yeah, it is what it is. But all right, I gotta get the hell off of here for now. I'll probably be back if you're on. If not,
Okay, yeah, we might be
I'll
going.
see you
I'll
later.
I'll keep it going, however long.
All right,
Take care, lady.
Blue M&M out. Peace.
Peace.
I think I'll keep going for 15 minutes.
Okay.
and then like it's 2:30 and then I should sleep. So
well, it's the weekend anyway. It's like you don't have class tomorrow.
yeah, and actually my mother and sister, they're coming up and they're taking the night train and they're going to arrive. Wait. They're probably going to arrive in just like 3 hours or something. But I don't need to wake up then. Like they're going to stay at the hotel and everything. So I don't need to worry.
Well, then real quick in 15 minutes, give us some highlights of your psychology studies. Anything interesting the last few weeks?
Well, I'll be honest. The most interesting thing intellectually these last few weeks have been well, the election. I'll be honest. Like I've been thinking about the election, taxation, and like geopolitics.
You mean
or
our
industrial
election?
relations all the time.
The U.S. election?
Yeah, for sure. Well, mostly that as a launching point for further thinking. But I haven't been able to stop thinking, and I think genuinely that's why my sleep is so much worse. Like I just can't go to sleep. I'm thinking too much. My mind is too active, for good or bad. So I've been thinking a lot about different stuff, and I've been discussing a lot, and I really like that. But that has come at the cost of a bit of psychology. I'll be honest. And so far, like looking back through what I learned, I honestly don't really feel like I've learned anything new that's sort of groundbreaking. Or
is it too
very-
introductory for you? Like, are you just bored and understimulated?
It's sort of the same things I had already gotten in high school, as combined with some stuff I've already gotten through my own sort of developments online. So, for example, they brought up the book or topics from the book "Thinking Fast and Slow." If you know that book, it doesn't really matter. But they, brought up stuff I've already known about, or they talk about Jonathan Haidt, which big kudos. But it's also like it's not really that much new stuff. I did actually, though, go to a student seminar on dream interpretation.
Oh.
You weren't expecting that, were you?
It was like presented by students?
Yeah. So there's an organization of psychology students where you engage students that can present a topic they like. Now, I'll be honest, he wasn't that good. He didn't even bring up Carl Jung at all, talking about dreams, which I think that's just ignorance, and it's. He did basically just talk about Freud, and then there's one guy. I say one guy. He did present him as the biggest guy in dream science today. But any talk of dreams without mentioning Carl Jung or Stephen LaBerge is missing. Carl Jung.
I don't even know Stephen LaBerge.
He's the guy who basically scientifically proved lucid dreaming. And so he's like, in the modern day, we have scientific proof of the concept of lucid dreaming, and I don't think any theory about dreaming and its meaning and anything, you have to include lucid dreaming now. It's such a big, like it's how before Darwin sort of formulated the theory of evolution, you didn't need to, that was necessary, but after, if your biological theory didn't connect with the theory of evolution, like it's no worth. And to me, that's what it is when you talk about dreams without mentioning Carl Jung and or Stephen LaBerge.
Well, why Carl Jung? Because the whole concept of the collective unconscious is just a hypothesis. There's no way to test or falsify it at all. And you can study archetypes just fine without it. So to make him foundational for understanding dreams, you could work just off of Freud and have a. I don't even believe Freud. I don't believe dreams have any meaning other than the meaning you make of them. I don't think there's an intelligence trying to communicate with you in dreams. So even the Freudian model is a hypothesis, and then adding the collective unconscious to it doesn't change the fact that it's still all hypothesis. So lucid dreaming might have more actual experimental validity behind it because there's a way to test and falsify it. So I don't know why Carl Jung or Freud is so essential to dreaming, other than like the power of their ability to mythologize.
Primarily because, of course, this is presented by psychologists, so it's presented as a therapy generally, and there Freud stands clear. He's also sort of the originator of modern dream psychology and research, and that's also in part why I like Jung, because I prefer Jung or Freud. But that's beyond the point. Like, the main point is that he was sort of lacking in his presentation. I did enjoy it. It was interesting, but he could have gone for longer, and he just followed one book. Like, it was very clear he had read one book on dreams, and and that's what he presented. And so
he could have just made a YouTube video of it.
Yeah, but I mean, kudos to him. That's a good. It's nice to do. Like, it's just a student. He's allowed to share his enthusiasm. Although he did state at the beginning that he wasn't really that interested in dreams. So I'm very confused how he ended up like presenting that in the first place. Like, if you're not interested in dreams, what are you doing? Why?
Well, maybe he's more interested in organizing students into some kind of interest group.
Maybe, but you know, it's good, and I know I am definitely gonna do something like that. I only hope I can convince them to do it in English, and then I can publish it. Like, I don't know when. Maybe like in 2 years, in my third year, I'm older and stuff. But like, I definitely want to do that. You know, present my own stuff.
Like as a student at one of the you should, you definitely should
record it, publish it, and everything. Just because I don't know. I think I have interesting ideas, and I think people will appreciate it. But at least I will appreciate it because I just like talking. Case in point, I'm here.
Why don't you just make YouTube videos? That's what people who like talking do. You have a worldwide audience.
Because I don't want to make bad stuff. I don't want to make.
But you don't have a problem talking spontaneously. It doesn't seem to inhibit you.
But I feel like I need the structure for me to put my name to it. It needs to be more professional. Like,
maybe they'll create, like in the future, a little AI audience that you could
maybe
pretend to be talking to.
There's a reason I never made any serious YouTube content on my own, because but then when I teamed up with two of my, my camera friend and an editor, and we made a podcast, like, then I was very happy to do it, because then it actually had a sort of backing of excellence. And
but you monologue just fine. Like, just like Joe was saying with the writing, like, stretch yourself, different writing opportunities. Just turn on the camera and monologue. You're going to do fine. It's not much different than what you do on the streams.
Yeah, but I need more. I need, like, don't take, this isn't meant as an insult, Jeff, just as a preface, but I would never just do a stream like this. I feel like I would need to do more. I feel that inner urge that I couldn't just.
But like, what's you mean, like add graphics and stuff too?
Yeah,
what would be the more?
Yeah.
People do YouTube video essays. People do those all the time. But it starts with you talking to a camera, and then you just build on top of that. That's the part I don't do. I just give the raw monologue. But you could go back and edit and add graphics and all kinds of stuff.
I don't have those skills, Jeff, and I am bad at putting in the time to develop those skills. Eventually, I'll get there. I am optimistic. But.
Is that what's keeping you? Because you have this desire to talk and get your brain out into the world. And so,
why do you think
is it your perfectionism? Like, you don't want to do it until you have the skills to polish it to the level you want?
That's one reason. The other reason is, actually, how much am I willing to share?
Oh.
Yeah, I can share that. The other reason is basically I do have intentions, and I am by my nature so political that I'll probably be involved in Norwegian public life in the future, and so I don't want to sort of.
I hate to tell you this, but if they ever find out this channel, you've already crossed that hurdle.
Oh yeah, I know, but I have sort of a veneer of separation and professionalism here, at least more than
you think you have that, until some Norwegians find this channel and start spreading and translate. Like, the potential is already there. So if you try to protect yourself from that potential, I think it's already there.
Yeah,
I think
just by virtue of being on YouTube, not even this stream in particular, but you could always do the monologues. You don't have to broadcast them. You could always do the talking part, and then when you get the skills, go back and edit them into your monologues.
Good point. That's actually a really
so
good point.
At least you get to satisfy that urge to communicate, and then you can add the perfectionism in later, and you'd have the groundwork already laid.
Yeah. I just think I think if you become a content creator, if you become a channel owner, I think there's a lot of stress that comes with it. A lot of stress, a lot of work, a lot of late nights. And if other people are working or in school and stuff like that, I think it deters people because it takes it is time consuming and it is stressful. It is. And
It
then
would be really nice if you could somehow tie it into your studies, because then it wouldn't be at the expense of your studies. It would reinforce and support and expand what you're doing in your studies. Like if there's, as you get to the higher level of psychology classes, if you could incorporate some kind of educational content into your what you produce as part of class, or maybe bring in professors or guests, start a little psychology discussion channel, etc.
I think one of the biggest downsides if you're a channel owner is that you get a lot of scrutiny and you get a lot of blowback from people. Like usually like just guests, they get some, but like channel owners, like, you know, they
Well,
want to
the channel owners get held responsible for the get. I've had people unsubscribe just because I let you on my show. Like that is enough for them to say I don't want to be subscribed to this channel anymore. So the channel owner gets the brunt for a lot of stuff that, I mean, ultimately they're responsible for the content of their channel, but I'm not responsible for what comes out of my guest's mouth. I can't predict until they say it.
Yeah, that's a handful of people, and then they're irrelevant anyway. The people that are going to leave are basically just like people giving up on the channel. Like if you can't debate and have a conversation and coexist, then they don't belong here anyway. That's just my opinion, you know. And I tone it down. You know, I get attacked a lot, and I try to be as 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 cool as I can. But if someone leaves, oh, it's him or me. Well, then they don't belong here anyway, because you can't tell another grown man or woman it's him or me.
Yeah,
It's
there's
like,
panels that I like. They have certain people on, and when I see them on the panel, I'm like, okay, I don't want to be involved with this channel anymore. They have I have a line, and certain people that cross that line, if they get affiliated with the channels I like, that's gonna compromise my ability to enjoy that channel. So I do the same thing. I think that's fair in a medium like this. But Dobez, are there like other channels already doing similar to what you want to do that you can watch and learn and study from, and maybe get involved as a community member or commenter or something, and start to build
for sure
a network
but
of.
then there's also the arrogance that I want to be better. I don't want to just be a copycat. And also,
No, not a copycat, but you use them as a starting point, and then you do your own thing. Like they inspire you to do your own thing. Everything I do on this channel, like a lot of things I do on this channel, are things I've just picked up from watching other channels, and it's not anything like even fully conscious. But my channel is shaped partially from my experiences of watching other channels and noticing which channels I admire and kind of want to like use as inspiration for my own channel.
model after, like you're modeling it after those.
Yeah, like I'll take an element here, an element there. I like the way that this person does this one thing, and I kind of combine it into. And some of it I generate on my own just from doing it. But just having like just knowing other channels are out there, and kind of you got to know if you are trying to be the best, you got to know your competition.
Yeah, no, you're right. You're right. You know, and I think it's important. Like people always talk about, oh, you can only go to one channel, don't jump around. But it's kind of cool in a way because you pick up on good and bad things, you know, from other people, you know, and there's a lot of this.
It's the same with writing or music or I get the more books you read, the better it's going to make your writing than reading less books. Just by the act of exposing yourself to more people creating the content of the medium you're working in.
However, Jeff, I'm going to have to stop you here because it's now 2:30 a.m. and this boy needs to sleep. So
I agree. Take care. Have a good weekend with your family, and we'll see you again.
Yeah, see ya.
Take care, buddy.
Mike, I'm super glad you're here because
no
I was learning about negotiation earlier.
Okay.
And I want to get your take on it, but I got to go pee and get a refill and all that. You think you can monologue for a minute or so? Okay.
Sure, no problem.
I'm going to turn it over to Mike, and I will be right back.
Yeah. So hello, everybody out there. Yeah, Jeff wants to go into negotiations, and basically, a negotiation is just basically just building a relationship with really anybody. And it's funny because when you hear negotiation, you always think one thing. You think buying something. But I think negotiation sometimes is relationships, like a personal relationship. Like you're negotiating the terms of that relationship. Like I like this, well I don't like this, well I like this, I don't like this. So I think everything in life is a negotiation, and you have to open up your heart and your mind, to figure out, okay, how are we going to make this work? And it's funny because I remember someone telling me a long time ago, everything is a sale. Like you're selling yourself to everybody that you meet. And that's basically, you're trying to win people over. You're trying to make them think, okay, I want this person in my life. And especially like a partner, woman or a man, whatever you would want to date, you're selling yourself to them. You're convincing them and talking them into choosing you over all these other people. And it's something really different, but there's different types of it. So it's like you can negotiate different ways. Um, but it's so finicky to explain. I mean, you just have to know how to do it. And the best negotiators are just like people persons. Like how you explain it. Like you're just easy to get along with. But sometimes complicated people are some of the other people that are simple are attracted to. So I do think that opposites do attract. So I'm talking about negotiations, and I was basically saying everything's a negotiation. Everything is a sale. Everything. You know, the best sale I've ever made in my life was my ex-wife. I mean, she was a
Why she
10.
X?
Um, Getting together at 23, still wanting to go out and party, you know, having 4 kids, the stresses, everything, but we're still good. It's just one of those
Oh,
things
okay.
where I think I jumped into something when I wasn't ready. I wasn't ready for that responsibility, all that. Never did anything wrong or anything like that. Just like it was overwhelming. And at one point we were both just like, you know what, this is just not working. It's just not working. You know, and I mean, I can't really put my finger on it, but you know, it broke my heart. It broke her heart too. But it's just if it's not working, it's not working. But I got her. I mean, she was just. I mean, there were guys who were around the block to get with her. And she chose me. Is because I closed her. I sold her on me.
Well,
And
what? Okay, what? I went. Me and Joe kind of talked about negotiation earlier, and the
yeah.
AI walked me through the specific negotiation skills, and then we got sidetracked by the nonverbal part of it. But what would you say are some of the important skills to have in negotiating, and how would someone put those skills to the test to see how good of a negotiator they are?
Well, the base of the thing is that when you're looking to negotiate, you don't run in with a sale. You don't run in with a close. You build a relationship. You ask questions. You talk about their family. You talk about the weather. You talk about whatever.
So
But
ability to build rapport is one of it.
you ask leading questions. You asking leading questions to get what they're really interested in, and you who do you like in football? Just random stuff, and you start building, like I said, you start building that rapport, that backbone, and then little by little you start going into, what your objection is, or your objective. Sorry, your
And do
objective.
they always know that they're entering in a negotiation at that point,
No,
or
no. I mean,
so you
people.
have an agenda, they might not
Yeah.
necessarily know about it, and so you
Mhm.
start laying the groundwork
Well, if they
for
weren't there,
introducing your agenda.
anybody who comes to buy something is not there just to leave. They want to get the best deal. They want to meet the most agmatic person. They're looking to be closed. But negotiation is different. Negotiation is you have to hit them. So there's an old term. You hit them high, and then you never let them go. Like you hit them high, and then they're gonna kind of beat you down, and then but you figure a
Well,
way to meet in the middle somewhere where it's profitable for both parties. You
that
know.
that's a you bring up a good question. Like, what is there a difference between sales and negotiation? Are they
Well,
is there
the
a distinction between the two?
negotiation is part of sales.
Okay, so sales is of the larger category, and the negotiation, because it's like two people want things, and they're trying to come to some agreement on how each person can get the thing they're wanting.
But it's not just a car. It could be a house. It could be a relationship. You are selling that person on you. I want you to pick me. And then when they pick you, then you have to negotiate on the terms of that relationship, if that makes sense. It could be anything.
So in a way, what I'm doing with this channel is part of that. I'm trying to get people to pick me over other channels, et cetera, et cetera. And how much is nonverbal? How much do you go off of nonverbal when you're negotiating? Because that came up as a big topic in negotiation this morning.
Sure. Everything with me is verbal. I don't do. I mean,
that's the argument I was making. But the AI was saying things like body language and tone of voice and being able to. Joe gave the example of, like, the person may be telling you verbally something, but their emotions would indicate that they're feeling differently than they're actually saying, and the ability to pick up and read all of that and factor that into a negotiation.
The best negotiators and the best salespeople, I think, are almost a little not psychic, but they can pick up on energy. They can pick up on how things are turning. They can sense it. They can sense when people are saying one thing but doing another. Does that make sense? You can kind of pick up on
it. It makes sense. It just I know what you're talking about. That's the thing I can't. I watch other people do it.
Yeah.
And that's the thing that I can't tune into. So I don't go off of, like, the vibe stuff. I'm really bad at.
I'm big on vibes, like huge on vibes. Like I can pick up on people's vibes. Like and when you have really good vibes, they can pick up on yours, you can pick up on theirs, and they'll be kind of
my vibe's right though. I wish they wouldn't try to vibe me.
Yeah, well, you're kind of complex. You're kind of complex. And see, I'm very simple. Do you believe in all right, so do you believe in reincarnation?
No.
Okay. So there's a theory that there's old souls and young souls.
Oh yeah, I kind of get what you mean by that.
Yeah. So
I don't think it's reincarnation, but I know the personality types you're talking about.
And with me, when I went and I got read a few times, I got read different times, and the person kept saying I'm a very young soul, like super young. And that's why I told you I was real innocent. I was innocent when I was younger. I wasn't like, debauchery and, trying to get with girls, and I was real innocent, and but I knew friends of mine that were like out there, catcalling women and, all this other stuff and stealing. And I wasn't like that. And I don't know what to attribute it to, but I know that I was very innocent. I mean, up into my early 20s.
You were a good Catholic boy.
I was, as they'd say, remember people put the X's on their hands? Like the, where they didn't drink, they didn't smoke, nothing like that.
Oh, no. I like straight edge?
Straight edge, yeah.
Yeah, I didn't know about the X's, but I know straight edge.
Yeah. If you went into a club, they would put the X's on your hands.
None of those people were fun to hang around. Like, they had a lot of straight edgers in the punk movement, and those are the people that nobody wanted to invite to their parties.
And that's the crazy. I was like the funnest guy in the room. I was like laughing and joking and having, cracking jokes and all.
They were like the vegans of the punk movement.
Yeah. I didn't drink. I didn't smoke. I didn't do drugs. I didn't do any of that stuff that they were doing, and I was more lucid. I was more aware of my surroundings, and I was always a designated driver. People would get hammered. I would drive them home. I would. I mean, people would get drunk, and I'm like, leave your car here. I'll drive you home. Nothing weirdo shit. Just get them a ride home. And it became a crutch because every time I went to the, I would go out. They're like, hey, can I get a ride? I'm like, oh shit. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
This is before Uber. There was no Uber. There's no Lyft. It was
you were the Uber.
It was either someone giving you a ride home, or you had to call a cab. You'd actually call a cab service. And it was hard to get a cab, especially at a club, and it was expensive.
Hey,
Jeff.
Happy Day of the Dead.
It's really expensive. But yeah, back in the day, it was like you become the designated driver because you're the only one in the group that doesn't drink. Just imagine going to a club and dancing with girls. And you don't even have one beer. It was wild, man. It really was.
What's happening? What's going on?
They didn't have Uber back then, I guess.
Nope.
No, I remember the ride, like having to bum rides and arrange rides.
Yeah,
Well,
yeah.
let me ask you this: do you think that DUIs went down when Uber came out and Lyft? Back then, there was DUIs all the time. People drove intoxicated all the time.
It all depends. If you knew where to drive, you were okay. But yeah,
Let me
Uber. I
see if
think
I can get some stats.
I'm just
More
all
evidence that Uber and Lyft are
yeah.
reducing drunk driving
I think
crashes.
all those ride services do help. They really do help.
Uber. This one said this is from 2021. It says Uber has reduced drunk driving by 6%. That I mean
Yeah,
that's I'll take 6%. That seems
they
low, but
help. They help. It's funny. At New Year's Eve, and what's the other big drunky holiday? I can't remember what it
y'all
is.
don't have Mardi Gras.
I mean, there's
Labor Day, something like that. But
uh,
in Virginia Beach, the sheriff's department will give you a ride home for free, no
Oh
questions
yeah,
asked.
they do that. Yeah,
Yeah,
in some place.
they do that
yeah.
here too. The cops.
But you gotta sit in the back. You feel like you're getting taken home by a sheriff or or state police, and you're in the back. You're like, and if you're ever in the back of a cruiser, it sucks. There's like no leg room. It's horrible. Yeah, it's not a comfortable ride. But yeah, they'll give you a ride home for free. Doesn't cost you a dime.
I
So
think
that's
that's
really
great.
cool. Yeah, it's awesome. And they're all lined up too. They're all lined up out there. The sheriff's department does it here. The police department is busy, so the sheriff's department is the one who does the ride homes. Yeah. What is it? Yeah.
So what if you went to a cop and asked for a ride home? He would just radio to a sheriff or something.
So if you're involved in like an incident, it's up to the police officer's discretion to give you a ride home. It's up to him or her if they want to give you a ride home. They don't have to call the sheriff. If they're on the scene and they're dealing with something, they can actually take you home within parameters. They're not going to take you, 5 towns away. But if you live 15, 20 minutes away, they'll take you home. They'll drop you off. But no, the sheriffs will be lined up at the ocean front, usually where all the bars are. There's a whole line of bars. Looks like Daytona Beach. And if you come out and you're hammered, you can just walk up to a deputy and say, can you give me a ride home? They're like, yeah, come on, get in. And they'll just give you a ride home. Yeah. It's pretty cool. It's a program. I can't remember what it's called. But yeah, it's Safe Drive Home or something like that. I don't know, it's a weird term, but yeah, I think it's a New Year's and then it's another one. Memorial Day or something like
It's
that.
only on certain days, or they do it every.
Yeah. So
No, just like for major holidays where they know that a lot of people are going to be out drinking and
major
driving.
holidays. But it saves a lot of people from driving home intoxicated.
New Year's is the big one that I see it done a lot for.
Yeah.
They usually have the DUI stops for people.
They're the checkpoints. Yeah.
Yeah.
They'll get you. It's funny because they have a lot of them leaving the ocean. They have them a lot in other cities too, like in Norfolk or Portsmouth, and they put the DUI stops checkpoints where there's a lot of bars or clubs. So they know exactly where to put. They don't just put them randomly on your street. It's like there's no one, but they put them near.
They know.
Yeah, yeah.
And they buy you leave too. Like if you're trying to get away from it, like if you're pulling up to it and you see it, you're like, oh shit. You try to turn off. They'll have
them going up. They'll have them going up one way with the checkpoint, and then they'll have one all the way at the back, reversed. So if you U-turn and try to leave, then they'll go after you. Yeah,
they'll come after you. Exactly.
I'll be right back.
Okay, cool. Hey, AA. What's going on with you, Tommy?
Oh, not much. Friday night, chilling.
Did you do anything for Halloween?
Yeah, I took my boys out. I took my my little boy out trick-or-treating in our neighborhood. He's 9. My older son went out with his friends. He's like 14, so he's not really gonna go. He went out with his friends.
We trick-or-treating as an adult was some of the most fun trick-or-treating. When
did you stop trick-or-treating? How old?
I remember being in my 20s and we would go and like my little group of friends, and the people loved us. Like they loved seeing adults show up at their door. Like, y'all are still trick-or-treating here. Have some candy. It was fun. But what did he go as?
His favorite football player, Mahomes from Kansas City Chiefs.
Oh, okay.
He's
And
like obsessed
were
with
there
Patrick
do
Mahomes.
people still trick or treat? Were there a lot of houses and stuff?
Oh yeah.
Well, good. That's because I hear that it's because like people are trending away from that now.
He got a lot of candy too, man.
Yeah.
He got like 2 full bags, and it was hot, dude. It was like 80 degrees. It was like high 70s last night. It was like it wasn't even cool out. Like it's cooler tonight, but yesterday it was hot. I was like, damn.
It was 82.
We
yesterday.
usually have bonfires, but it was so freaking hot.
It was 82.
Like Halloween bonfires?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, we always have bonfires on Halloween night. Like our neighbors, we all hang out together, all through the neighborhood, you know. But it was hot.
But it was in the 80s, and then the next day it was in the 60s. So it was hot on Halloween night. It was really warm. It was.
Yeah, it don't feel as hot as it was yesterday. Tonight it feels cooler.
Last year, it was a bust for trick or treating because it was raining really hard. And
That's what happened here. It rained last night. Everybody was on Facebook complaining that nobody got trick or treaters, and everybody has all this candy to get rid of.
So last year, I think I had 2 or 3 trick or treaters, right? So when they came, they got like a pile of candy because it was like there's nobody out. So like you know when you usually go trick or treating when you're a kid, you get like 2 or 3 pieces of candy. I'm talking about like handfuls. I got Starburst and Tootsie Pops and Snickers, and so the kids were like, "Really?" I'm like, "Yeah, just take it. You know, just go. There's nobody out. You know."
Especially at the end of the night when it starts to wrap. Because in my towns they had like specific windows you were allowed to trick or treat,
and
then
it was
they would
my
start
neighbors.
like sweeping the streets and getting people to go home. And so at the end of that window, that's when the houses were unloading all their candy.
It was like the neighbors across the street. They're like, and I saw him like the next day. He's like, "Thanks, man." It's like in the street. And I gave him like they had the bucket, right? And I put like handfuls, and they're like, it's like, "Oh my god," you know, like here you go, because I don't want to eat it all, you know, because I was losing weight then, you know, I can't eat a lot of sweets, you know, but it was funny. But this year we had a lot of trick or treaters this year. It was warm
and more kids out there. I feel like
it was warm and cool. Yeah, I just went
crowded.
I just got a bunch of big bags of Starburst. The Starburst.
That's all you gave is Starburst?
I got 2.
What do you mean big bags? Like
from Walmart.
Full size candy bars? Or?
Yeah, it's like from Walmart, the big ones. The ones that are $12. They're like
I love
like the
Starburst.
Sam's Club bags.
They're good.
Yeah, I got 2 of them, and I was just like freaking throwing Starburst out. And
good thing that the kids were wearing a mask, because I would have made a face if all you put in my pumpkin was Starburst.
Oh no!
He's like, I'm chucking Starburst at him.
Dude, Starburst is awesome, but it was
they're my favorite. One of my favorite.
Really? Y'all are weird. Is it an Italian thing?
I just like the fruit colors, man. The tropical is my favorite kind.
Mm-hmm.
Tropical.
Oh, they have. What are the? I only know the original. What are the
they have
tropical
pink,
flavors?
and then they have They have a couple different kinds.
Yeah.
Pink, tropical.
Starbursts are so good, and I love Laffy Taffy, but you can't get them in a big bag. So the Taffies.
I never liked Laffy Taffy, really.
They kind of hurt your teeth.
Starburst tastes in its own category. I feel like nothing tastes like Starburst to me.
The best is the red and the pink. The red and the pink is the best Starburst there is. Strawberry, strawberry and pink.
It's the best.
Hey, the red and the pink. Put them in the stink.
Oh my God! I'm on the Starburst website, and it's wanting me to enter my birthday before it even lets me see it. I don't want to give it my birthday.
Get out of there!
I can't look at candy without it knowing how old I am.
Yeah, what's the deal with having to put like all your personal information in when you want to look at stuff
I'm not
these
doing
days?
it. I refuse.
Because
all I'm trying to do is find out what the damn flavors are.
Because they want to send you information to buy.
Yeah,
Yep,
I feel
it's
like
marketing.
It has to do with
That's what.
marketing.
Cherry kiwi, mango melon. Ooh, pina colada. That sounds good. And strawberry banana.
Oh, I bet the pina colada one's really good.
Yeah,
I
we
love
didn't have
pina
those. those flavors growing up.
My favorite growing up was always the Reese's cups. You got the Reese's
Oh
cups.
yeah, I love it.
Hell
Ooh,
yeah,
and the
that's fat.
Butterfingers.
Yeah.
But you got to put them in the freezer. You got to freeze them. They got to be cold. You know.
Yeah, I like them cold.
Candy porn. Yeah, that's what we do here for some reason. we we end up in a lot of candy porn.
Then you have you have these horrible.
I guess they call it Jolly
horrible-
Rancher for a reason.
Oh, Jolly Ranchers. We call them the tooth breakers. They'll break your teeth. Jolly Rancher.
The tooth breakers, and they stick. Like they would. You could get your teeth
It
stuck in
stick to
them.
your teeth. Yeah, I hate
But
it when they stuck to your teeth. Yeah.
They
But
made
the candy was the apple, green apple, and then that cinnamon was so good.
But they made they made chewable ones at one point. They made
Yeah,
chewable
softer
Oh.
ones. Yeah, they did have soft ones. Yep.
What
Yeah,
other
man.
flavors did they have? Let's see.
It was almost like a Starburst Jolly Rancher because
It's
like
kind of like you get. It's kind of like with
Weird.
candy. You kind of get into like your moods. Like sometimes you're like in a chocolate mood, like you want the chocolate. Then sometimes you want the fruit candies. So you get in
It's
like
a
different
Hershey
moods.
product.
Yeah,
that's true. It is Starburst is.
Jolly Rancher.
Oh, Jolly.
Now they have
Rancher, okay.
gummies, Jolly Rancher gummies.
The two big companies, what Nestle and Hershey's, right? Those are the big candy companies, I believe.
And
I think it's
is
Nestle.
M&M Mars one of those? Part of those?
M&M Mars, that's right. Yeah, is that a Nestle company though?
I'm not sure.
So what? Hershey's and Nestle? You're saying
Hershey's, Nestle.
for chocolate, right? For chocolate.
And
or-
then
Mars
and Mar-
Incorporated.
Mars Incorporated. Yep, Mars Bar, M&M's. That's
Food and
Oh, yeah,
Veterinary
M&Ms.
Services.
I like M&Ms.
yeah. You like the regular M&Ms or the peanut?
I like them both, really.
I do too, and I like the. Yeah, if I had to pick, I'd do the peanut.
So when I was a fat boy, when I was a little fatter,
Yeah,
I
good.
loved candy, right? So check this out. This is a hack. You take regular M&Ms and you put them in a bowl and you put them in the microwave. This sounds weird, but you have to know exactly how long before the shell breaks. If you do that, you bite into it. It's like hot melted chocolate in your mouth.
We used to do something with them that would soften it. I don't remember what it
Oh,
was.
so you warm up the M&Ms?
Yeah,
Warm
there was
them up.
something we used to do, like similar, not microwave, but there was a way to get the chocolate a little softened.
Yeah, probably warming it up a little bit.
And I remember we during Easter we'd have those robin's eggs.
That sounds like.
And
it
we
be
would all
good.
paint our lips different colors with the robin eggs. If you wet
They
them.
got and Easter, they got the Cadbury cream eggs. Those things, man.
I used to love those commercials. They're freaking funny.
The bunny.
Little bunny jumping around. And
Yeah, those commercials are funny, man.
We eat rabbit. We eat a lot of rabbit, so we're looking at them going, "Damn, I'm gonna eat that thing." But yeah.
So wait, when you see a cute fluffy bunny, you think of food? You think
I don't.
dinner?
Yeah, of course.
I've never had rabbit, really. I don't think.
We tried to
Now,
have a rabbit growing up. But we kept it for like maybe a week, and it hopped off.
You never had rabbit? Oh
No, I haven't. I don't think so.
It is so good. I mean, it is really good.
What does it taste like? What do you compare it to?
It's gamey. I've had it growing. They used to cook it growing up, but I never liked it. It's a dark meat.
It's like duck. It's like a duck flavor. It's like a dark, greasy meat. But if you brine it right, it's delicious. Like I like duck. I love and like a turkey, right? So I made a turkey like last week, and I flip it over and I take all the dark meat off the back. Like the dark meat to me is the most succulent out of a bird. I'm talking about a bird, but
Yeah, like it tastes tasty, but more tasty. Is that what you mean?
it's greasy, but it's I can't explain it, man. It's just a different flavor. Like to me,
grease adds to the taste. I feel like. I mean,
to me, white meat gets dry. It gets
dry. I don't like white meat so much, to be honest. I mean, I like a little bit with gravy, but it is
Yeah.
dry, bro. It's dry.
Yeah, that's why you have to add that's why when you have Thanksgiving or you make a turkey, you have to have the gravy, for the white meat. But you don't put gravy on the dark meat. You don't.
You don't need to. It's like you said, greasy, so it's easier to eat.
My son's gonna come visit. We'll probably go to the international market and get a duck because you can't just buy a duck like, at Farm Fresh or Food Lion.
You got to go
You
to
have to go to
the Chinese people.
Yeah.
Really? You can't get that in like a supermarket? You can't buy it in a supermarket, even if you special
No.
order?
No, you just go to like the international market where they're run by
Oh.
usually Asian people running the international market, and they have stuff from all around the world, all the weird fruits, all the weird stuff, that you wouldn't normally see.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, and they have like ducks and stuff like that, and all kinds of crazy shit. This place, this place down a couple miles away, it's the international market. They have live fish. The fish are in a tank and they're swimming around. I swear to God. And you pick the fish you want, and they'll gut it and they'll butcher it for you, and they give it to you. And then you go home and cook it. I mean, it just basically just came out of the water. And it's like, it's in a tank, but it's fresh. And that's when we make our aquapazza, we make our fried fish and stuff like that. It's got to be, because when you get the stuff from the supermarket, it's usually from like overseas, and it's disgusting. It's not good, and sometimes it's frozen.
Y'all are on the
frozen.
Atlantic, right? You don't have good seafood.
It's always frozen. You're right. Like it's not good, honestly.
Yeah, but it's funny because you have the guys behind the counter, right? And they have the hose, and
it's never fresh, like you said.
They'll scale it and they'll cut it, they'll gut it for you, and you just give them like $1 or $2. They have like a big thing. You put like $2 in there. They're a bunch of cool guys, usually Mexican guys. They're up there cutting fish.
They have them at the Italian market in Philly. They have all kinds of things like that.
It's awesome. But that place is cool because you see stuff like you would never see before. You're like, and they sell tripe and like all kinds of crazy stuff in there. But it's international. It's supposed to be something from every country.
That's what they said. Like, that's what they thought the virus came from those markets, those food markets in China that were like unsanitary, and like that's where they thought. I guess in Wuhan,
a lot of the tilapia, Tommy, and a lot of the other fish, they have the parasites in them.
Oh,
and then you consume them. So you have to be careful because they're farm raised. They're not. It's not like someone's going out and catching a wild fish and pulling it in on the reel. They're farm raised, and they're dirty pens and stuff like that. So
that's gross.
Be careful what you eat, And then you have all the cattle stuff. You have to be careful what you eat. That's why USDA cattle is so important, because there are stuff in place to make sure that the cattle aren't, disgustingly filthy and stuff like that.
Yeah,
So,
they have like a code to operate under.
Yeah, exactly.
They had fast food documentaries in the past where they showed like how bad some of these places got, and like how they treated the cattle, and
How about
pretty
this?
wild.
You see what happened to Boar's Head, Tommy?
No, what happened? What do you mean?
Boar's Head meats? You know Boar's Head, right?
I know Boar's Head. Yeah. What happened to him?
There was like, Jeff, you pulled it up the other day. The people were like passing away of salmonella and stuff like that. Like the plants were putting out they went to the plants and raided them. They closed plants in Virginia down, other states.
Oh wow, were they bad?
Oh,
plants? Were they dirty?
Disgustingly filthy in the plants.
Oh, it's horrible.
And Boar's Head's very expensive. It's
I used to
super
buy
expensive.
Boar's Head. I still buy it.
Yeah.
It's good.
Did they recall
I
it?
like it. I mean, I don't know.
Boar's Head's good.
Jeff, pull it up. Boar's Head
crazy.
recalls. Boar's Head recalls. It's wild. They closed entire plants down. Like
Listeria, that's what it was.
Yeah, Listeria. Okay.
Are they closed like forever, or are they going to reopen?
7 million pounds of sliced deli cold cuts, almost 12 million pounds of ready-to-eat meat and poultry, and hundreds of frozen waffle products. I almost bought some frozen waffles the other day.
Oh, I buy frozen waffles all the time for my boys too. That's crazy. What company was that under? The waffles. It's not Boar's Head, is it?
Let's see.
That's crazy, man.
7 million pounds.
Yeah, think about how
for
much
some reason
food
it
that
won't let me
is.
scroll down.
How much meat that is. What a
And
waste.
then 12 million pounds of pre-cut, where it's when you go and they already have the stuff like the capicola.
Yeah,
they
the
have
pre-cut. Yeah.
thing. 12 million pounds of that. So what? 19 million pounds. 19 million pounds of meat
That's
was
insane. That's insane, bro. That's a lot.
McDonald's
So,
burgers, eggs, green onions, frozen waffles.
oh, McDonald's
The
burgers
list of
too.
recall products in the last week has Americans worried about the safety of their food. Let's see the waffles.
That's
I
wild.
was it Joey Waffles?
Waffles. He had to close the Waffle House.
It's called Treehouse Foods.
Treehouse
Yeah.
Foods.
And then the green onions that McDonald's buys from has salmonella. Costco
Salmonella. Yeah.
recalled Rana chicken
anybody
truffle,
get hurt?
tagliatelle, grilled white chicken. It's Costco brand stuff. So there's a whole
Tommy,
bunch of shit getting recalled.
Over the boar's head stuff, people did pass away. I think it's like 7 to 9 people did die.
Oh wow.
Yeah. You can
That's
look up
wild.
of boar's head. I think it's 7 or 8 or 9 people that passed away, and a lot of people got sick. A lot.
Food poisoning's bad, man. Like if you get food poisoning, it's like the worst.
I had it one time. And it was from Chick-fil-A, and it was when I was 19 or 20, and it was undercooked chicken. And
Oh, dude, I eat at Chick-fil-A all the time too. It's crazy.
after that, I really rarely eat there. My kids love it. They love Chick-fil-A. They're like
Yeah,
Chick-fil-A
it's good.
But if you have that experience to where you were,
Yeah, if I had gotten sick there, I wouldn't want to eat there either. I get it. That's
I mean,
crazy.
I told them. They said I was like green, like I was so sick. And it,
Yeah, dude, it's bad. Like people really it knocks you out. It's like the worst stomach sickness you can possibly have. I mean,
it's tough. Yep.
I remember my mother got food poisoning once. She was out for like a week, and
Yeah.
I'd never seen her so sick.
It was like 3 days. I think I was out of work for like 3 days. I was
can't
lucky.
imagine.
I was young. I was like 19 or 20, so I was young still. So I was still, but I mean, yeah, it was tough, man. Yeah, it was a lot of barfing.
Yeah, you really do got to be careful, like what you eat, where you eat. Like
But how do
even
you
when
know
you go to
ahead
places,
of time unless you like really keep on top of?
You don't.
Yeah.
It's hit and miss. It's just hit and miss all the time. You know, if you're not cooking at home, you don't know what you're eating. And the thing is that if you really look at what we consume, you know, I mean, you never know how it's cooked, how old it is. I mean, they serve
can you
old
tell?
food.
Like, are there I mean, there's ways to spot things, but I mean, sometimes it's not obvious, right? It's just it looks fine, and it's not.
That was the biggest thing. The biggest thing that I saw was the buffets, like the buffets.
I bet.
They would reuse old food from days prior.
Oh man, that's horrible.
They're not.
You know? I mean, they're not supposed to.
They're
but I
not
mean,
supposed to do that stuff.
Yeah, but they do. But if you even just Google or if you go on YouTube, you'll see like horrendous like buffet things. Like it's just
there's crazy videos, like bad videos exposing them. I don't usually go to buffets, to be honest, unless I'm in like a hotel and it's like a continental breakfast or something like that. Like I don't usually go to those buffet, like Old Country buffet. I won't go to those places, man.
We had a place called Golden Corral. There was a bunch.
Yeah,
of
I love
just
Golden
like Old
Corral.
Country buffet. I won't eat there either, honestly.
They have
I get a bad vibe from that place.
It's better than what is it, like Bonanza or Sizzler, or one of those places.
Oh yeah, but we would go there all the time, and it was always excellent. It was excellent, and it was affordable. It was like cheap.
It was my favorite.
It's not expensive.
Of those
That's why a
type
lot of people
places.
go to. Yeah.
And if your kids were under, I remember that if the kids were under 8 or something like that, it was like $5, and then like of course the adults were like $10.99. But if you go now, it's like $20-something a person. It's like whoa,
damn, 20.
Yeah,
wow, that's like double what it used to be.
in some buffets, I know they don't, but some like the Vegas buffets and the other buffets, they give you an eating time limit. They'll only give you a certain time.
Yeah, because they don't want you sitting there all day eating. Some people just like post up and eat all day.
Dude, I remember knowing people that would go to the buffet for like 3 hours and just be like, just you know, big dudes, you know. And I'm like, after 2 or 3 plates, I'm done. I'm good, you know. It's I can't eat no more. But you gotta see those competitive eaters.
Oh, that's
and
crazy.
Then they'll go to buffets and This guy I think he got like 14 plates or something like that. It's like,
wow.
He's just like, wow, 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 wow. And I'm like, I don't know where they're putting this shit because they're not even fat or anything. I don't know. People are wild. People are wild, man.
There's this one woman. She's a competitive eater. She eats like 14 pounds in one sitting or something. I forget what she eats, but it's a lot. She'll eat like 12 like huge cheeseburgers in like 2 minutes.
Can you imagine like when you go to Nathan's hot dog contest? Because I love hot dogs, but like I'll eat 2 hot dogs, and I'm good. 2 hot dogs, maybe 2 hot dogs and fries. I mean, you got Joey Chestnut and Kobayashi eating, 36, 39 hot dogs?
That's insane, bro.
How can you even do that? Like, it's impossible, you know?
They're Nathan hot dogs, too. They're big hot dogs. They're long
good.
hot
They're
dogs.
good.
Yeah.
They're really good. But, yeah, so.
They're my favorite hot dog out of all of them.
Yeah, they're really good. Yeah, man. So Jeff, what are you looking
Coney
at?
Island's good.
Oh,
too.
I'm trying to get this video to be a short. I realized I had to do it on my phone. Apparently you can't do it you can't just upload a video into YouTube and make it a short. It has to be done through the phone. I didn't know that.
Really? Can't put a short on with your computer?
Well, it won't make your video into a short. If you use a third-party editor and create a short, you can upload it as a short, but I just uploaded the straight video. I've never done a short before.
Well, to be honest, try to do more shorts because you'll get more views. They throw
that's
them
what
in the algorithm. And
That's
stuff.
what I did. That's what I'm working on, and so I wanted to see what.
That'd be a good way to get.
But I'm
subs
still
and
not
stuff.
seeing it. Maybe it takes. Oh, short. Oh, wow! It showed up. Okay, I have my first short. Wait, where did it go?
Should be able to do it with both your computer and your phone, I would think.
Okay, I have my short. Yay! Finally. All right, this is good.
What up, Vinny? I didn't know you were down there. Salute,
Yeah,
bro.
Vinny, come up.
Hope you're having a good night, man. Yeah, a lot of people do that. They'll put a couple shorts out, and then like every like 6th or 8th short that they put out, it'll go into the shorts feed and it'll shoot up. They'll get like 24,000 views. Like I had one short that had 77,000 in like 2 days. It was a shark attack though, so obviously people are gonna click on.
Wait, so you had a shark attack?
Yeah, there was a shark attack that got caught on video out in I don't know if it was Egypt. I forget where it was, but it was like a Russian guy that got eaten alive by a great white shark. And this woman's just sitting there like, "Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my
Wait,
god!"
this is one you
She's
took?
just,
Are you saying it's one you
continuing to
took?
film it instead of grab the lifeguard. It's like, hello, yell shark or something. It was bad. Like, I don't know. I probably shouldn't have posted it, but it was already on the internet. People need awareness. Jaws is out there.
We'll have shark attacks down here, like on the eastern shore, like
Well,
down
get
on
your
like
camera out.
Island.
Yeah.
But
They're
not-
coming more often now, Mike. Like, you hear about them all the time.
Yeah, I can't imagine. The only thing that ever happened to me was I was in the Gulf of Mexico in Florida, and a barracuda went past me. I think I shit my pants in the water.
They're big too.
Thing went. I'm like, whoa! I was like 14 years old. It was scary as shit.
They're fast too.
And they had the sand sharks. They would come out. So when the sand sharks came out, you couldn't go in the
Sand
water.
sharks, yeah.
Yeah, you had to stay out of the water when they were there. But you'd look off the balcony, from the hotel, and you'd just see them like all over the place. They'd just be freaking all. Dude, sharks are gnarly, man. They're
Yeah, I love
fucking
sharks,
gnarly.
man. My son had to do a report on sharks in school, so I was watching Jaws with him the other day, and we were kind of like reading up on sharks. And I was always into sharks, so it's cool to do that with him.
Another cool thing is that the Navy has said that there's what is it called? A megalodon?
Yeah,
prehistoric
that's the
shark?
prehistoric shark. Now, what did they say?
There are Navy people saying they've spotted them off the waters. Like they've seen this shark that was just like unbelievably large.
Dude, they're like 50 feet long, they
Yeah.
say. 50
Megalodon.
feet.
Yeah.
That's huge.
Mm-hmm. Their teeth are like this big. They're like this huge teeth, you know, and man. But the thing is that I think the biggest mystery of all is the ocean. I think
Yeah.
there's things in the ocean that we don't even know what's in there. And then when they go to like the Mariana Trench,
Mariana Trench.
Mariana
Trench.
The Marinara Trench.
You said Marinara Trench. There's an Italian trench called the Marinara Trench. But
Are you allowed to show roadkill on a short? Is that cruelty to animals?
there's like little chicken. Tommy's like little chicken cutlets that come up.
I can't. Oh my God.
little bowl of spaghetti comes at the top. Oh man! But they're saying that there's creatures that are just we've never seen before. You know, in those depths, you know, of the ocean. So.
Well, they say that the megalodons were here when the dinosaurs were here, like, and that they went extinct with dinosaurs. Like, I don't know, you know, like you said, people say they've spotted these things, but there's no concrete evidence. Like every video you'll see, I mean, who knows if it's AI or not? Like everything is so manufactured now. I don't know what's real and what's not when I look on the internet.
People say they've seen the Bigfoot. You know, the Bigfoot's real, and then people say they've seen creatures in the Amazon. You know, that were prehistoric. You know, so you never know. You never know really what is. Like I said, what's reality and what's not.
No, you don't know unless you see it for yourself.
I think the biggest, like Elon Musk said, I think the biggest curse is going to be AI. AI is going to distort reality. Like it's going to take our reality away. It's going to make us believe something that's not really real. And I think that's what AI is.
It already is. It's already doing that.
It's a diversion.
It's creating doubt.
Well, even social media is doing that, even without AI.
Social media.
I think that's only going to increase.
Well, yeah, it's with AI. I think together with AI. You know, people use these AI tools to change things. They have these apps that change things, you know.
The face swaps, the voice
face swap. There's all kinds of things. You could just manufacture an entire scene. I mean, I don't know. It's pretty wild what people can create today. It looks real.
Do you think that AI is a precursor for the Matrix?
I don't know. I feel like we're living through the Terminator, and it's going to turn on us eventually, just like the Terminator. It's like, I don't know, man. I feel like that movie is happening.
I don't know what any of that means.
I think a lot of the movies that are predicting destruction and doom are actually a precursor for what's going to happen. I think that's what me and Tommy are trying to say. I think these things...
Like they're going to hook us up in vats and hook our brains up to... That sounds like science fiction.
No. Well, that's human farming.
Isn't that what the Matrix was?
That is what the Matrix was, yeah.
Yeah, it's human farming, and that we know that goes on now. Human farming. Shoot, the Chinese steal organs. That's human farming. They farm organs.
They have people in vats hooked up to computers?
No, but they'll
I don't know
take
what
you-
they have. Who knows what they have? Not
But I
hooked
think-
up to computers, though, no.
No, but I do think that it's a precursor to things that are to come that are going to be very evil and destructive to humanity. You know, and yes, there are actual robots right now that can
The robot
function.
dogs.
Yeah.
The killer robot dogs.
Dude, they have AI robots doing like every task that a human can do. And I don't know if those videos are real or not. Like if that's real AI or if it's like fake AI, you know?
The Honda.
And none of it's really AI. I don't think they've
I don't
reached
know if
actual AI yet.
It's like a robot that's doing like an I don't know, it's crazy. Like if you look on Instagram and just start scrolling through it, you'll see these AI robot videos.
It's
They're
real.
wild.
Honda made a robot that can talk and move. It's a woman robot. It can talk and move and walk. It's freaky, dude. Freaky. It's like, whoa, you know, and it's like, this is just a precursor. This is just the early stages. And that's, I think, why, you know, I think Elon Musk was the one who really came out and said AI is evil. Stay away from it. And he would gain the most from it because he's the richest man in the world. If he wanted to get into that, he could capitalize on that. But he's like, no, stay away from that. Get away from that stuff. Keep humanity.
Isn't he
human.
developing AI in a way himself? No, he's not.
He does automation, but he's anti like an artificial intelligence. He's against that.
Okay.
Yeah.
I was curious about that.
Did you see the SpaceX rocket come back down and get caught?
No. What happened? What was that? When did that happen?
The booster. So he shot the thing up, and the booster usually goes off into space or it splashes down somewhere. This thing came down and went back into the thing again. You got to see it. It's the craziest thing I've ever seen. It's what SpaceX booster capture. It's wild.
Where did the booster go? It went back. It went back to the plant or something.
It went back to the actual launching point.
Oh wow. Okay,
Yeah.
I get it now.
Yeah.
So that's something he developed.
Yeah, but it's never been done before. Never been done.
So he's just making leaps and bounds with these.
Dude, that
SpaceX
guy.
things.
I don't think he's human.
Shift.
I don't think he's human. I just don't.
Nah, people think he's an alien. I heard that too.
Yeah.
Hey, Tommy.
Speaking of
D.
aliens.
What up, Shift? How you doing?
Hey, I don't know if you saw my question in the chat, but you brought up something really important. I've been trying to expose Gen X Jeff for being a potential liquid terminator. I wanted to get your opinion for science.
I'm terminating
Jeff,
some liquid right now.
Yeah. Could you be a doll? Could you change your picture to the picture of you that very suspiciously like a Terminator, the one with the sunglasses?
Yeah, like your avatar.
Who's his
Yeah.
name?
This
Super
one?
cool Gen
Yes.
X avatar.
Tell
She
me-
said a
okay,
Terminator.
tell me that
the Jeff
is-
Terminator.
Is he a fucking liquid Terminator like the cop one from
Oh,
Terminator
that's
2?
why you said liquid Terminator because of
Yeah.
T-1000. That's so funny.
The one that
He's
like
a-
has the spatula hands that chases after the cop car and like fucking.
T-1000.
He's a good actor.
Potentially.
He's a good actor. Robert Patrick. I think
Robert
his name.
Patrick. Yeah, I like Robert Patrick.
Okay, the question is this though: true or false?
Good
Gen
answer.
X Jeff is the liquid Terminator dude.
Yeah,
know.
I'm gonna say true.
I can do you better than that. I could show proof. I just
I
gotta
think he's
find
too
it. Hang
nice. I
on.
think he's too nice to be liquid Terminator. I think he's too.
Tommy
Oh,
D,
I could
I
terminate.
asked
I'll be
Gen X
happy to
Jeff.
terminate.
I asked him if he was. You know what his answer was? The creepiest answer of all time. He goes, "If I was one, don't you think I would know?" What kind
Yeah,
of
he-
fucked
he
up
would be
Terminator 2
programmed.
answer is that shit?
To know
I've only
what
seen the
his
first
identity
movie.
is.
If it-
Yeah, plausible deniability much? Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Jeff is RoboCop. Jeff's actually RoboCop. I don't know if you know that. Drop it.
Oh, maybe
Oh,
that's what
RoboCop.
Arnold. Was it the Terminator? Was the one with
Arnold.
who's the Sarah somebody? The
Sarah.
Yeah,
Connor,
that's the
this
one I
is you
saw.
pretending
Connor,
like
Sarah
you don't
Connor.
fucking know, like you weren't sent back
It's
in
not
time.
Connor.
You know what? Bullshit.
It's
John
not
Connor.
It's not Connor. It's
Come with
Connor.
Okay,
me.
I'm gonna
You want to live.
I'm gonna put this to rest once and for all. Give me a
Hasta
second.
la
If
vista,
if you rip your
baby.
face off right now, I'm flagging your channel.
I'm
Let it be
kind of
known.
going to.
You said
I'll be back.
This can you see it? This is the photo that the image was based on. This is a
Oh,
human
shit.
Who's in your
being.
glasses?
Cyborg Jeff.
That's John Connor. That's John
Dude,
Connor right
that's
there.
fucking-
No, that's my roommate taking the picture. This is a
That's the
That
human.
is so,
photo.
that,
T-1000.
it,
There
is
was
he
an
okay?
AI. I
Blink
ran it
twice,
through an
roommate.
AI. It was a.
Blink
See, the
twice,
AI is
roommate.
getting me accused of being.
The T-1000 has
Alright.
liquid skin.
Connor.
Human.
You said
It's
you
not
could
a-
run
I'm a human
fast.
terminator. I
shape.
can't terminate. I'm just not liquid.
It's not a
I'm
tool.
like what 70% liquid. The human body is part.
I don't
liquid.
know, but I ain't never seen anybody get a haircut that looked like your hair was longer after. Like you're Benjamin buttoning, you're doing some weird shit over here on this like gay bar channel for
You
straight
sure
men.
it's
Like
me, Chef?
this, I don't know. I don't know what's happening here in the Chill Satanist channel. I don't understand.
We don't know either.
This
We
is
never know.
fucking weird shit, bro. This is some weird shit, bro.
He's a gay porn channel for straight men.
Wow. Oh,
You know what?
God.
I have seen all I need to see. Is your roommate okay? Where are they at?
Oh, this
Have we heard
long.
from him
He's
since?
yeah. No. Yeah. He's fine.
We
That
must
is the
Last I
most
heard.
he's
It's
not
been a
fine
while.
answer of all time. That is okay. What kind of snack you got there? I'm distracted.
Oh,
Guy Ned is
combos,
set to
nacho cheese in
self-destruct.
celebration of the Dia de los Muertos.
Day of the
How
Dead.
the fuck are those? How the fuck is that so?
Because it's nacho. It's the It's the closest to
Nachos and
Mexican they had at the
cheese.
store. It was on clearance. That's
I
where I got it. It
can't
was
with
really
you.
cheap.
I can't. I cannot with this guy. All right, you know what? I was never here. Tommy, you know what to do, Tommy. I hope you do. I am
Yeah.
trusting you with this. Get your community to do something. Goodbye.
I have it all. I have no idea what she was
Are you
talking
a
Jeff
about.
mole, Tommy? Are you working for Shift?
I think so.
No, I don't know what she's talking about.
Jeff thinks combos are Mexican food.
She
No,
seems to
look,
think you're a
nacho fucking
Terminator.
cheese. Isn't that Mexican?
I guess.
They had the nacho commercials growing, and they had the Mexican guy like
Oh,
bite
shit.
into a nacho, or was that Tostitos? The little, I don't know my Mexicans. I'm
Tostitos.
sorry, I'm
I like
uncultured. I don't have the
Tostitos.
cultural capital.
I'm so dead right now.
Yeah, she
They're
thinks you're a
good.
cyborg. She thinks you're a T-1000.
Yeah, dude, she's afraid of you, man.
Well, she's bold in it. She wandered
She
into my
said you have
den,
liquid
the den of a
skin. I'm
liquid
like, what is she
Terminator.
talking about? Liquid skin?
I
I'm in
love,
the chat.
yo, I love the pizza combos, the pizza ones.
Yeah, those
are
are my favorite.
good. Yeah, those are real good.
Yeah, combos were good.
The Italian.
I kind of
But
lost my
I'm-
taste for them, though. You know, I used to really like them when I was a kid. But
Yeah, they get a little dry.
yeah, I
you take
just
them
kind of
in
lost taste for them a little bit.
moderation. Moderation. We used to have these pretzels. The Snyder's. Snyder's is like a big.
Snyder's are the best, bro.
And the
Hard-
new one,
the hard
what's the
pretzels,
dots?
too,
Is
yeah.
that the new, the seasoned ones that are so
Yeah.
good?
Oh, yeah. I know what you're talking about, Jeff.
For
Well,
limited time.
yeah,
For
they have
limited
the seasoned ones too, but I like the regular ones.
for a limited time, they made a garlic bread pizza. Garlic bread pretzel nugget. It was. It was like from God Himself. It's like it was actually eating like crunchy garlic bread.
What was that from
And
Snyder's? Was that from Snyder's too?
They stopped making it. You can only find the honey mustard and the buffalo ranch and stuff like that. But
Oh yeah,
they used to make a garlic bread one. I'm
the
telling
honey
you, man.
mustard ones were good though. I like the honey mustard ones.
I'm a pretzel guy. I love pretzels. I get pretzels all the time.
They're
I just
great
sit.
snack foods.
Yeah.
The honey mustard ones.
Not a big chip guy. I'm more of a pretzel guy. But yeah. But you
I'm
still
not really
can't.
a chip guy.
You still can't. Once in a while, can't beat a good bag of Doritos. It is what it is.
Yeah,
Yeah.
just regular cheese Doritos. I love
That's
it.
it. Nacho, as Jeff would say, the Mexican, because they're nacho. He said his combos were Mexican. Oh God. Yo.
Hers is good, Vinny. I like hers.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Hers barbecue chips are really good. Better than
Yeah.
Lay's, in my opinion.
Lay's.
I didn't like
Lay's,
Lay's.
the barbecue are good. The mesquite barbecue.
Yeah,
like that.
it was a different
Yeah.
type of barbecue taste than the hers ones.
More
for
sweet.
sure. Yeah.
More sweet. Hers was more like peppery.
Yeah.
More hot.
It definitely
Yeah.
tastes different.
I'm a foodie, dude. I love.
But I like the hers more. If I was gonna
Yeah.
pick, I'd pick hers over Lay's just as my taste,
Yeah. No doubt.
But they're both good chips.
You guys ever get Wise chips? Wise
Were
yeah,
great,
I
bro. Back in the day, they were like the best chip you can have, in my
Yeah.
opinion.
Those are really good.
I haven't had them lately, though, to be honest.
You get a bag of Wise chips and a tuna fish sandwich. Woof,
They had the green bag,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. With the
Like a
owl
dark
on
green
it.
bag or
It's got
something.
the owl
Yeah.
in it.
Yeah, with the owl in it. And they were good.
Really, really good. You can still find them once in a while, but they're hard to find.
They were thin, weren't they? Kind of like thin, thinner chips.
thin. But they were salty. They were real salty.
Yeah. Tasty.
Yeah, man. So Jeff, did you eat your combos?
I'm still working on them.
you working on
Snack.
them? Yeah. Shift just appears. And
I'll get them terminated soon.
What's up, peace, love, and smiles?
You get them terminated.
Yeah, Bones, PLS, Vinny.
You're right back. You're right back.
We got Joe. What's up?
Oh,
Yo, Joe, what up, man?
Hey guys.
How was your walk?
Walk. I talked on the phone with a friend, and then I played a game of Empires 2 with another friend.
While you were walking?
No, after the walk.
Oh. And you took a shower, and now you're here.
And I took a shower. Yeah, so I'm clean now.
Did you see any Day of the Dead people walking around?
I did not. I don't think that's really a Chapel Hill thing. We don't have a lot of Mexicans.
Do you think that's kind of racist?
I don't think the reason Chapel Hill lacks Mexicans is because they're racist. I think a lot of them just haven't moved here.
Well, but how much credibility does that opinion carry? Like, you should ask the Mexicans why there's not the white people why there's not Mexicans. You ask the Mexicans why they're not living in Chapel Hill.
That's a good point, Jeff.
Well, I don't speak Spanish, so it would be hard.
Yeah, that's not ask the white guy why the Mexicans don't live here. That's a good point.
Yeah, that's the whole criticism. Like, y'all try to speak for everybody. Let the oppressed speak for themselves.
Exactly. I get
¿Por qué no vives en Chapel Hill?
Do you have Mexican restaurants?
We do, actually.
Taco Bell?
Taco Bell.
I'm pretty sure there's one, but I would just go to the...
That's not the only one they have.
Well, I already know they don't have Del Taco, because we talked about it the other day.
The only Mexican... like I know is the it's the same
Ninfas.
girl who is my Starbucks boss. I've mentioned her before, and she's like second generation, so she was born here. She's not really culturally Mexican.
Yeah, I get it. Maybe her mom or her grandmother.
Yeah,
we have a ton in this area because there's a lot of construction, a lot of restaurants.
Oh yeah. In Louisiana too, because after the hurricanes, they came in and they were the people that were hired to rebuild everything, and now there's a huge. They took over the gay bar. The gay bar I grew up going to is now a Mexican bar.
Yeah, I'm dead. Jeff went in on a Friday night. There's all these Mexicans around them. Like, what happened to this place?
And there's I'm not kidding. There's a Tex-Mex restaurant on every other corner.
Tommy,
there's so many Tex-Mex restaurants in this Louisiana town.
Jeff's in the middle of the bar dancing around a sombrero naked going.
I'd probably have more fun at a Mexican bar than I've ever had at a gay bar.
Oh my god!
I'll tell you one thing: if usually Latin American or Mexican people, if they're not affiliated with any kind of nefarious stuff, like just regular normal people, working people. They're the coolest people. I'm telling you.
I love
people. The hardest workers, bro.
Dude, they'll fix your roof. We'll fix your roof for $200. I mean, I'm saying they just will do whatever you need to have done, and they'll be reasonable. You know, so
they have a different kind of hustle than American people. Honestly, they work hard.
After Katrina, they had a second hurricane come through about a week later named Rita that hit my mom's area, and her house flooded 5 feet of water, and she lost all her stuff, and the wait list for people to come in and repair it was months and months long. She drove to Houston and found some Mexicans to come to Louisiana and put her house. She had that house back together weeks.
That's awesome.
She was not waiting for the recovery timeline for the white people to come do it.
They work hard, Jeff.
We have the people. We have the I don't know what you call them, but they'll come knock on your door and say, "Do you need any housework? Do you need your roof done? Anything like that?" And if you'll give you a price, and then a couple days later, 5 or 6 Mexican dudes just appear. The guy that's selling you is not the one doing the work. It's
no, he's the owner of the company.
Hang on, let me find this picture.
Yeah,
and they
Mike says
they did our landscaping in Vegas.
It's these dudes
they just show up.
They're going up on the fucking roof and throwing shit.
Who are you?
I'm what the hell's going on? And then it's perfect. It's it's a perfect job. But the biggest thing with immigration is the problem is that a lot of people coming over the border are criminals, but a lot of people coming over the border are hardworking people looking for a better life. So that's the rub. That's the rub with immigration. But without cheap labor, we would never get anything done because everything is so expensive now. It's so expensive, and growing up, we always had guys from around the way that would fix your car, that would come and cut a tree down, and you just pay them cash, but like if you call the companies, they're going to charge you 5 times as much. So I think with inflation and everything, I think illegal immigrants are coming in, or immigrants are coming in. I shouldn't say illegal. Immigrants are coming in, and they're doing the jobs and doing a good job for a third of the price.
But do you think they're coming in and just having legal status as soon as they cross the border?
Well, I don't know how that would work. Like, they get temporarily visas, don't they? Get like some sort of temporary visa while they're waiting or something.
And see, I have no problem with that.
I don't
Like,
know
if
how it
that's
works. I don't know how it works, Jeff.
if they need to come over and work and can get temporary visas for that, that doesn't seem too problematic.
No,
but
I
it's
think that's a great idea.
it's
But
the law breaking.
Yeah, exactly. So it's you have really good, hardworking people mixed in with like bad people. They're mixed together.
They get the bad name because of the criminals. Like, what do you see on the news? Murderers, all these murderers by illegal immigrants. That's all you see lately because of the election. You're not hearing about the people that are coming here and actually working hard and
Eating the cats.
Oh, dude, there's all kinds of crazy news in this election, isn't there? It's just wild. I heard Trump had 3 attempts on his life. 3.
That's
crazy.
They thwarted the last one. They put a stop to before it happened. But there was 2 viable ones.
Are those people in jail? Like the ones that tried? Or are both of them in jail?
They're done. Yeah, because it's national spotlight, so they have to do something. I believe in my heart Trump's going to win. I believe I'm just saying. This is my only opinion.
That's who I voted for. I hope he wins.
Yes, I did too. I did.
Oh, y'all voted already?
Yeah, I voted for them. My parents voted for Kamala. They hate Trump. They just do. It's just
I already voted.
Well, I hope we can all agree that whoever wins to just not punish each other for our votes and just move on as a nation.
Yeah, we would never fight over, have a real fight over it.
Jeff,
we joke about it all the time with each other,
Jeff, I told you my story about voting the other night when I went in, and they're like,
"Oh yeah," she asked you what you were.
What party are you? I said, "Well, I'm a Republican." She goes, "Really?
Do you have? Oh, she was trying to turn you.
And I'm like, "Yeah." And she goes, "Well, here." So then I go. I go and I fill it out. I'm voting for Republican. And then I go to the machine, and because there's 2 machines, like you put the ballot in the machine, and one was broken. It wasn't working. It wasn't allegedly. All of a sudden they don't work. The machines don't work all of a sudden. So then I go. You have to go to that one over there. So then I go to the other one. I told Jeff this. I go to the other one, and I'm getting ready to put the ballot in because you have to slide it in. And he looks at, and it says Trump, and he looks at me and goes, I'm like, the fuck?
What?
Shit! I'm just voting. It's my right to vote, And he's like, he's giving me the stink eye, I'm like,
stink eye.
Voter intimidation.
Yeah,
voter intimidation. Exactly.
And these are the poll workers. These are people getting paid to be there.
They're not supposed to do that.
No. As I looked at him, I said, all I said was, "Have a nice day," and I just walked. I should have said, "You're fired." I should have said that, but I didn't. I just walked out. But they were trying to make me feel like crap. It's like, this is weird, weirdos.
Back in the day, they had big time voter intimidation with the mob and stuff, like with Tammany Hall and stuff. Those guys would stay out there and beat people up and get them to vote one way.
They had the little clubs. They hit you with the club.
The club. That was different times back then.
Yeah. The mob. Jeff, the mafia, when Kennedy was going to be elected.
Yeah, they swung it. They swung that election for sure.
The mafia is the only reason Kennedy got elected. It's the only reason they were taking people's graves and putting it down and making.
Did they kill him too?
I believe they did. I believe it was a conspiracy between them, the CIA, and some other important people in Washington. Yeah.
Okay, I finally found that picture I was looking for. Hang on one second. So they did our. Oh, let me tweet tweak it a bit. We hired a landscape company in Vegas to do our landscaping, and the people they sent out were Mexican, and we
they're
got this
excellent.
picture.
They're the best. They work at landscaping. I mean,
This was like, I don't know, in the afternoon, they all stopped working and they laid around in the yard and they took a nap in the dirt for
lunchtime.
about an hour. This one's laying in the wheelbarrow with his
Yeah.
legs on the water
Yeah.
cooler.
Man, the
You-
siesta is real.
Yeah. And we snapped the picture. We were looking out the window. We thought it was so funny.
That's what I used to call there was this role at Starbucks called customer support that was called CS, like for short, and I thought it was the easiest role. It was my favorite. And so I was asked the shift supervisor, like, hey, can I take a siesta? Which was me asking, could I move to CS?
Siesta.
Did they say anything to you?
They would let me know if it was time, because you normally have roles switch throughout the day. But everyone had their favorites. Some people like being on register most. Some people like being on bar most. I liked CS most because it was slower pace, and you mostly just sort of did stuff on your own. Like you would just clean something or tidy something or stock something, fill something back up.
The funniest thing ever is when the last time that we took a cruise, we were on a cruise, right? And all the porters, like the people that, usually housekeeping and porters and like the people that show you the rooms, usually are all Mexicans, usually. And you always make friends with them because they'll bring you extra towels and whatever you need. They were bringing us like soaps and all kinds of shit. Like you have to, if you're cool to them, they're cool to you. And, you give them a few bucks and that's it. But all I'm trying to say is they're just cool people. They're just really down to earth, cool people. But
most people are, except for the uptight white people.
Yeah,
the Germanics.
Yep. Wait, what?
Germanic? Is that what you said, Jeff?
Germanic.
Oh my God!
What happened?
Jeff has this theory that the upper European people are more snobbish, right? Is that what you're?
They're more. Joe could probably say it better than I could. They're very reserved. They're not warm. I feel like they look down on people that are not of their in group. They judge people on things like efficiency and
I can
polish, and so they're just not fun to be around.
Yeah,
they're not relaxed. They're not kind of just down to earth, and you can communicate with them like everybody else. They're very judgy about things. The WASP, the Anglo-Saxon Protestant culture.
They don't have soul.
What is that?
You gotta have soul. You have to have soul to be.
Yeah, they don't have soul. Exactly. Thank you.
Yeah.
This is what it's like when a Germanic looks at you.
Yeah,
That's
P.F.
scary.
Jung did a photo like that the other day. It was quite
Looks
disturbing.
looks like an Aryan alien.
That's what I'm talking about. All of the other cultures are not that. You look like something out of Star Wars, the Empire.
I'm dead, bro.
Probably because of the way it makes my nose
You should
look.
be manning a dreadnought.
He's like, take me to your leader.
Look like Dahmer's brother. I'm just fine.
The Cajuns have an insult for them in Cajun French. We call them les Américains. The Americans.
Joe, are you?
Oh, let me get Joe out of it.
Joe, are you half vampire? I'm just asking.
Vampire.
I'm half something. I don't know I don't know for a fact what my mother is because she was adopted. So I'm half something.
He's just kidding, Joe. He's just kidding.
Joe, have you ever ate garlic in your life? Ever ate garlic in your life?
I was told it was garlic, but maybe they were lying for my safety.
Yeah, because you could be a vampire, dude. You might explode. You never know. You never know.
Okay.
No, I'm just messing. Oh, look! Yo, he's got fangs. Jeff, this man is he's undead. He's immortal. I'm telling you.
Hey, this is why I like biting my ex's neck, huh?
Well, Joe, may the power of Christ compel you. May the power of Christ compel you. Just like
compel him to do what?
No, the vampire. That was the big thing when they would try to get the vampire. They would throw the holy water at it
Yeah.
and stuff.
If you want to get rid of monsters, you have to use Christianity,
That's what
specifically Catholicism.
they said that in The Exorcist. The power of Christ compels you. The Exorcist.
Tommy, it's like God versus Satan up here. This is crazy.
Satan's just sitting here chilling out eating potato chips. Y'all fight. I don't fight. I terminate.
Hey Jeff, are those chips Satan and onion?
Sour cream and onions.
Satan and onion? I love
Satan
it.
and onions.
And Joe, I'm just joking, brother. I'm just kidding around. But you do have fangs. You do. I mean, you can definitely bite a bitch. I can tell you that.
Mm-hmm.
You're like a fair-skinned pit bull.
Maybe I'll get a date soon, and I'll be doing that again.
You could. You know, I think the best way for you to get a date, dude, is just to be yourself. You know, and just don't sweat it, man. You know, let someone come to you.
But the problem is that hasn't been working for him.
Yeah.
Well,
Whatever you have yourself isn't what they want.
But you have it, Joe. We've been seeing flashes of humanity break out from beneath that stoic veneer, like right now. So I think that have you tried that? Like maybe your stoic veneer is just not working for you.
So Joe, if you want me to bring it out in you, I will motivate you, dude. You have to be agmatic. You have to walk into a room and not be overbearing.
What is agmatic?
In other words, you have to be infectious. People have to want to come and talk to you. You have to be, look at me. Like when you walk into a room, look at me. You know,
you have to be captivating or polarizing.
Agmatic and captivating, exactly, Tommy. You
have to emote.
You have to have the it factor, but you can't be too much of a dick. But you have to come in and. But if you're stoic, you might need a nice librarian one day.
He's like, you can't be too much of a dick.
You might meet a nice librarian.
What happens if you're too much of a dick? Like what happens then?
Sometimes it depends on the woman. It depends on the woman because sometimes women want an asshole. Sometimes women want a jerk. They do.
It depends on the woman. He's right. Some women like good, loud guys. Some women like quiet guys. So yeah.
But
they want a man that is going to be able to control them and not let their bullshit get out of hand.
Protect them. He said control them.
What a woman wants,
protect them.
What I think a woman wants is protection, like you said. I think she wants value, as in a future, and she wants financial.
I think she wants control.
Financial. No, some women do. Those are dominant women. But some women are submissive, Jeff. I've been with both. I've been with dominant women.
But they top from the bottom.
But it depends. You have to, like I told you, everything is a sale. You have to read the room. You have to read the person and figure out what they like, asking leading questions.
This is what I was telling Jeff earlier about negotiations. And
we were talking about it earlier. Like I was getting Mike's take on it, and then we ended up on like talking about candy and all kind of other stuff.
But Joe, what I think what's holding you back is you're just a little bit too nice. You're a little bit too reserved. I think you need to step it up. It's just only my opinion. Exert more energy and kind of go for it, you know, because a woman likes a guy to come up and go, hey, what's your number? You know, what's up?
Well, experiment with different approaches and see what works.
Yeah, that's it. And like I said, very, very quiet guys will meet a woman someday, but it may take forever, you know, and the woman you may meet may be too submissive to not have spice in their relationship. You want a spicy bitch, but also, what is that term? A freak in the sheets and a woman on the streets, something like that. Like you know, like you want that mix. You want the woman that can flip the switch, you know, and they want the same thing in a man. And it's really hard, dude. Relationships are tough, dude. They're really tough.
They're not if you find the right person. They're surprisingly easy.
But it's so hard.
Part of the success is identifying and select. It's the selection.
Yeah,
is like probably 80% of the work right there.
The only thing that I see in Joe is I think you're a nice guy and you're doing well, you know, in your professional life. I just think if you're just a little bit more aggressive, I think you'll attract more. I just do.
Like how? In what way? Like say he's at a trivia night at a bar or something, and there's women around. What kind of aggression should he be displaying?
Well, you have to read the room. See, that's hard to explain because you have to read the room. You have to read who's in there. Women are different. But
what's
for
some
me,
examples that he might consider?
just strike up a conversation, but be more
forceful,
forthcoming.
Like, hey, bitch, how's it going?
No, not that. But
Jeff said, "Bitch."
But make common ground. What are you playing?
Bitch.
Like,
hey, little lady.
No,
he said, "Hey, bitch."
It's like this. It's like so they're playing a game, right? Smack her in the face. Hey, you playing a game? What are you playing? I've never played that. Can I play with you guys? In certain situations.
To me, that would freak women out. Like, that's overly enthusiastic. It seems
No,
pick
it's
me.
not. It's not. It's not at
pick
all.
me energy.
It's worked. It's worked so far. Yeah.
It has. Oh, were you?
Mike pulls in the link.
Worked
Look,
so far.
Shift is already swooning. See, I trust. This is who you should talk to. An actual. I assume she's a woman.
I get what he's saying. Like, if you're playing pool, would you like to play, or you find you're in. There's an in everywhere.
And then once you give off that energy, and if it doesn't work with them, people will start coming to you.
Yeah,
because Joe leaves him guessing. There's so much mystery around him. He either gets overlooked and filtered out, or they leave. He doesn't give them enough to evaluate off of.
Yeah.
That's good
too.
Joe,
like the Monopoly guy, I think you should have a monocle. Wear a monocle when you go.
But that's a Mandela. He didn't have a monocle.
And then a monocle and a top hat and go.
Oh my god!
Like the penguin. That'll.
You with me, bitch. No, I think if you turned it up just a little bit and was a little bit more aggressive, I think that you'd succeed. I'm just saying you have a lot going for you. It's not like you're a bum. There's a lot of guys that are just bum. How do these bum ass motherfuckers pull
Now,
with you?
how does he avoid picking the women that are just looking for like a gold digger, like somebody that's just going to exploit him for his resources?
You may find that, but you got to you got to filter that out. You may find it. I have it all the time. I have younger girls always talking to me, and I'm like, I'm almost 50 years old. I'm not going to date, a 28-year-old girl.
You tell them that? I'm not.
Yeah.
I'm not.
I'm
too
so
old for you.
But the problem is that 50-year-old bitches look like shit. I mean, I'm just saying.
Well, I'm 53.
I mean,
he said 50-year-old bitches look like.
Look, you're driving one of the few women that could tolerate this channel. You're driving her away.
Yeah, no, the girl that I'm with, she's in her 40s, like early 40s.
God,
but she looks good. She looks younger. She looks like in her 30s. But like
some women look young and they're older.
These younger girls, they want older guys for financial reasons. They want to be taken care of. They want the sugar daddy shit. That's what they want. But there are rare exceptions where people do find love at different age. But you can't tell me, you cannot fucking tell me that somebody who was born, in my 20s is going to have a relationship with me. It doesn't work. It doesn't work that way. It's different.
They have to at least be genetic, like my age or older. Yeah. We have to have the same cultural references and everything. I can't. I couldn't date a millennial. I don't think. If they're on the other side of the matrix.
When I was younger, when I was in my 20s, I always dated girls a couple years older than me. Like it's like 3 or 4 years older than me. Because it was that perfect balance. Of the maturity. Because a woman is.
Did they let you lead, or were they like guiding you into experience?
I always led. I'm always the alpha. Always. I'm always the alpha. But check this out. Always the alpha. But when it comes to major decisions, I ask, what do you think? Or how, like in other words, if we're moving somewhere or we're going to buy furniture or whatever, or we're going shopping. Hey, babe, what would you like? Like in other words, but like.
And then do you defer to that, or do you let her know the correct answer?
I'm always a good mate because I know how to balance the two.
That wasn't really an answer.
I mean, I don't know how to answer.
I think I'm getting the picture.
Yeah.
So you're gonna come home with the couch you want, regardless of what she says.
No, not at all. Not at all. Yes, I will give my mate 50-50 consideration. And if she talks me into it, then yeah, of course, let's do it. Let's do it. I'm telling you, man, I'm not as aggressive as you think. When I'm in a relationship, I'm very understanding, you know, but at the same token, you have to be very dominating when it comes to major decisions, major stuff. That's where the man comes in.
Do you
That's the
find that
man.
women have like a softening or civilizing influence on you? Like they temper some of your natural male energy, your
Yes.
alphaness?
Yeah, it does. It does simmer down. Like simmer down, yeah. Yeah. But I've been with women that were really super like alpha, and it was like a nightmare. It was like this is just not gonna work. You know, it's like people just like going like this, you know, just butting heads. But you know, it's good
I
to
grew
talk
up
about
around
relationships.
alpha
Yeah.
females.
Hmm.
I,
Yeah.
and way I admire them and respect them and prefer them more than most of the women that are all victimy and helpless and fragile and all that. I appreciate that a woman has that alpha quality, but it's just when they're directed at me, it's exactly what
Yeah.
you said. We clash.
But I think it's also if you're dating a woman that grew up in an actual complete home. I mean, and then this is very bad to say because people will get upset, but I think some women and men that grew up in a broken home, they never had that structure. And I think the women that I've always been with, they had a father, a dominant father, and a mother. But they were always together. They're still together. They coincide with each other. But the father is the boss. The father's the boss of the household. That's just what I'm used to. That's how I grew up. It could be being Italian. It could be whatever. But that's just always my experience. But if you ask me if I'm overbearing, I'm not. My girl, my girls I've always dated, always has her girls' night out, always can go shopping. Always, in other words, it's not like, you know, it's me or the highway. It was never like that. But I'm going to be the final say in major decisions. Not, you know, that's a man's job to do, I think. I mean, that's just how I
I
was
think
raised.
it's whatever works for each couple in this
Yeah,
day and age.
yeah. I mean, we're very happy, you know, and
How long y'all been together?
3 years. Yep, right about 3 years now. It's good. You know, it's unique because it's the first long-term relationship I've had where we don't live together, and I think it works. I think it works better that way because we have our own time.
Yeah.
You know, and as we get older, we don't have to be on top of each other all the time. Like, you know, what are you doing? Where are you going? You know, we both have our lives. You know, but then we have our time together, and it's amazing.
Do you live far from each other, or is it like?
No, 15 minutes, maybe 15, 20 minutes.
Do you
Oh,
track each other's phone?
No,
local.
no, not at all. Not at
See,
all.
that's what's up. You know, she's not like a jealous type that will have to look
No.
through. I won't have a girlfriend that does that. Like it's like no, like you're not
Yeah.
gonna be my girl if you need to look through. If you can't trust me, then
Mm-hmm.
we can't be together.
Tommy, are you
Yeah.
single?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I didn't know. I thought you had a family.
Well, I
Before
So
the
have
you're a
two.
single dad?
I'm a single dad. I have
Oh,
two
wow. That's awesome.
boys. Yeah.
and before the 3 years, I've known her for like over 5 years before that. So I've known her for like 8 years. So it's like, you know, I've known her because she was she was a friend of one of my exes. And but we never did anything or anything like that. Never did anything. Wasn't like that. But then when me and one of my exes went parted, couple years passed and then we started dating. So
Yeah.
yeah, so she knew me for a long time. It's not like
Oh, that's,
yeah. So she knew me for a long time. So she knows me, and
Bones is saying you're lying.
My grandfather had a companion his whole life. She would come over and spend time with him, right? And like, cause he was divorced from my nana, and
yeah.
they never moved in. Like I don't know if they ever moved in. I don't think they ever did. Like some people like that space, like you're saying. So it's funny you
But
say that.
it's like my longest relationship. It was unique because we were very young. We were in our early 20s. But like I said before, but I always made sure that she had her night out with her friends. I had my night out with my friends.
Yeah.
You know, we had club nights, and then
You have your own time.
I played basketball in a league, so I would play basketball a couple days. I'm sorry, a couple of hours, a couple of days a week. So we had our own time. You know, it was just that we were just young.
Yeah, I think that's healthy for couples. Mike and I had our own interests and life
There
outside
you
of each
go.
other. And
But then
separate bedrooms. My God, you don't have to sleep in them, but at least have a space where each of you can go when you need to.
then I had a relationship where I had, and I love her to this day. She's married now, but I love her still. One of my first loves. I would go to the club, you know, my boys' night, and she would show up. Like, what are you doing? This is my time. And then like she'd just be on top of me all the time. And what are you doing? Where are you going?
Why would she do that? Seems like violating
It's
a
just
boundary or
it's,
an agreement y'all set. Did you go
she
interrupt
would,
her girls' nights?
Yeah.
no, she never had girls' night. She never had them.
She's clingy. Some girls are real clingy. They just want to
Super,
be around you all the time. It's
super clingy. We're going out.
tough, you know.
We're going.
But I've seen guys be clingy too.
Yeah,
I'm
guys
possessive and stalkery.
jealous.
And
Jealous. They're always there's
I'm
jealous.
not like that.
Different.
I'm not
You
like
know.
that. My dad taught me if a woman doesn't want to be with you, leave. Just
yeah,
leave.
I'm saying yes. I don't want to be with anybody that doesn't want to be with me.
Yeah,
I don't want to
yeah.
have to keep selling and closing every day just to keep someone with me.
Yeah, but no, Jeff, I'm in the club, right? So my friends come over. I have my boys come over, and I'm like, what? I'm 20 years old, 21 years old. You know, I'm in the prime of my life. And, you know, she's living with me. She's upstairs, you know. They come over. Mike, let's go, let's go. And then she's like, where you guys going? I said, well, we're going to go to the Abyss tonight. You know, because I never lied to her. We're going to the Abyss tonight. She says, okay. And like 2 hours later, I look over and she's sitting there on the freaking balcony looking at me. I'm like, what the fuck?
That's not a boys' night out.
Yeah, I'm like, I said, what are you doing here? And I was mean to her. I was like, you know, get the fuck out of here, you know. And I shouldn't have been that way. I should have been more understanding.
She called it on herself.
But remember, I'm 20, 21 years old. But I mean, now, I would have been like, look, babe, you know, I need this time. You know, I would have been more understanding, more caring, more loving, because she was an amazing person. But as a young man, I'm like, get the fuck out of here.
Was she your similar age?
She was 2 years older. She was 2 years older than me. Yeah. We were together for like 6 years. We were together a long time. And then I left her and went to my son's mother, which I was with her for 11 years. Yeah. She stole me away, the freaking vixen. She stole me. I'm not lying. She stole, dude, I was still with this girl, and she like would come over after the club, and like Jen would go home, sorry I had to say her name, she would go home, you know, to see her parents, and then she would come over and be like, you know, and I'm like, yo. But remember, I'm like,
yeah,
you know,
but she was clingy though, so you were probably, you know, she was too clingy, bro.
It was messed up. But dude, back then, see, Tommy, you don't understand because you're young. We're talking about like
He's our generation, huh?
I'm not young.
Oh, yeah,
not that young.
He's like 5 years older than me.
But dude, we're talking about like 93, 94, 95. Dude, this is like way back in the day.
Yeah,
you
I was 13 then.
Yeah.
That was when Korn put out their first album.
Yeah. This was it was crazy back then. You go to the club.
I remember that time well. Yeah, but nobody likes a clingy, that like, you know, a girlfriend that's not gonna trust you. That you know, that's not good, bro. Like
she was so sweet though. I mean, she was the sweetest, awesome, like most wholesome girl. But like I said, once again, like I said, Tommy, she just was like everywhere I went, she had to be there. Everywhere. It's like I couldn't.
Was it more out of like neediness, or did she have trust issues?
So this was a long time ago. Then you're talking like a long time ago.
She was just attached, dude. I would go play basketball at the rec center in a league, and she'd go and just sit there and watch me play basketball.
She's
and
trying to be a good girlfriend, man. I don't know.
But it'd be like
but you're with
4
your boys. I get that. I get that.
Like 4 hours of basketball. I'm like,
it's not like your team and she was cheering you on. It's a little different.
It was overbearing. It was too much. Like I want to be able to go and hang with my friends and just break away for like a night. That's all.
That
You
will
know,
break up a relationship, like a clingy girlfriend, somebody that doesn't allow you to have your space, doesn't trust you, wants to
that's what happened.
constantly talk and be around. Yeah,
Yeah.
it's you know,
Even
it's not good.
hearing, I want to be able to break away, that a woman would hate to hear that.
You
I want to
need
be able to break
balance in a
away.
relationship, period.
You want to break away for a night, Joe. Like I want to be able to go out with my friends and just have a guy just hang out with my friends. Like be away from somebody for
Yeah.
1 minute. And
Yeah, I think they will
and
still
my,
hate to hear that. I think they'll know what you mean, but I think they will still hate to hear that.
and that's funny because it's polar opposites. Because the one girl didn't want to do that, but my next girl, who I was with, my son's mother, was 11 years. She was all about it. Yeah, you have your time, I have my time. It was awesome. It was like, yeah, she had her girls' night, I had my guys' night. We club nights and stuff. Or going out. Without being followed and shit. So there's definitely a balance, like you said, there's a balance in relationships. But yeah. But the problem is that when women want to go out too much, then the women get used to going out. Oh, I'm going out again and again and again and again. And it's like, whoa, whoa, whoa. Where's our time?
Whoa, that's 3 nights. Whoa.
You go out again. Like, well, you just went out 2 nights ago. I'm going out again. Next time, I'm going out again. Like, what's going on here?
Yeah, what's going on?
Strange, So,
yeah. I
So
get that.
you have to balance it. You have to balance it out.
Yeah, you have to have balance, bro. Like, if you don't have balance, you don't have nothing.
So Joe, what's your plan?
My plan for what?
Are you Tindering it up, Joe? Or Joe's
Oh
looking
yeah,
for a
what? Give
girlfriend?
us an update. You said you were maybe talking to this girl.
I'm letting I've still got my eHarmony subscription that I started in
Get
January
some water.
for like a year.
Oh, your eHarmony. That's a
So
good
I'm
one.
letting that run out. Like, so I've got a couple more months of that. And there was a chick I actually did match with not too long ago. Like, first match I've had in, I guess since February, March, when I was talking to that Filipina chick. I very quickly got a match and a date, and then nothing after that the rest of the year. And
how was the Filipino chick?
I mean, it was a nice date.
Was she fun? Oh yeah. So nothing happened after the date, though. Is that what you mean? Okay.
Yeah, just went on a date, and then we didn't do a second. So,
Okay.
I mean, that was it.
So I guess the date wasn't like off the charts.
Yeah, I mean, like, it was a fun date. She had fun, I had fun, but she just didn't feel it. So.
Yeah. Did you kiss her?
No.
Yeah. Some of them profiles, you never know. You never know what.
Well, she was an interesting person because she
people
was
lie all the time on them profiles.
Actually from the Philippines, and so she was like from a more conservative Asian culture.
Yeah.
So her whole demeanor was different than what you would find in American women typically. She probably would have made a great wife. I mean, she was definitely a catch in my view.
Mm-hmm. So check this out, Joe. So my I don't give a shit. I'm open. My ex is Filipino and Puerto Rican. So but yeah, it's fine. And but after her, I dated 100% Filipino girl, 100%, and her parents were very strict. So they had some kind of party at the house, right? So she invites me over. And we go over, and I walk in, and here's this Italian guy, big Italian guy, with this Filipino girl, and it's like 75 Filipino people, and they look at me like, "Who's this?" I swear.
He said 75.
No, I'm not. No, it was a big house, and it was
they all look at Mike.
5 people. Tommy, I swear, it was like they were like jumping off the rafters. They were everywhere.
Oh, that's funny.
And they had all the food and stuff like that. But make a long story short, I charmed them, and then they're like hugging me at the end. And
so wait, how long did you know this girl before she introduced you to like the whole family like that? Was it right away or
about 6 months?
Oh, okay.
Yeah, about 6 months.
Cool.
Yeah.
Once you get to meet the family, then she's serious at that point.
Oh no, we were together. We were together for a while. We were. It wasn't a long time. It was probably. So, I dated her right after I broke up with my son's mother. I was with my son's mother for 11 years. Okay, so
yeah,
and so I'm single. She's and I meet her through mutual friends, and I've known her for months and months and months, and then we started dating, and she was 100% Filipino, 100%, like all the way, and beautiful, gorgeous.
Filipino women are very, very beautiful, very pretty.
She was thicker. Like usually Filipino girls are real skinny.
Yeah.
She wasn't overweight, but she was thicker, and I love
They
a thick.
usually are skinny and smaller. They're small women, like small people, right?
I love a thick girl, and we just got along really well, and we dated. But the only reason why me and her broke up, check this out. The reason why me and her broke up, because we were like really. She met my son, she met my family. I met her family. I was still in
serious.
I was still in love with my ex. I was still in love with her. Like I couldn't let it go, and she.
Well, you probably got together with her too soon, right after you broke up with your ex.
So
like a rebound.
She knew it. She knew it, and I tried everything I could, but I would always run back to my ex, and then it's just I was always talking about her, and she's like, when you're with me, don't talk about her, But I didn't know that, like I didn't, because your mind is in a different place, because you're still in love with somebody else, and
yeah, that's tough, man.
The reason why we.
Copyright. Whoever's playing something.
That's not me, is it? That's not me.
Is it you, Joe? Joe has headphones. Who could it be?
Yeah, I guess it was me because I was looking at something on my phone that my friend sent me, but it was a dude goofing off in an Instagram reel.
Oh, okay. Hopefully the algorithm won't catch it.
Yeah. But the main reason we broke up is because as soon as my ex found out I was dating somebody else, she automatically wanted me back. It's like women are so tricky, dude. They're so tricky. Like she wants nothing to do with me, but then I'm happy with someone else, but then she wants me to be back with her again. And I ended it with her to go back with my ex, and then we were done within a couple months again. It was all just like, it was a hot mess. And then
was it over after that? Like that's all it took?
Oh, it was done. No, she's an ER nurse. She ain't taking no shit. I don't know what it is about nurses. I've had 4 nurses in my life. I mean, I don't know what it is
because they face real shit every day.
Yeah,
actual.
I respect nurses,
not bullshit.
And especially ER nurses, the ones that are really.
They don't have time for fake bullshit.
They don't.
But she looked at me. She looked at me, and I was like, "Look, I'm gonna go back home. I said back home, back to my ex, because I left. I was living somewhere else and still paying the bills for them because it's my family." And she just looked at me and she goes, "You're gonna regret it. You're gonna regret it." And I didn't. I was like, "Okay." And then I went back and I said,
"Okay."
I was like, "Okay." I was like, "All right," because I'm thinking, I'm gonna go. Dude, you know how happy I was to get back with my ex, dude? I was like, dude, I'm like jumping through the fucking moon to get back with my ex, And it was like just miserable. It was like bullshit.
Yeah, and all it does is remind you of why you left, why it ended in the first place.
And
I've rarely
seen
relationships repair themselves after a second chance.
So then
it's the same patterns.
I get with my ex, it doesn't work. So then I try to reach out to her, the other girl, and she's like, "Fuck off."
Oh yeah, I'm sure she was. Yeah, she said you would regret it, and I guess there was that. Fuck off.
The chick from eHarmony is a paramedic, so maybe.
That's funny.
Have y'all connected yet? Are y'all talking?
I mean, we exchanged some messages mostly last week, and then.
Oh my god, how long does this gonna take?
Well, she got back from vacation, and then she had to catch up on real life shit when she gets back. So I said I would just message her again in about a week to see when she's caught up with life and have some free time again. So she said she'd probably have something free between the 8th and the 10th. So like a week from now, basically. So
Joe, be more ballsy, dude. It's like, what do you forget about me? Come on, what am I, chopped liver? I'm
What am
telling you,
I,
be
chap
more.
liver over here?
So you don't take it as an indication of interest or enthusiasm level?
I don't take what as an indication of
the infrequency of the communication.
No, because that's basically what we said. It's like she was like messaging like pretty much every day for like the, I don't know, first 4 or 5 days or something, and then when she was getting back from the thing, it's just, I was like, basically, so like how busy you're gonna be when you get back. And she's like pretty busy, because she's sort of like getting back into the groove of things, and just and anything else that needs to be done that was not getting done while she was on her trip needed to be caught up. So I just figured she's probably just gonna need like a week to reset. So, and I basically said, okay, yeah, I'll let you reset for a week. I'll check in again in a week, and then so the point was not really to talk each other to death over fucking text-based messenger while she's trying to get reintegrated into her normal routine.
Have y'all talked on the phone at all, or is it all text so far?
No.
And how many weeks?
Like maybe a little over a week. It was a week
okay.
ago.
I guess it's still
Yeah,
that window
maybe,
when y'all are filling each other out.
Maybe 2 weeks. Yeah, I mean maybe 2 weeks since we matched. So, yeah, but she says she's a paramedic on there. And she seems to like simple stuff. Like she talked about liking to go on trail walks and stuff, and not do things that are crazy. So.
But you guys were talking for 5 days, like every day, right? And then it kind of just dried up there for a little bit.
Yeah, because she finished her vacation.
She got busy. Oh,
Yeah.
okay, yeah, okay.
Yeah, she was on vacation while we matched, so she was like much more freely available.
She was tendering eHarmony while she was
I
vacationing.
get that. I get that.
Or at least
Joe,
Mhm.
Joe, you are now Italian. Just so me and Tommy, you're going to bless you right now. You are
Be careful. I was made an honorary Italian, and then I was told.
Yeah, you are. So Joe, you need to be more.
I was told I was part of the family.
You are part of the family, but you are now. You have to
I know
be
about
more
those Italian families.
You have to be more assertive. I think she wants someone just a little bit more aggressive. Not crazy, but I think that she's looking for someone that's going to...
Like, so should he take the lead and just move it to... That's what I was trying to figure out, is when does it move to telephone or video call or something, and who initiates it?
There's never a good barometer for that with this stuff. It's
but the important thing is, do you initiate it or do her? Or are you going to wait and see?
I gotta initiate every fucking thing. That's how this works.
So it's basically you figuring out when you're going to...
Listen, Joe, if you want to
She's already maneuvering him into the role.
Joe, if you want to pursue this, you have to flip the switch. You have to take charge. Now, not like a jerk off, but just like, hey, what's going on? I haven't talked to you, And sometimes we used to call the takeaway close. The takeaway close is you take it away from them. And if you take it away, they run back to get it back. Now, it may not
That's
work.
risky.
It may not, or it may work. It's always worked for me.
That's what makes it
when
risky.
I walked away, and I'm like, look, Joe, everything depends on energy. It's the energy you give her. Now, you not talking to her on the phone is a big no-no. You need to talk to her on the phone and hear her.
Give her that
voice.
firm Germanic touch.
Yeah, she's got to hear your voice.
Yeah,
they don't give out their phone numbers. The women on dating apps do not do that. They don't just hand it out.
Well,
Joe, I've never got a number, bro. I've got a number every time I've ever talked to somebody. I'm telling you that every single time.
Is she local to you? Like, is it like y'all could meet for coffee at some point?
I think she's like a 30-minute drive from where I live.
Yeah, okay, that's doable.
Joe, you can get the number. You just have to ask for it. Look, you know what? If this text and stuff is silly, let's just talk. Let's talk on the phone. Let's just have a conversation. If you want to block your number, block your number. But let's actually have a conversation on the phone. And then once you talk to her on the phone, then you're going to win her over. You're going to win her over.
That's a good point.
Joe pretty much has a poker face, but I feel like I caught little flashes of reaction to that
What I'm trying to say, Joe, what I'm trying to say is that there is no feeling and no emotion behind texting. None.
There
There's
isn't. It's hard to tell. It's
I've had
hard to
entire
tell.
fights through text.
Be careful
And
with girls that just want to text all the time.
And if you say to her, listen, let's talk on the phone, let's have a conversation, and she says no, she's not the one for you. Because if she's interested at all, she'll give you a call.
She'll want to talk. I mean, she could be super nervous, but she'll have that interest of wanting to do it.
Yeah, just to talk. Just to
you know
talk.
what I mean?
Dude,
in my experience, when you try to like ask for the number, or even when you push like the topic of the first date,
they spook.
It just scares them off.
Then she's not the one.
They have this fight or flight response. So
yeah, that's a filter.
I don't find that there's an easy way to like pace it. So
Joe, you got to bear in mind a lot of these women get harassed on these apps by perverts.
And they watch true crime and they think we're all strangler rapists.
Yeah, so you just got to bear in mind that too,
But they date them too, so
I know.
It's like obviously
I know.
Killed by the strangler rapists anyway because they don't actually know how to filter them out. But
there are scumbags that just harass these women.
Yeah, so it's like
speak vilely.
I've tried different levels of approaches with assertiveness and stuff, and I found that there's really no successful strategy. If she doesn't want to let you in her.
So Joe, you're waiting for a woman to fall into your lap, right? That's what you're waiting for. But you have to you have to get her and put her in your lap. If that makes a good analogy, you have to go get her. All I'm trying to say is that
rarely happens where they just
you
fall.
have to have some swag about you. You have to have some oomph about you. Not
swagger.
Yeah, some swag, dude. You got to be like, yo. I mean, literally, dude. This shit that I say to people, it should put me in jail. I'm like, I talk the craziest shit to people, and they don't even get mad. Like out and about.
Yeah, okay.
I don't even know what to say to that.
Like my girl.
I see people saying cancel Mike, and they don't even get mad.
My girl said,
I don't know what to say to that.
I met my girl when I met my girl. I met my girl. I'm like, we're like, hey, we met in an actual supermarket, in a supermarket. So we met, and I'm like
for the
over
first
there.
Time?
Yeah,
Really?
for the first time, and I'm like, yeah, blah. And I'm like, yeah, but I haven't been here before. Can you show me around? Can you be my tour? And she's like laughing, right? And I'm like, I'll pay you.
Can you be my tour guide?
I'm just like, no, it was
hey, baby,
it was silly.
can you be my tour?
She starts laughing because I'm smiling. She starts laughing, right? And I'm like, but you don't have to. I'll just walk around aimlessly and just not know what I'm doing. But that's on you.
You made her laugh, Mike.
So I said, that's
I'll just
on
walk
you.
around aimlessly.
I said, if I end up in the freezer somewhere, that's your fault. So just know that. And she goes, you are so crazy. She goes, come on. And
You're so crazy.
We just started walking around and just talking in a supermarket, in a Harris Teeter, just walking around talking. And at the end, I was like, look, I had a lot of fun. You're the best tour guide. I said, you should work in North Korea. You're the best tour guide. You always put
North Korea.
I think you should work in North Korea. And she's like, you are. And I was like, I'll tell you what, I said, for your touring services, let me take you out anywhere you want to go. Anything under $10. And she starts laughing again. And I'm like, no, really. And she goes, here. And she's like, she gives me the phone, gives me a number, and I'm like, yeah. And then after that, we were good. But it's humor, it's charm, it's wittiness, and you have to go get it. But you have to know how to gauge the person. I read
and
her.
that's hard to do online, like through an online.
You can't do it. You got to do it in person or over the phone.
Like that's so hard to do online.
You can't do it. Can't do it.
To build that connection, to make it like a connection with someone like that. Yeah.
I don't care. I'll say it. I mean, online. I went on some of the online stuff. And
just go hang out in supermarkets, Joe.
Yeah.
Do you have a Whole Foods there?
The frozen food section is probably the best.
Every every website I was on for dating when I was single was, and I got hit on all the time, right? From women. And it's always, I need my nails done. I need me a new phone. I want to go
That's how
shopping.
they would hit on you?
I need me a new phone. I need my.
but they were like hot. They were like, when can you pick me up? When can you pick me up? And I'm like, what the fuck? What is this? This is like, I'm like, well, this is the craziest thing I've ever
we go
seen.
They were looking for a sugar daddy.
Like the girl on Friday.
That's what they
She
want.
said, "When I need my nails done."
He goes, I need my nails done. I'm like, what the fuck? I said, so do I, but I'm not going to get them done. Yeah. But what I'm trying to say is that women on these apps, the whole point is the women. Because, it was a crazy ride. I'm not going to disclose if I met any of these people. I'm not going to disclose that. That may or may not happen. But it's just, you have to have a personal connection. That's my whole point. I'm sorry to overtalk
Negotiation.
everybody. Right? But yeah. And these women are fine. Like fire. Yo. I was like,
Some of the pictures can be catfishy.
They can, but what they'll do is they'll FaceTime you.
Yeah, you got to get like a
I'm like,
FaceTime.
yo, this is not bad. This is I, So if I get your nails done, what do I get? But no. But you get caught up in that deceitful world. That's not dating. That's just, like you said, that's just whoring. That's what that is. So I think
Not Laz, you have a girlfriend?
I feel like
Oh,
every
there's
girl
like
has
three
a fucking
girlfriends.
OnlyFans too. Like, I swear.
Oh man,
Like, you look on Instagram and it's just a bunch of girls advertising their ass. Freaking, it's crazy, bro.
We caught a friend of ours that had one, and I didn't want to see it, but I couldn't resist.
You could have.
I was like, whoa, like, yo, like, what are you doing? Like, and apparently they make a lot of money, like a lot.
Some of them do. Some
Yeah.
don't. Some do. Some don't. It depends.
Yeah. Yeah.
But I heard a cop, a police officer, had an OnlyFans and got fired.
Yeah, the woman.
Why? Cops are allowed to.
No,
No,
but I think
What
she
you
got
mean?
fired.
No. Can't they do like their private life?
I think
is
it's
their
a
own
morals
life, huh?
clause thing. It was on the front page of the newspaper, and they let her go for it.
It's
Now,
a
I don't
moral
know.
clause. Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know about the moral clause.
Yeah, if you're sworn, it's different. It's completely different. You can't expose yourself online.
I was surprised they gave her such a hard time about it.
What is a
to be
morality
honest.
clause and how is it legal?
It's an online thing.
Let's
I
see.
mean, I don't know.
It depends on the department. It depends on the state. It depends on all these different things.
I'm trying to think what state this was in. I seen it. It was on the news that I was watching it.
Yeah, she was
Wow,
hot
I didn't
too.
know this about
She
the
was
morality
hot.
clause.
Can you pull the article? It probably will come right up because it recently happened.
Yeah.
She was hot.
I think she messaged Joe. I'm pretty sure she did.
Yeah, Joe. You might have had check your message list.
Joe could have had a naked cop. Dude,
They have to be very definite and certain to uphold in court.
Yeah. They can't be compromised.
So we'd have to specifically say you can't do an OnlyFans.
Well, they have to be justified in firing her, so they have to make sure that it's going to be justification, because there is a commission that will. How do I say this? You can't just fire a cop without doing.
No, because they're union protected.
Yeah, so you have to have an actual something on the books to let them go. You have to the PAL and stuff like that. But yeah, no, she was up there. I mean, acting a fool. Remember the cop that. Remember the cop that did like 6 of her coworkers? Remember that one?
I think so.
And she got fired. Yeah.
Yeah, she wound up.
Well, did her coworkers didn't
I'll
get
be right
fired?
back. I gotta brush my teeth.
Okay.
Yes,
that's what this is reminding him of. Did they get fired too, or just her? How could they get? She get
I think
fired?
everyone did, probably.
I think all of them. Did, and it was a small department, so
they're not supposed to have sex with each other. I don't think. Like, that goes against. Yeah.
You cannot fraternize when you're in law enforcement. Like the biggest problem is that when you're in law enforcement, and if you have a woman partner, which is rare, but if you have one, And you're spending a lot of time together, and you bond. You really, really bond together. You're like family. And if you're attracted to each other, you know, things happen. You know, hey, I can't stand my wife, or hey, I can't stand my boyfriend. You know, and all of a sudden, you know, you're in the back of the car, it's going, back and forth. You know, but
I'm sure of it.
Yeah, it happens. It really happens. You know,
But yeah,
but
they fraternize. They're not allowed to like tell their workers if they do have a relationship. There's,
Mm-hmm.
I'm sure there's cops that like live together, but they won't tell.
See,
Like, I don't know
I
how
think
that
it's the
works.
laws that are not lining up with human nature. I think
Yeah, I don't know how
now,
that
it
works
means
actually.
I think
I
they
do.
should build these policies around I don't think it's a problem if two adults
I
meet at
just
work.
heard that.
That
I
might
don't
be
know
the
for
person
sure.
for you. Like that your cop partner might end up being your soulmate, and that's how you meet. And there's these stupid
Okay.
laws that say, oh, you can't,
Well,
this
then you
can't
would
be
have to
your
leave your
person.
job, I guess, and then date them. You know,
Or
some people
switch,
do that too.
or just
Oh
switch
yeah, I guess
departments.
there's that
Yeah,
option. You could
Or you can switch departments, like Mike
yeah.
said. You could just
You
go
can
to a
just switch
different
departments.
department.
like
Yeah.
here they have a rule, not so much with what I do, but like more of the clinical people. I think they can't definitely can't date a client. But then if there's
Yeah,
a
I'm sure
period
of
of
it.
like 3 or 5 years or something that passes, then you can. But who polices that? Like who knows how long it's been since that person was a client versus they're available to date now?
I
IA
don't
would
know.
check on it. Internal Affairs would check on it because if there was an initial,
I mean, well, maybe for cops, but like for mental health, there's nobody to
yeah, it would
police
have to be
that.
like a social worker or something like that. Would have to just catch them together or
Yeah,
something like
that's
that.
stuff like
Yeah,
that, and I
yeah,
don't think that's
Are
healthy
you
for
talking about like
society.
when a therapist and a patient?
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah.
okay.
yeah. The doctor-patient clause. Yeah, you cannot
Because
Yeah.
do
I
that.
remember even when I was a volunteer on the helpline, they had very strict rule, and this was like a national helpline, so it's not like I was going to ever meet any of these people, but they had very strict rules of like you can't get involved in anybody that you're talking to on the helpline, and I immediately said, people like me, autistic people, people that are minorities, we have a hard enough time finding each other as it is, and when we meet each other, we tend to connect like
Mm-hmm.
very easily in a way that we don't with ordinary people. And I said that could very well lead to these types of relationships, and I don't think these laws help either one of
Mm-hmm.
us. It just makes it harder to find the connection that we already have a hard enough time finding, and everybody else gets to find way more easily. And
Yeah.
they took my point. They didn't change the policy, but they understood where I was coming from.
It sucks because this is probably I was in my 30s. This is probably like 20 years ago, 20, a little like 17 years ago, and I had a friend who I worked with who had to have dental work done, and he went to the dentist, and the dentist was like a really smoking hot lady. She was a lady, and she was older, and they ended up being together. But the
I
problem was
think
he
that's
was.
perfectly fine for two
But,
adults. If the dentist wants the patient wants to date the dentist and the dentist wants to, I don't see a problem with it.
but the problem, Jeff, was he was still married. That
Well,
was the
okay,
problem.
that's a different scenario,
Yeah,
but
yeah.
just the fact that he's a dentist. Sometimes it's about power differential, and
Yeah,
in a therapy relationship that could come into play. But I think in a dentist relationship or a doctor relationship, it wouldn't
yeah.
necessarily have to.
And I guess it got messy, and they had to stop seeing each other. I don't know what else. This is years ago, but I remember him saying, "Yeah, man, I'm gonna leave my wife," and I'm like, dude, what? You got
I don't
kids,
like people telling me who I can date and not date. It's hard enough to
Yeah.
find people to match in the
Okay.
first place.
Well, a doctor can get in trouble for dating a client or a patient. Definitely, no doubt about it. They can get in a lot of trouble for it.
Would the patient just have to stop being a patient? I
Yeah.
think that's what it was in the therapy thing. The client could stop being a client, but then they would have to wait. I think it was 3 years or 5 years before they could actually date. So if they did meet in that situation, the client could stop being the client, but they still couldn't date before a certain amount of time. And I just don't know who would enforce that.
Or
Who
maybe
could
you just get
enforce
another
that?
doctor, get another provider, and then now you're not their
Well, they
patient.
could, but even if they do that, they
Yeah.
still can't date this other person for like 5 years.
It's like what do they call that? The thing you have to sign, non-compete clause. It's like one of those where you can't, you have to you can't it's weird. That's just a weird thing.
It
Yeah,
is. It is all that stuff's weird to me.
Yeah.
Like
It
I
is.
associate the ability to form the relationships the romantic relationships you want to form with being an autonomous adult, and things that interfere with that bother me.
I agree. Yeah. But people dating people that are still married, that's
Yeah,
not good.
that's a
That's
different
just
situation.
you should wait. You should wait till the people are completely apart, and then if you want to be together, be together. Not when you're with somebody and they go home to their wife and kids. That's not cool.
That's not cool. No,
But
I wouldn't
there are
even feel right doing that.
there are millions and millions of people that do it. Millions.
I know. It
And when
happens all the
I
time.
know some people that did that. That got together before either of them were fully divorced, but only when they were separated.
Yeah.
They ultimately completed their divorces, and now they're together, and things are functioning. But yeah, it is pretty common.
Very
Yeah.
common.
I run into a lot of married men online that
Mm-hmm.
approach me. I don't mess with them, but that's common in the gay
Yeah.
world. They want that on the side.
They
The
want the
big, well, the big,
straight guy, right, Jeff, or whatever?
Yeah,
Or
or they
no?
might be
Oh,
bi,
you're talking
and
about the straight guy wants the. They're not even straight at that point. They're curious.
right,
But
and they'll
yeah.
tell you, like, in their profile, or when they talk, when they message you, like, "Hi, I'm married, but would you be interested?" And a lot of people will, and I have in the past, but I haven't as an adult, or at least the age I am now. I haven't for years and years. That's kind of
Oh,
a.
I'm sure that
It's
people
more of
have
like
done it.
an indicator, because I'm looking for something different. So it's an indicator that that's not the kind of relationship I'm looking for, and it wouldn't work out long term.
If you were just looking for sex, maybe. But if you're looking
Right,
for
I
a
might
real
consider it, but
relationship,
because I
then
know like
yeah.
specifically what I'm looking for, it wouldn't
Mhm.
fall into that
I
category.
think
Yep.
I think that's the biggest problem with alternative lifestyles is that a lot of straight people think it as a fetish, not as a relationship. If that makes sense.
Yeah,
So
they think
yeah,
of it as a
Right, they have their
fetish.
normal
yeah,
societal relationship, and then they try to get their alternative needs met outside of that. That's very
because
common.
they're running from their own reality. They're
And
running from
they should just pick
yeah,
a partner that already
yeah.
matches what their interests are.
And there are some people. I mean, I knew a couple, and they were really open about it way back in the day. And they were like, "Yeah, we swing. You've heard of swingers and
Oh
stuff.
yeah,
We
there were a
swing."
lot of swingers in
Swingers,
Vegas.
yeah.
And
Swap couples, right? Swap
but they were
couples.
they were both ways. And I mean, I guess it worked for them. Um, I know they're not together anymore, but that's got to be a strange paradigm. It's like you're not really being faithful to the person you say that you love. You know,
But does that, like, with something like bisexuality? I don't know if that would necessarily apply, because there's got to be a way for the person to get all of their needs met.
but if you're married to a woman, you shouldn't be going out with guys while you're still married. If you want to break off, I don't know. I
But then
guess I'm
if you're
old.
bisexual, are you just forced to be straight the rest of your life just because you're
Well,
married to a woman?
it depends if your wife is okay with an open type of
Right, like
sexual
that's what I'm saying. Like if I were
relationship.
bi, I would try to find someone that was okay with that, that would let me
Yeah.
enact that part of myself.
Yeah, I guess it's confusing. It really is. And
But then would
relationship.
I date a guy that was bi and wanted a woman on the side?
Hmm.
I don't know if even I would do that. But
It's
part of it is
weird.
because I'm just naturally monogamous.
You wouldn't date a bi guy, or you would date a bi guy?
I would date them but I don't know if I would date them if they wanted a woman on the side. Like I don't know if I could accommodate
Oh, okay.
that. Just like the straight women, like asking the straight women to do it. I don't know if I could even do it myself. But for
And if
me,
you want-
it's less about the bisexuality, more about monogamy. Like I definitely know I need something monogamous.
And
It would undercut the monogamy more than anything else.
the biggest thing that I found is the biggest. And I'm not probably gonna get beat up for saying this, but the biggest thing that I've ever seen is a lot of women go both ways. A lot of women, and there's the ones
Yep.
that I've known. A lot. I mean, I'm talking
A
about
lot
like
of
older.
bisexual women. Yep.
Yeah. So it's
I see that all
wild.
the time.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think a lot
I've
more
had.
women are bisexual than
Yeah, we
Yeah,
looked at
like
something the
most
other
women.
day that seemed to, like it said from an evolutionary perspective, it made sense for women to be able to form the pair bonds they need to keep the community together, raise the children, etc. And so they don't always have to rely on it being a male.
And they're not judged like males are either.
Yeah.
Yeah.
As far as that.
Even when we were fighting for gay rights, the lesbian porn always got, like, the straight guys were so into girl on girl sex that always got a pass. That nobody was ever saying, "Oh, we
yeah.
should shut
See?
down this girl on
Yep.
girl sex." It was always just the male homosexuality or the lesbians that wanted to be in romantic relationships. But two girls getting it on was never the issue.
No,
Plus,
that's cool.
women are, even when women are attracted to men, they have to overcome their distrust and so, like we were talking about how, like, again, they watch true crime, they have these ideas like men are dangerous because some men are, right? And
Some,
they don't
a minority.
and they don't have those same reservations toward women, right? They don't have that same reservation in their gut toward other women. So like, there's less barriers too, right? It doesn't propagate the species by its mechanism, but the psychological barriers are lower.
I think they're attracted to the feminism, like the femininity, like women are softer and
Yeah, that emotional connection.
Even when they're not bisexual, like, they are way more physically affectionate with each other as friends, right? They'll like snuggle with their friends and stuff.
They'll kiss
Male
each other
friends,
even.
yeah,
they'll
male
make
friends don't do that.
Yeah, I've seen that too. Yeah.
I mean, I've seen it right in front of my face. I've seen girls I was with making out and like whoa, and I'm like, I'm not kissing.
Whoa.
I'm not. Whoa. Whoa. I'm not kissing no dude. I don't want no garlic, bro.
Men are like these callous, unfeeling robots compared to women sometimes when you think about it.
I think they're just emotional in a different way.
Emotional damage. Yeah.
Emotional damage. Yeah.
But no, women, they get freaky and they go to the club and they get some drinks and they start dancing. And the infamous stories in the bathroom, like women get crazy, man. They get wild.
Women get really horny when they drink. Do men get just as horny or no? I don't think they do.
No, women get super.
I never did. In fact, it was more often than not.
Yeah, I never did.
I was never a bouncer, but I have bouncer friends. Because remember, I live at the oceanfront, so there's bars and clubs everywhere. So I have a lot of bouncer friends. He goes, dude. He goes, he goes, you'll open the door and they're in there making out and freaking, you know what I'm saying? Like, you hear flapping and stuff, like yo, because they were on the dance floor, getting crazy, and then they go into the bathroom and they're not peeing, dude. They're not peeing for 15 minutes. Like, come on, man. Like, I can piss in like 45 seconds. I'm not in there pissing for 15, 18 minutes. They're in there freaking
Austin Powers.
But he goes, no, dude, we would catch them all the time, man. And he goes, it's fucking awesome. I'm like, I guess, until it's your wife in there, and then it's not awesome.
Until it's your wife.
Yeah. But it's dude, the clubs are wild, and I'm sure. I think from what I heard, I think gay clubs, they're usually they're better behaved. People in there are better behaved and more civil.
What gay clubs did you go to?
None, zero.
Okay. Well,
yeah. I'm hoping.
No,
I've actually.
You hope in vain.
I thought you went with.
Have you seen our street festivals? And that's the public facing side of it.
If you said the one I've been to by myself, zero. But my ex would love the drag show.
The drag shows, yeah.
We would go to the drag show, but it was with 8 people. It wasn't just me and her. It was a whole bunch of people.
What kind of show is it? Is it a band show or music?
They come out and they'll lip sync and they'll dance and stuff like that.
Burlesque.
Okay.
Yeah, and
like Birdcage.
Yeah, my ex was extremely attractive at the time, and she'd always wear this really low cut, and she has really nice tits, and she'd go up to the front to give him money, and they would grab on her. They would grab and I'm like, should I get pissed or is this cool? I mean, I don't you grab.
Is this cool?
should I punch this motherfucker in the face?
Yeah.
But no, they would just grab on and smack her ass. I'm like, what the fuck is this? You know, and this is the
Jeff,
craziest shit.
I wanted to get your opinion on this, Jeff. So there's this weird event that's being held on the UNC campus, and it's called Post-Election Action Training. Doesn't that sound like a weird title?
Yeah.
Yeah. What is it's? Let me get. It's Democrats in case Trump wins. But what are they? What is the actual? What are they planning?
Here's the event description. It says, "Learn Sunrise UNC's plan." So Sunrise UNC is probably some kind of student group. To protect our democracy by ensuring every vote is counted and de-escalating potential political violence. It's on Monday night.
People are worried about what's going to happen.
Well, I just saw this from the Supreme Court. The Pennsylvania ballots. Like when I voted, I had to put my vote in that security envelope. And Pennsylvania has the same rule, but some of the voters didn't use the security envelope, and so there were some counties in Pennsylvania that said we're not counting those votes. You have to like redo your ballot and everything. And the Supreme Court just declined to hear the case, which leaves in place the ruling that no, they have to count those votes, and they say that's going to throw off Pennsylvania against Trump now with this ruling. But it was 4-3 from the Supreme Court. So I just want to point out that those of you that think the Supreme Court is in a conspiracy with Donald Trump and all that to take over the government, they just ruled. They just made a ruling that has the potential to negatively affect Trump. So I think that we still have an independent judiciary, and this is one of the data points I use to determine that. And they made a ruling in favor of Biden a few rulings ago too, as well. So I want to keep pointing these things out for all the conspiracy.
So they're going to count the votes that weren't properly sealed in the envelope
without the security envelope.
Yeah, all right. I was just curious.
Which I think is probably the right thing to do, but they say because of that, most of them were more of them were probably for Kamala than not.
Interesting.
So there's going to be these swing states. I think it's even going to be like worse than 2020. There's going to be all kind of suspicion and accusations and like finding little ways and loopholes to get votes tilted one way or the other. Everybody's going to be working those swing states.
Do you see them burning the ballot boxes where they're catching them on fire?
They said he was and there might even be more planned. He was a metal worker and he had like skill on how to make devices and plant them in the boxes.
I don't know how they can't find
But get this, the devices had something about like it was like this pro-Gaza message on it. I forgot what it was. So he seems like a leftist. At least judging from the message he's putting on these devices, unless he's trying to frame the left.
And the thing is that if that car is not stolen, they got a picture of the license plate, so they can probably find him. He's probably in hiding somewhere. He's probably hiding somewhere. But he's done. I mean, it's done. That's
Thousands
a serious
of ballots are at stake as the Supreme Court considers Pennsylvania voting. So they ruled for Pennsylvania. So now those thousands of ballots have to get counted. They're not going to get tossed out. And the Republicans were wanting them tossed out.
The bottom line is that they're gonna try everything. They're gonna try everything under the sun to have Trump lose.
Of course.
And Trump's going to try everything under the sun to have
Both
Harris
sides
lose.
are gonna do
They're
everything
both
they
going
can
to
to
do
win.
it.
Did you see Trump on Joe Rogan?
Yeah, that was that was one of his most humanizing interviews.
How great was that, dude?
Now I want him to come on my show.
I don't know what it is, dude. You've
Hey, Kitty. Welcome. Yeah, we're still going. Well, it's Day of the Dead. Oh, and I guess I should announce now. Tomorrow, Saturday, every Saturday at noon Pacific, 3 p.m. Eastern, Joe and I do our Nexus episode. So we'll be there tomorrow doing that. So I may not do a stream in the morning. I usually don't on Saturdays. I just make room for that one.
I'm gonna jump down, Jeff. Thanks for having me up, bro. See you.
Tommy, it's
Alright.
good to see you.
Have a good
Thanks for
day.
hanging out.
That was a fun conversation, Tommy. We were laughing. It was fun.
All right, salute, Mike.
All right, man. Take care.
Salute. That's not Italian. What would be the Italian version be?
Salute. Salute is Italian. Salute.
That's French.
Well,
it's Romance, so they probably
Yeah.
have their version of it.
We always say salute.
Salute.
What do you call it? I think when it comes to interviews, I think Joe Rogan, I think, is the best, absolute best interviewer there is, because he comes at you in a way where he extracts information, but he doesn't judge you.
Better than me? What could I do better to beat Joe Rogan?
You'd have to be a black belt in jiu-jitsu. You'd have to.
What does that have to do with interviewing skills, though?
Oh no, I'm joking.
He probably speaks better. He has more polished English than I do, even though he's working class. I got that swamp speech.
He's very infectious. He just has this way about him. He just has a way about him.
And, I have a way about me.
I'm not saying you don't, but you know, Joe Rogan is known worldwide.
Yeah, you got to aim high. I did have a friend once that I had on the show, and he talked to me afterward, and he's like, "That is one of the best experiences I've had." That interview was. He goes, "Do you know a guy named Lex Fridman?" And I'd heard of his name. He's like, "I think you're better than Lex Fridman. I watch him all the time, and you have the potential." And I'm like, "Okay." And I looked up Lex Fridman, and I watched him, and I'm like, "He's okay. He's not. If I think I could do better than Lex Fridman. I mean, he's.
I'm not a fan.
Blown away by him.
I'm not a fan of his. I'm not. But I mean, I think I'm a big fan of Joe Rogan, but I'm not a fan of Lex Fridman. I'm not a big fan of his. I mean,
the conversations. Who is M?
Seems boring, huh?
M.
That's
I'm familiar with Benjamin, but I don't know who M is. Is that a guest, like a assistant person?
That's
talking to Mike.
Benjamin A. Boyd. Yeah, but that interview with Joe Rogan and Trump was amazing. And then Rogan wanted to get Kamala on, but she refused. She actually refused the interview.
Well, she tried to dick her around with scheduling. She wanted him to fly to where she was or something.
Yeah, he's not doing that shit.
He's panelist. Oh, that's Mike. So okay, Mike.
Yeah.
Is simply there to let the guest speak, and only if he or she really goes. What does "go off the rails" mean?
Go off the rails is basically taking it in a different direction, taking this conversation in a different direction.
Because Benjamin's conversations, I mean, Benjamin's really good. He's good, but he kind of lets his conversations go all over the place.
Yeah, it's off the rails. It's kind of like us. We jump around different topics. Like there are some channels that just want to talk about one thing and one thing.
Well, but Benjamin also is like an interview channel, so he'll have one guest and they'll be talking about a specific topic for the most part, and then the conversation will range around that one topic. But sometimes he does lives, like his lives with James Lindsay, and who did he do? Crocoduck, or it was Crocoduck. Like they go for hours and hours and hours, and those conversations go all over the place because they're not as topic focused.
Because as our brain,
and we've had Leslie on here before too. She was one of our guests.
Yeah, I think our brains will wander to different aspects, and it's good because it keeps the conversation going. If we're talking about one thing and one thing only, we're going to run out of answers. You know, like I said, when you talk about one thing, you've already answered it 5 times. You said this the other night, so it's kind of good to jump around a little bit. Talk about different things.
My approach. Some people structure their conversations, and if I have a specific guest that wants to talk about a specific topic, I could do that. Mm-hmm. But my approach is to kind of follow the energy of the conversation and go where it leads me, instead of to control, micromanage and control it too much.
Exactly. Like I was on another channel, it's a larger channel, and it's like when someone goes off topic, come on, let's get back on topic, but then it gets boring. You know, so it's. What I'm trying to say is what you do.
I hate topic policing. I guess that's part of it.
Yeah.
Because I get topic policed all the time.
Yeah. So.
Here, I'll post the link. Kitty.
All right, gentlemen.
Joe,
I think I'm gonna go to bed right now. That's what I'm going to say. Yeah. What was
okay? Get some rest. We'll see you tomorrow for our Nexus and figure out what topic we want to touch on.
Mike?
Yeah, Joe. Did you vote?
Oh,
He's not voting. I'm trying to convince him to take one for the men, but
vote. Just go out and vote.
Okay, I know you don't feel part of the people, but do you feel part of the male people? Like, is that enough to vote on behalf of? Okay, well we'll man you up a little bit more, and get you voting next cycle.
Yeah. All right, cool. Well, I'll catch you guys later. Okay.
All right,
take care.
We'll see you. We'll see you in 4 years, Joe.
We'll see you tomorrow. See you in a few hours.
This is fun, dude. This is fun.
I had as enjoyable a Day of the Dead as I did Halloween. I
Every
love
time I
these
can,
satanic. This is like satanic Mardi Gras. It goes on
yeah,
for days and days and days.
I
And
guarantee.
tomorrow is technically still Day of the Dead. Today they do the
Every,
children, and tomorrow they do the adults.
every time I come up, we always have fun. We always laugh, tell crazy stories, funny stories, and just talk about crazy stuff. But yeah, I mean, I guess the big thing is like, the election is the big focus now because it's going to really focus on and
Because that's
change.
Tuesday, right? Coming up Tuesday.
Yeah, I think so.
And then we're going to have all that madness and chaos in the wake of it.
Yeah. They're
So
talking
yeah,
about
I guess it's preparing for that.
they're talking about violence at the polling stations and all kinds of stuff, and all I can say is in Virginia we carry. So
I expect less actual unrest and more like manipulating the system afterwards to try to find votes for your candidate and discredit votes for the other candidate, etc. Court challenges,
sure,
audits,
worried about
accusations, misinformation.
They're saying possibly, which I hope it's true, that Trump might win New York, which is I think one of the first times a Republican has won New York in a very long time.
Because that's pretty blue. Is it New York City that tilts it blue?
It's New York City, yeah, because that's the concentration of all the millions and millions of people that are in that city. New York State, when you go like I have family upstate, upstate New York, close to Canada, and they're all Republican, but like the city, they're all Democrats.
Not Laz is calling you a liar. You know what? We could look it up.
They said that it's a possibility that Trump could win New York for the first time in a very long time. There's a possibility. That's what I said.
Because he did the rally there.
Yeah.
So he at least made an attempt to win over the state.
And then North Carolina.
It does say, oh, this is down ballot. Never mind. They say the down ballot race in New York is going to be tougher for them than normal.
Yeah.
Can Trump win New York? Vivek Ramaswamy has thoughts. So maybe if Vivek's saying it, it's not so far-fetched.
Dude, he is. If he would have run, if Trump didn't win, I don't know why Vic didn't.
They voted for Reagan in '84. That's the last time they broke for a Republican candidate.
Long time. But I think
this is what Vivek said. Somebody asked him, why the hell are you guys wasting your time in New York City instead of going to a swing state? Vivek said, welcome to 2024. New York is a swing state.
That's it. So they're making it a swing state. So in other words...
You know what? At least they're trying.
Yeah.
They're not just writing it off. They're making an attempt.
There's a possibility. That's why I said it's a possibility that they may swing it. If they get New York, it's done because that's a lot of electoral votes. California, they'll never get California, and California I think has the most. I think
we could be in for another Florida situation. It's going to come down to like those 1 or 2 or 3 states where there's enough ambiguity, and if one of them's North Carolina, I'm going to try not to be mad at Joe.
Yeah, I think the last time California went Republican was Reagan because he was the governor of California. So I think it's the last time they went blue.
Because I think you're right. Because I think with Clinton, Washington, Oregon, and California became one big block of blue, and I think they've stayed that way ever since.
Yeah. So we'll see what happens. I have a feeling he's going to win. It's going to be a close race, but I have a feeling
I'm not optimistic. I see all the misinformation, the rhetorical manipulation, and I just see how many people are falling for it, and it doesn't. Like, so the first time Trump won, I had faith that the American people were not dumb enough to put somebody like Trump in office, and now I've since reversed that, and I have faith that America is more stupid than I realize, and they will fall for Harris. And I had the reverse when Trump won. I did not think they were dumb enough to fall for that kind of political manipulation. And now that I've seen the last 8 years, I've revised my opinion of America's vulnerability to that stuff.
I think if Harris gets in, it's going to be a travesty for America. It's going to be terrible, terrible. I think Trump will help turn things around. It's not going to be the first couple of years. It's going to take.
California voted for Bush Sr. too.
Did they really?
So it was Washington and Oregon went blue, and then California joined them for Clinton. And I think they've all been blue ever since. And Nevada is in there, but it switches back. Nevada's a purple state. I love living in a purple state. And so ever since Clinton, after California switched over to blue, the West Coast has been blue ever since, reliably blue.
I remember I voted for Clinton the first time. I voted for Bush Sr. I voted for Bush Jr. twice. I can't remember the rest. I voted for McCain once. I voted for Obama once. Was it McCain? I can't remember everybody. But no, I remember the first person I ever voted for. I was 18 years old, was Bill Clinton. That's the first person I ever voted for.
Yeah, I don't think they will. I think the Democrats are going to fight this tooth and nail. Yeah. I saw it the first time with Russiagate.
Yeah. It's interesting. It really is interesting. I think this is the most divided the country's ever been.
And to me, this goes to mental health, because to me they've had 4 years the first time, so they should have developed some kind of resiliency. So the second time should break them even less than the first time if resiliency were developing. So the fact that it's going to break them even more shows that the fragility is what's increased, not the resilience.
But I'm sure you can agree that this is the most divided I've ever seen the country. I've never seen the country this divided.
Yes. I saw it in 2020, and a lot of it is social media, because it's not centralized through the few legacy media sources that everybody used to get their news from. So everybody has like 1,000 different information inputs coming at them with no way to filter out how to prioritize what's credible enough to make sense of. Say. Helper. I don't know how much I do for Satan. He may help me more than I help him, but that's very satanic in and of itself. So, Minion. I don't know what would I call myself in relation to Satan? Like fanboy, advocate, representative, maybe protege. I could take protege, because I'm also a Christian Satanist. I draw both of them, the figure of Christ and the figure of Satan. I think it's like Jedi and Sith. You get the whole range. Well, not laws. I will take neophyte, because you could have and normally do come up with something way more insulting. So I'll take that as a compliment.
Your equal opportunity.
Well, if does anybody else want to come up on panel? Because if not, I might. We're coming up on almost 8. I might go ahead and wind it down.
Okay.
Joe and I have our show tomorrow. Let me see who else is streaming. I could send. Spike was doing a radio show earlier.
Gotcha. I like talking. I just don't like sitting and listening to music.
Caucasian. Provo's reading tarot. Caucasian is on. Sasquatch. That's about it. Why don't I send you? That's not Provo's watching somebody read tarot. That's lazy content. Let me send you to Caucasian Sasquatch. Although he's watching a video too, but still. All right, Sasquatch is on. You can check him out. Otherwise, Joe and I will be here tomorrow for our Nexus episode, and we'll do a panel after that, hang out, and I'll see everybody then. I'm gonna go get me some dinner and hopefully some rest. Happy Day of the Dead. If you want to play games, we're recruiting for a mage game. It looks like we might have some players. There's some streaming games. You can join in. I have a gaming channel in the Discord. Just leave a note there. Ninja, good to see you. It's more like fatigue quit. I did a 11-some hour stream yesterday, a 7.5 hour today. I took that test for like 2 hours, which I have to go look at the results. I haven't even looked at them yet. So I just need to get some me time.
All right, man. Take care, buddy.
Okay, Mike. Good seeing you. We'll do it again. Alrighty. Okay, thanks everybody. See you tomorrow. Come see Joe and I at noon Pacific, 3 p.m. Eastern. It's already scheduled on my channel, so it's already ready to go. We'll see you then. Take care, everybody. Happy Dia de los Muertos.